Good morning, one and all. We'll be starting the conference proceeding in a couple of minutes after this presentation. Good morning, one and all. Welcome you all to the International Conference on Trafficking, Women, Health, Education, Environment and Sustainable Development 2022. Commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence and UN Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns and international webinar series on holistic health, well-being and sustainable development 2022. Before we start our sessions, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम् कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue to today's proceedings. Today, we are also commemorating World Conservation Day, which has been also commemorated on 28 July 2022 with the theme Cut Down on Plastic, and World Hepatitis Day on 28 July, bringing hepatitis care closer to you or closer to communities, and International or Global World Tiger Day, 29 July 2022. India launches Project Tiger to revive the tiger population, and International Day of Friendship, 30th July 2022, with the theme Sharing the Human Spirit Through Friendship, and World Day Against Trafficking in Persons, 30th July, Use and Abuse of Technology as a theme. So, as you all know, that every week we are commemorating the weekly events and daily events together on a weekday, on the weekend, that is on Sunday, and the international conference theme is also set on these international commemoration days. So once again, we welcome you all to the International Conference on Trafficking, Women, Health, Education, Environment, and Sustainable Development in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. So today we have, based on the set themes, we have eminent speakers and presenters lined up for today's sessions. We have Professor Aparna Vajpayee from Gujarat and Dr. Jayachandra from Hyderabad and Dr. Abhishek Rajesh Kumar Mehta from Parel University and Mr. Pradeep from Hyderabad and Dr. Y. Savitri from Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh, Dr. P. Ravishekar from Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh, and Ms. M. Varalakshmi from Hyderabad, and Dr. P. Amrita Lakshmi from Madras School of Social Work, Chennai, and Sri Ravichandran Ji, Chennai, and Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji from Uttarakhand, Matt Perliston from USA, and myself, Sri Dr. Ravindra, moderator and coordinator for this international conference and coordinator for Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. So, with this brief introduction about today's speakers and sessions, each session is scheduled for 30 minutes, but based on the speaker's requirements, few more minutes allowance has been given. And all the participants are requested to set your participant name as you require on the certificate, so that attendance is automatically taken from Zoom and it will be easy to issue certificates and to track attendance. Feedback form will be shared for each session, and also overall feedback form will be shared at the end of the conference, after last session, and the feedback is mandatory. So if you are unable to see, feedback form will be taken within the Zoom platform. No form will be circulated. So if you are unable to see the feedback form, which will be raised in the form of polls, you are requested to leave your feedback in the chat box. So either you can use the feedback form in poll, or you can use the chat box to provide feedback for each session. and also the overall session. Attendance is already being tracked by the Zoom platform, and feedback is mandatory for all the sessions. So you can continue to provide your feedback either through feedback form or through chat box after each session. If you have any queries, you can unmute yourself when we go for a Q&A session after each session, or you can, whenever you have any queries, you can put in chat box so that we can take it up after the session ends and in Q&A session. So with these instructions, hope everyone will adhere and let's everyone together conduct these sessions smoothly without any inconvenience to any of us. And the first speaker for the day today with us is Professor Aparna Vajpayee, Professor and Associate Dean, School of Liberal Arts and Management, PP Savani University, Gujarat, India. She is senior academician and has a lot of experience in and actively engaging in curricular and extracurricular activities and research activities. And she has various publications to her credit. Welcome you, ma'am, for your session on spirituality and endurance of life. Over to you for your session.
Okay, I'm trying to share my PPT. Good morning, all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, and you are on the 4th slide.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, now first slide. Yeah, you can continue, ma'am, please.
Okay, it is one of the research related to with the spiritual concept of mindfulness, and the study was done with the population of Bhutan. As you know, Bhutan is one of the Buddhist country, and Buddhism get a spread from India through Silk Route across the various part of the world, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Bhutan, China, Japan, Indonesia. In these all parts of the world, along with other parts, Buddhism get spread through Silk Route. But Bhutan is the country which was following Buddhism from that time to this time continuously, because it's one of, I can say, little isolated country in eastern region of Himalaya. So Buddhist is dominant homogeneous religious culture of the people, and with that they are following the concepts of mindfulness in their day-to-day life, in government doctrines of making policy for the nations. Even the HR policy of the nation is also imbibed with the Buddhist concept of mindfulness, and they have given a different name to that, with which they have included as a part of the government doctrine, which is known as GNH, or Gross National Happiness. And they said that happiness is more important than GDP, because materialistic achievements cannot really keep you happy for long. It is only through spiritual fulfillment and eternal happiness we can reach to a state of blissful state of mind and body to be happy in life. So with this concept, this is the background of research. We have made an effort to know, to measure the happiness, because in international indexing, if we see, the Bhutan's international indexing is in 97th position. And it is so because the parameters of measuring happiness are different in international measurement, and the measurement of Bhutan. In international measurement, they more talk about the materialistic aspects of life, such as if a person is having 3 BHK house, a car, and other luxuries of life, then they are considered to be happy. Yet in Bhutan, the king has taken this concept with different aspects, which is away from the materialistic achievements of life. And they say their people are more happy with that rather than depending upon the materialistic achievements. So this is the background of the research. And if we see that if you are chasing the materialistic achievement and being in race of materialistic achievement, one after another, it only arose the immense desire to satisfy one after another desire, and we keep on chasing that. In Sanskrit, the concept is known as Mrigatishna. So we think that our desire and needs will get satisfied, but we keep on chasing, and one after another desires are coming to us, and ultimately in the life there is no real peace or happiness. We keep continuing chasing desires and needs one after another. Customly, that make the slave of material enjoyment to accomplish all in a way of sine qua non. The same kind of finding was also reported by other Western scholars, and with that they introduce a concept of hedonic adaptation. When a desire comes, we try to satisfy that desire, and if it is satisfied, we get happiness. But after certain period of time, again another desire comes, and that again start disturbing our happiness to chase one after another. Like that, materialistic achievements are there, and it is just to complete the other alternate ways of growing the society. Eternal happiness, on the other hand, is a long path of achieving happiness in life. And it is different, and it's not depending upon materialistic aspects of achievement. So if I talk about the ethical idealism of Buddhist and its influence of Bhutanese culture, the culture of Bhutan is mainly imbibed with Buddhism. The concept of Buddhist happiness is tremendously full of thoughtfulness of rectification of mind, which influenced the life of Bhutanese widely under the concept of mindfulness. The idea contained in Buddha's teaching of thorough engagement with live reality, paradoxically, it is through such an engagement with oneself, the world and reality, that one is able to achieve a transient happiness, level-headedness, a deep sense of well-being and happiness. It's attainable through proper knowledge and practice in everyday life, which is close to the concept of equanimity of mind and tranquility of mind, the concept being described in Gita and Upanishads. Gross national happiness, the concept which have taken as a part based on the mindfulness concept of Buddhism and government doctrine of Bhutan, is an analysis as a policy framework, and its implication in various hemispheres of social, economic, as well as in psychological development has been studied in terms of public policy. So how gross national happiness as a policy of public doctrine is successful is being studied in this particular research. The idea are contained in Buddha's teaching of thorough engagement with live reality. Paradoxically, it is such an involvement of oneself with the world, with Buddhist teaching to achieve a blissful state of mind. And if we see the concept of Bhutan, in what scenario, as I earlier mentioned, that Bhutan is having 97th rank, because the international indexing is depending upon more materialistic achievements of life. Thus, in international scenario, Bhutan lagged behind in happiness, but with other psychological aspects of measuring happiness and emotional and mental well-being, our data is reflecting a very different picture and showing that people are really happy. You will be happy to know that when I went there, the environment there are no police station, the crime rate is less than 1%, and you can feel yourself safe even 2 o'clock of night in cold, cool, isolated mountains of Bhutan. So that was the background which influenced me. And we started studying the concept of happiness in terms of other indicators of measuring happiness. So the objective of the research was to explore the effect of gross national happiness policy on the happiness of Bhutanese people, how to really make people happy, to study how happiness in life is related with better prospects of life in terms of span of life. If studies are saying that a person is happy, then their health is better. And if health is better, then it also reflects with the span of life, or I can say with the longevity of life. So that was another objective of the research. And then we have also studied the effect of gross national happiness on longevity of life of Bhutanese people in terms of their average age in last 15 years. And we hypothesize that the practice of gross national happiness as a tool of happiness in day-to-day life of Bhutanese will reflect through enlarged span or expectancy of life. So this we hypothesize. The method of research was the secondary data, which we have taken from the Center of Bhutan Studies to study the impact of gross nationalness of Buddhism on happiness of Bhutanese. The systematic analysis of GNH has been considered with this indicator on psychological, emotional, and cognitive well-being to know the policy impact on their happiness. Although with this, I have also taken data of life expectancy of Bhutanese men and women of last 15 years to know how the happiness is in life is reflecting with the life expectancy of Bhutanese. Henceforth, I have studied the impact of happiness on life, on the life expectancy of Bhutanese people. Now, this is the result. We have taken various indicators of measuring the effect of gross national happiness policy, such as we have taken one variable, life satisfaction, positive emotion, negative emotion, spirituality, self-reported health, healthy ways of life, mental health, work, sleep, and literacy, values and its knowledge in life, transient skills of making themselves happy, community relationship, then fundamentals of fundamental rights of services in the Bhutan, then political participation. Like that, we have taken a big range of variables to know the impact of policy doctrine on the life of people of Bhutan. And overall, if we see the findings of the study, we found that 91.2% of Bhutanese are narrowly, extensively, or deeply happy in life. 43.4% of Bhutanese are extensively happy or deeply happy. Across the group analysis is showing that men are more happier than women. People lived in urban areas were found more happier as compared to the rural residents. Single and married people were more happier as compared to widowed and divorced or separated people. More educated people were more happier. Farmers were comparatively less happier as compared to the other occupational group. Across district, GNH has highest gross accomplishment in some parts of the Bhutan. We could notice the Bhutan, Thimphu, Paro, and lowest we found in Dagna, Mangar, Thali, Yangtze, and Turanga. So these were other findings of the study. If we see the life expectancy data with the adoption of gross national happiness policy, then from 2002 to 2015, in 2002, the average age of men and women in Bhutan was 62 years. Men with 62.29, women with 62.47. So average age in 2002 was 62, I may say. But slowly, with the adoption of policy, the average age of Bhutanese started increasing. And if we see the data of 2015, it has touched the average age of men and women 70.03 as an average. That means in a span of 13 years, the life of Bhutanese people have increased almost 8 years. So, which is one good finding, I may say, with the adoption of gross national happiness policy in Bhutanese life. This is the same data reflection with the help of a graph. You can see the life of both men and women were continuously increasing from 2002 to 15. And now that data is touching with the latest descriptions of Bhutan Center of Studies that the average age have reached 72 years in Bhutan, 71.9 in terms of women and 72.3 in terms of men. So overall, I can say now the span of life have reached to 72 years of life, 72 years. So in 20 years of a span of life with the adaptation of policy, the endurance of life have gradually increased and life expectancy of the people of Bhutan is now better. Other findings with this are saying that apart from 40.9 extremely happy person, the remaining population is also in the category of happiness only. It was moderate happy or narrow happy, but the people with the sadness or depression were almost missing in the population. So this is one very good thing in Bhopal. And recent research shows that 8.3% of Bhutanese people are deeply happy, 32.6% are extensively happy, 48.7% are narrowly happy, and 10.4% are unhappy. But this unhappy population is also not in the category of depressed or anxious people, as we can see in other developing or developed country, which is uniqueness about the Bhutanese population. These four groups are correspondingly to people who have achieved sufficiency in more than 76%, 66 to 76%, or 50 to 65% in 9 domains respectively. So in discussion, we can say that these parts we have included the Buddhist view of happiness and why the Bhutanese could adopt this policy in day-to-day life and how it has really impacted. Because if you see the gross GDP of Bhutanese is not that good as compared to many developed and developing countries of the world. But happiness is very subjective. It's not depending upon the materialistic achievement. Studies are showing happiness is more eternal And if we can use some tricks of mindfulness, it's overall helping us to be happy in life. So changing the way of orientation when can change the way we feel and live. However, while psychologists stress actively challenging negative thoughts and replacing them with more positive ones, Buddhists focus more on detaching yourself from all thoughts to create a state of tranquility, conducive to ultimate self-understanding or enlargement. Tranquility gives rise to balance of thought and clarity from which knowledge and wisdom come in life. Research has shown that practicing meditation regularly and being more mindful, that is focused on the present moment of the Bhutan, and which has beneficial effect for a range of conditions of life. These includes the absence of stress, anxiety, depression, poor sleep, cope with chronic pain. So with this absence, the people were found more healthy comparatively. It also has health benefits like reduced inflammation, improved immunity, and lower blood pressure. Thus, as the people were more healthy, the life span was relatively better as compared to many other countries of same GDP level. So the secret of health for both mind and body is not to mourn for the past, not to worry about the future, but to live the present moment wisely and earnestly. With these words of Buddha, I'm suggesting everyone to see the data, the beautiful finding, and to adopt some such thoughts in life to be happy across the life with more longevity of life. With this, thank you so much for having patience to listen. Thank you. Thank you so much. I end my presentation.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful presentation. It's very well given the perspective of happiness. It's not always the GDP or the materialistic things that always mount to happiness. We have seen also practically that in spite of having so much wealth and a very good salary, also very good income, also people are not happy and not satisfied with the occupation. They keep changing professions or occupations, even organizations. So a lot of factors, as you rightly mentioned in your research also, so contributes to the happiness. And we need to look into holistic perspectives of determining happiness or development of a nation or a country at large. So very well presented. The participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to share in chat box, or you can raise your hand so that we can unmute yourself, or you can unmute yourself. Okay, you can leave your feedback for the session, for the first session. Everyone is requested to leave your feedback through polls. Feedback form will be raised now. If feedback form is not visible, you can use the chat box to share your feedback. In the meanwhile, if you have any queries, you can continue to share providing chat box. As of now, there are no queries, ma'am. We will get back to you when there are.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for
Thank
Art
you, sir.
Sciences.
Thank you so much for giving us opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. Then we will move on to our next session. The feedback form will be closed in next 4 minutes. Now it's 11:46. It will be closed by 11:50. So quickly, everyone attend to the feedback form. You can be brief. And whoever is not able to see the feedback form, you can leave your feedback in the chat box. You can leave about your comments, observations, clarifications, or queries in chat box. You can select the host and you can share your feedback. We'll be starting our next session at 11:50 after ending the feedback form for session 1. So we request the next speaker to be ready. In the meanwhile, let me introduce the next speaker for the day. Dr. Jayachandra K, Vice President, Pure Earth Foundation, Regional Director, Center for Environment and Development, and he is also Advisor, Center for Innovations in Public Systems. Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. It will be closed in next 2 minutes. If you are unable to see the feedback form, you can leave your feedback in the chat box. So we will be moving on to our next session. Quickly fill up the feedback form. Yeah, so we have our next speaker, Dr. Jayachandra. We invite you, sir, to take over for your session on space technologies and resources in natural resource conservation and management. Over to you.
Thank you, Ravinder Garu. Good morning. Good morning to all the participants in today's webinar. So, I was a little unfortunate to attend the first session due to the power issue. Yeah, but God bless, it came back in right time. So I will move on to my presentation. I will share my presentation. And then hope it is visible to you all.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yeah. So this day to remember the nature, particularly the Mother Earth, because the nature for each planet is different, and we are very fortunate to have a wonderful environment and wonderful nature with the planet Earth, and that's the reason we are all here today, doing all our activities. Not only us, so many millions of biolife is surviving on this planet, that is Mother Earth. So few things we shall realize, though this looks little advanced subject technically, but it is one of the interesting and important subject even to understand by every individual, irrespective of whether educated or not, or all ages. So that is very important. So unfortunately, these subjects are not dealt at every stage of schooling, graduation, post graduation, and all. So though in recent times environment was introduced even at the professional courses and all, but that was considered like not that mandate subject, or like that some, it's not taking the prime seat. So it is very important that because of that, whatever beautiful environment, whatever nature gift we have, many people are not aware what exactly it is, and why a similar environment is not there in other planets. So, and how to sustain this, that is one of the main thing, and everybody should learn from it, how to sustain and how to preserve it for the next generations. So this is one of the important thing. At least recent times, it is a serious talk discussion across the globe. Many conferences, workshops, and many discussions are held, and involved the students into that. Something little, some conscious, response is there in the recent past, and that became little hot topic also everywhere for everything, because unless this nature and this environment preserves, you cannot plan your things as you like. So if you want to live as you like, plan your own way of living and own way of doing things on this earth, then you should have minimum responsibility to secure or to follow the nature and live accordingly. That is very important. The main thing is, if you see, look at this, the resources that are available existing on the planet Earth. We have broadly renewable and non-renewable resources, where the gifted renewable resources like light, air, and whatever land mass we have, and the great component called water. So these are the naturally gifted things, renewable resources we have on this planet, and a few other things like agriculture, forest, aqua, bio. These are all these are also renewable resources, but involved with human being, involved with us. The other thing is like air, sunlight, land, and water. These are the natural gifts to this planet Earth. You may not find the same composition of air and the same light. To be more specific, sunlight, we have to call along with the light, there are so many other radiations that are also coming from sun. So though we mentioning it is sunlight, but we get a lot of heat from that radiation, along with that radiation. Just check yourself in hot sun. You are in the open space. You feel hot, but you just walk, inside a tree, inside a tree, you feel cool. What is the reason? What happens to that hot, which is there outside? And when you come under the shadow of a tree, you feel cool. What is the difference? That means that heat being sent back, being emitted back by the green cover of the tree. So many things are there, interesting facts are there, and all are connected to our real life. There is a message, please move this window away. I didn't understand that, but okay. If at all any difficulty, I can put it in presentation mode. I found earlier this presentation mode sometimes not moving. That is the reason I kept in that mode. So if it is visible, I am grateful. So the interesting thing is we must know a little bit about this natural resources available on surface of Earth or the whole Earth planet. There are some resources, particularly non-renewable. They are all the resources that are there within Earth crust, like that whatever the lithology, morphology, and whatever the minerals, the oil and gases, these are also gift to our humankind, whatever it is, for everyone, everybody. And these things, once you exploit completely, then you may not hand over to the future generations. So they have to forget such. For example, if you take out the complete oils or gases, natural oil and gases from Earth crust, then what about the future? How the future generations will live? So we are using coal, oil, the natural gases, all these. Suppose if we exploit completely, though there is a percentage of renewability is there, it will renew a little bit, but you have to preserve. You have to preserve it. So that is why we must have some good awareness on the gifts that we have got it through nature. By nature, we have wonderful things for our life on this planet Earth. So I just throw few, some light on these topics. Particularly, if you look at this, say, I will take this here, the air that what it has, the Earth surrounding air, what it has, and how it has been, polluted. So you can see this. The nitrogen 78%, and then the oxygen. Both these two are the maximum dominated constituents of air, the nitrogen and oxygen. So knowing that, we should utilize them or plan these two gases, these two elements based life. Maximum, if you utilize, you will benefit more. So maybe in future, we don't know, but we have to say in future with nitrogen, which is abundant in the Earth surrounding the entire air composition, maybe put in use for different purposes. The research is on. And then certainly we find a different thing, advantages. The other carbon dioxide and other gases and other these things are less in percentage. But the other side, you see how is being polluted, the whole air. What are the major things? Some 6 major activity that is polluting this air. So we have once we have awareness, then automatically we will think how to reduce it, how to live by minimizing these. Certainly you can find some clean and healthy air around around us, and that areas will be there, will lasting for more decades and more generations. So you can see the majority is this dust, construction, all these, and we have just let me- so we have some 7%. This is from domestic waste, and 8% from industries, 9% from the diesel generation, diesel generator, and 14% from traffic, and 17% from waste burning. So this is how, these are some major, just major broadly. See, these are all connected by human activity. Okay, the dust and construction. So these two contributes more pollution, because urbanization everywhere, and by using latest things, latest methods. See, the construction in the old ages, those times there was not much dust and not much, the present methods, though simple living, but it was, that is why you find, take a research, check the people, their life, survival, age, health, everything when compared to the old age. You just check with your own family, every individual, check with your own grandparents and their grandparents, like that. They were healthy and happily without, because there was no hospital, nothing, no treatment, but still they lead a wonderful healthy life. The reason is these things were very minimum, very minimal. So if these are less in the composition of air, and automatically you will have that clean air. That is one of the main reasons for healthy life for all the things in surface of Earth. So we should take care of this. One of the resource that is gifted to us. The same air is not there in other planet, environment or atmosphere. You take every planet, its own atmosphere. This composition is not there, and this activity is not there. And basically, because of this is not there, there is no life. Not only other reasons also there, like this is the other thing. Even on earlier sessions, I explained this. So when you talk about the light coming from sun, though it, because why we can say it is light coming from sun, our eyes, particularly human, other living organs are different. Few animals can see the heat radiation also. That is called IR, infrared radiation. So sun emits the entire electromagnetic spectrum, electromagnetic radiation, which has several bands of energy that comes from sun, will reach the surface of Earth. An interesting thing, little in depth into this technology, not all the radiation that is emitted from surface of Earth will not reach the surface of Earth. Okay, the total radiation, the complete bands of electromagnetic radiation spectrum coming out from the surface of sun will not reach the surface of Earth. Then what happens? So here particularly you see the short wavelength radiation, which is like cosmic rays, gamma rays, X-rays and ultraviolet rays, whose wavelength is very small, like less than 1,000 part of a millimeter will be the wavelength, such a small wavelength, and it has high frequency. Interesting factor is all the radiation coming from sun will travel with the same speed like how light travels. That is 3 to 10 to the power of 8. So that speed, all the radiation will travel. How it will balance? Because if the wavelength is tiny, the frequency is very high. Similarly, other end of the radiation, it is long wavelength, where 10 to the power of +3, that is 1,000 meters is one wavelength. That means 1 kilometer and more than that. So one side more than a kilometer is wavelength. One side 1,000, less than 1,000 part of a millimeter is the wavelength. According to the frequency changes. So short wavelength, high frequency, long wavelength, low frequency. Therefore, n lambda, frequency into wavelength, balances the velocity of the entire radiation. This is the physics. And the interesting thing to remember is this short wavelength region, short wavelength radiation will not penetrate through ozone cloud. There is an ozone layer here. This is the cloud here. This is the ozone layer. Ozone layer. This is just about 10-11 kilometers from the surface of Earth. Ozone layer. So this ozone layer is nothing but it's not a layer, it's a cloud of O3, ozone. So this cloud, which is spread over kilometers together, this short wavelength is not able to penetrate and enter into Earth atmosphere. So we have to understand that. Even you imagine a situation in a foggy day. So the objects are, see, you are able to see a particular object, everything what you see through your naked eye. The meaning is your eyes are recording the radiation emitted by all the objects. What all you see, the meaning is all the radiation from that object, your eyes are able to sense it. That is the meaning. So if some objects are not seen, meaning is the radiation from that object is not reaching your eye. So in a foggy day, some few objects at a certain distance is not visible to you. Why? In non-fog day, you will see that object. There is a building. You will see in normal days. But in fog time, you can't see that. Reason is that means the radiation emitted from that object is not able to penetrate through that cloud because the cloud is so dense. Like that, the ozone layer is also a cloud spread over kilometers, and the radiation which are short wavelength not able to penetrate through that, and that reason these radiations are not reaching surface of Earth. These are one of interesting thing. If these reaches surface of Earth, what happens? Earth becomes one more planet like other planets in solar system without life. Then imagine how important that is, how important this situation is for Earth. So this is now human being has created. It is not creation of human being. It is God's creation if you believe God. Or if it is whatever you can say. So that is what you have to respect the nature, which is allowing the harmful radiation not to enter into Earth's surface. Therefore, we are all surviving today. If slowly the situation changes and the activity of human being on surface of Earth, if it dilutes the ozone cloud, like once sun comes, what happens? The fog, when the light intensity increases, the heat, the IR increases along with the light. Slowly the fog will disappear after a few hours. Same way, the human activity on surface of Earth, which is nothing but is nothing to do. You just increase the pollution, automatically the ozone layer will dilute it. So then you have to realize if that is the activity you continue without any concern or any conscious. So a day will be there in future that ozone layer cannot no more protect, and automatically the entire harmful radiation from sun will reach surface of Earth, and slowly everything will vanish because these radiation will burn everything. They can penetrate through everything, your bodies, your trees, your rocks, everything. The matter which cannot sustain beyond certain thing, all will, they collapse. So it will burn out, and then Earth also becomes like a iron ball. So this is how one more scientific reason, and these are all it is studied through space technology. It's understanding the weather, the atmosphere, atmospheric constituents. Beyond atmosphere, what is there? That is called space. There is no effect. There is no matter at all. It is space. So like that, we are utilizing this space and doing so many activities. So today, the meet we are sitting across different locations and able to hear, able to see each other. These are all possibility of this communication technology. That is one of the first space application from the world. So maybe I can take with you a slide. Yeah, you can see this. There is some space activities because in some hurry I prepared some different locations there are. So the space technology, it refers to, you know, developing spacecrafts, satellites, space stations, and what are all its related infrastructure, equipment, and all. So this all put together, we call it space technology. So the main thing is the communication systems. So these communication systems, see, a few years back, we are totally ignorant about the other part of the globe, what is happening in other side, everything. Only if some people talks, something comes out. So there was even before few centuries or decades back, there was no communication also, like seeing what is happening other side part of the globe. The entire communication, that is TV and whatever live things you are able to witness today, that is because of satellite transmission. The information from one location will be transmitted through space, that is nothing but space link, satellite link. And the space link means satellite is placed in the space. It is placed to move in an orbit like this kind of thing. Like, okay, yeah. So this is the situation. You can see here, very long from the surface of Earth, around 35,000 kilometers. So that what happens is, if some information is linked to this satellite, which is there at 35,000 beyond, and that satellite, you know, sends again this radiation to the Earth, to entire other part of the world, and all these things will travel with the speed of light. That is the reason a cricket ball bowled, you will see without lag. There is no lag. What time he bowled, released, the same time you can also see here, because the information is traveling such a speed, great speed, just like the speed of light. Because I told just before, all the bands of electromagnetic radiation coming out from sun will travel with the same velocity, same speed. Therefore, there will not be any time lag. So this radiation, that is why the first space technology's application is communication, through which not only communication, even weather information is also, you know, procured, and what all predictions, what all happenings in future, all these things we are able to understand and, you know, warn the people before cyclones, before any weather changes. So too much hot, too much of rain and all these things, we're able to get it predicted through the satellites. So both communication satellites and weather satellites, so they belong to this, the first generation of satellites, man-made satellites. And the second group is remote sensing satellites. That is to sense the Earth, that is nothing but take pictures of Earth, photos of Earth. So that will be, you know, making you to see how other part, how the entire world is there, where what resource is there. So this is the one of the crucial technology, like this first one. This will reveal what is there at what location on planet Earth. So where what resource, natural resource is available. Why oil is not there in Indian coast or Indian land mass? Why we are importing from some Gulf countries or some other part of the globe? Similarly, some part of the world is not able to produce paddy, produce agricultural products like how India produces. So the reason is the resources, naturally resources, where they are, what potential, that means where a particular resource, what resource is there and what is its potential, that means how much it is, what is the extent. So the prime objective of the satellite technology is nothing but sensing of Earth or capturing photographs of Earth, is to find the different natural resources and their potential, how much it is. So this is how the whole Earth will be taken pictures, sensed continuously from space. So it started in 1970s from America. The first satellite, sensing satellite to this world is Landsat in 1972 by America. And there onwards, India also started learning from the experiences of America. A team was sent to US and studied around 80s. After understanding and studying and observing all the techniques, so they started Indian scientific community started, and they came with satellites like Aryabhatta, Bhaskara. These are the experimental satellites, and then brought this IRS series, Indian remote sensing satellites called IRS-1A, IRS-1B, IRS-1C, 1D, then a resource satellite, IRS-P2, like this. Then present we have Cartosat. So it's a continuous process. It's an evaluation from from a very low resolution. See, if you look at the pictures from satellite, before 2000 year, there were only two classes, low resolution and medium resolutions. Low resolution meaning is beyond 20 meters and above, that we all call low resolution. There is one more resolution, coarse resolution, beyond 100 meters. Beyond 100 meter resolution, it is called coarse resolution. 100 to 20 meter, it is low resolution. From 20 to 5 meter resolution, medium resolution. So we witnessed the low and medium resolution till 2000 year. And at the end of 2000 year or 99, like that, we started getting 1 meter resolution of photos of Earth. Then you may wonder, today we are producing 0.25 meter, 25 centimeter resolution photos are being produced. And you can see, I just take you to one picture where it is. I just, of course, this is the example. This is the example of the satellite picture with the 23.5 meter resolution, say around 25 meter resolution. Of course, we are not talking the detailed subject here. There are different walks of life participants are there. All may not appreciate, may not find it so simple and easy. So this is how satellite pictures look like. This belongs to the erstwhile two districts, Telangana state, Adilabad and Nizamabad. These two belong to Andhra Pradesh, Anantapur and Chittoor district of the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh. Because now both states have divided into more districts. That's why they are the erstwhile districts. An interesting thing is what you see here, one secret I'll tell you, what you see red color here in the satellite picture is green on the surface. Maybe in-depth knowledge will make understand. Because the photography or the sensing of satellite is not just similar to how our eye do, how our cell phone camera does, your phone digital camera does. So they sense only in light. That means 3 bands RGB. Whereas satellite senses beyond these 3 bands, IR band also, infrared band also. And infrared band cannot be seen through naked eye. Therefore, what happens? That entire information of infrared will be assigned to red color. Therefore, the entire green on the surface will be looking red here. And they have red with different colors you have. You can see dark red, brick red, the pale pink, those things. But these belongs to the different species or different ages of the green, ages of vegetation. Hundreds of years vegetation in forest will be the brick red. You can see this brick red here, Adilabad forest areas. And the crop areas you can see in Nizamabad, you can see the bright red. And still you go, you will find some pinkish and kind of different tones. So all red tones represents the different ages and different size of the vegetation. It plants with hundreds of meters, plants with just a few meters, or any crop with few meters like sugarcane, then 3-4 meters. And a crop like tomato, mirchi, something like that, it's only few feet, less than a meter. And a crop like further small. And finally, grassy surface, grass of few inches. even that also vegetation. So like that. Now you see, of course, I will just check, take even the satellite picture, though it is low resolution, but still you can see the sugarcane crop, how it looks with this red color. And this color, this is not just like bright red and not like this. So this is actually this soil, loosened soil for cropping purpose. If this gives like this color, looks like this, and a surface with grassy, few inches of grass and all will look not complete red, but not complete like this, a mixer like this. So this is how you have to understand the low resolution. And this is what I am telling the present. This is actually 40 centimeter resolution. With 40 centimeter resolution, you can see the buses, see the plants, see the buildings, everything. And even you measure a building rooftop, how much area it is, and you can calculate, you can also check with the ground. Suppose this building, what is its roof area? With some procedure, if you can calculate the area and it matches with the ground. So that is where this technology is sensing of Earth. Now, through many other technologies also there, not only satellite. Satellite through highest resolution is 0.25. And to get better pictures than that 0.25, there is another technology close to Earth, but it is a local technology called drone, through which you will produce 20 to 5 centimeter resolution. That means even a small thing you drop on the road and a photograph you capture with a drone with 10 centimeter or 5 centimeter resolution, something like a book, on a road also or anywhere also, you can be easily checked in that photograph. So like that. So because of this entire sensing, the basic I told, it is for the purpose of knowing the resources available on the surface of Earth and how best you are going to utilize it. That was the main objective. So this side, another thing, this may also explain you the same thing, like these technologies, like for example, we are frequently witnessing the cyclones and all. For example, you see the space technology related. See, the space technology, one of the applications is sensing of Earth, and the sensing of Earth photos has opened a technology called geospatial technology, geographical information system, and where the Earth photos or the Earth information will be mapped. And if you map like this, and this is how the coastal districts of Andhra Pradesh, and then and if you check, the line is, you see here in this insect, these are the location, that means somewhere a cyclone form, and this is the direction it is going to move. So this will be given an approximate movement, a path in which the cyclone is going to move will be announced in the IMD bulletin, Indian Meteorology Bulletin, press releases. So that you can map it like this, then you will understand it is going to cross the land at this place. So this is a wonderful, simple, small example of this slide. In some year, though it is a very old cyclone, 2013, Lehar it is called. So that 24/11, that particular day, as per IMD prediction, the cyclone is going to cross the land. This is near Kakinada of East Godavari district. The second day, it showed an inclination to move little away, northern. That is, this side, if you go, this is Vizag, this is Tuni, something like that. So it is moving towards that direction. And in the third day, suddenly changed the direction. From here, it fall down to the place near, between Krishna and West Godavari. And finally, this is the actual day when it crosses the land. The storm cross the land. So whenever it is cross land, you experience heavy rainfall in that area. So with all these just 4 peaks, you could understand the prediction, the way it can go and affect where heavy rainfall is predicted like this. And then finally, this is the place it crossed. If you don't do this timely, suppose with the day 1 prediction, you sit here alerting all these people in this area, so there will be heavy rainfall. So be careful, and the district collector and our administration are putting alert. They are doing all the necessary system. But finally, lands here, if it cross the land here in Machilipatnam, the government is acting here, the damage is being done here. And a continuous, according to changes of its direction, if you map them, and then accordingly you change its your planning, your preparedness to handle the situation. So this is what the governments are, I was observing from several years. This is how the disaster management division, department in states and the country, they act. And where the inputs from space technology, that is what I want to say. So this is how we sit here and we will be taken care by the government. And who is behind? There is a technology. That is what I just want to introduce to you. So many ways, like whatever we see, something happening in another part of the globe, sitting here, you have to think little. So this is due to some technology. And similarly, whatever resources we have, and how best we can utilize, and how we can develop, what we can produce. So this is how, that is what nothing but the global awareness and knowledge is very important. So maybe I just take out and maybe in another few minutes, I'll try to. So I'll take you to this. When it comes to the resources, as I mentioned, so many things are there. It is very difficult to put it in a class or hour time, something like that. So at least the major things, water is one of the important things. After air, we just had few points about air, and if we are reduce the activity of the polluting activity, if we are aware of it, every individual, every citizen, every young boy is aware of those things, certainly there will be a change. So like that, how to protect our air, a clean air. Then water. See, first thing, why? Because few seconds only or few minutes only you can live without air. Similarly, few hours only you can live without water, or few days. Days also again it comes in hours only. So that is why next priority resource is water. And water, if you look at, and so many things and so many activities, human activities, spoiling and polluting these water bodies and damaging the natural phenomena. For example, urbanization, though it is mentioned in the last, what is happening in urbanization? So you are disturbing the natural drainage system. You are leveling the entire thing. Though the water will flow from higher elevation to lower elevation. That is in nature. That is the nature of law. But what we are doing, we know, maybe for respect Hyderabad, hundreds of water bodies were there in 80s, 70s. You go to 70s. Hundreds of water bodies, small or whatever size. Now they come down to very few. They all got encroached. Now the original drainage system, suppose the real rainfall repeats, like what is happening in present few weeks, in the beginning of this year's rainy season, monsoon season. So much damage is being happening. Every year we are witnessing this. This is the cause is you have troubled, you have damaged, you have leveled, and you continuously remove that natural system. Then where that water goes? So that is what we are buying problems, because we are violating the law of nature, and we will be punished by the nature also, same way. So that is why. So similarly, you see many cities across the world. Many cities will be built up on the banks of rivers, banks of major water body, or on seashore. Why? Water is one of the main thing for life. So that is the reason. Even villages also, the principle is same. Even a small village where they start building, little elevated, and there should be a nearby water body. So that water and a little elevation is not, they will not flooded when it is a rainy season. This is the common sense. Without scientific knowledge, very long back, the worldwide settlement concept was began with that thought process. So protecting, they might have experienced by building a structure, a small hut, something in the low levels, and once they lost their the property or whatever it is, they realized, and then they have taken the right decision, built near a water body, but in the upper elevation side. But that principle, though we are supposed to follow, we are not following. The entire system is collapsed, system is spoiled. You see in all the cities across the globe, the people who are the government or whoever responsible people who should permit construction built up, they are not following the rules, simply allowing wherever they want. So there is no methodology. This mapping technology that will that will provide where it is low elevated, where it is high elevated, where you can give, allow built up, where you should not allow, where what activity should be there in and around of a town, that is called master plan. These all things are possible because of the satellite sensing, producing high resolution pictures and all. Like that, the many rivers, so the cities are built, towns are built on the banks, automatically because urban and human is there, he started encroaching that river. When a river gets flooded, half of that city will be damaged. Then whom you will blame? So this is what we do. So like, rejuvenation and riparian of rivers, the banks, so many things are there. These are all, it's not the right time and not comfortable time to spend. Already I have reached my given time. These are the nature's activity. You see here, this all is going to submerge. And you see how the river got shrink. So even this will continue after if you ignore it. Okay, there can be, this is the what happened. You see why you should build so close. So this is how, this is the human activity. And then I just touch upon the another, maybe the, after water, the vegetation is very important. That comes under, the world is committed to preserve certain land under every, country's geography as a reserved forest. That is why government has the major stakeholders here, major stake in protecting the nature. That means after air and water, the vegetation, the forest cover. So at least you call forest or whatever non-forest area, but it is reserved to preserve the nature where all other biolife also should survive. So these things. And again, what is happening again, I'm not going in depth into this. That is again a big subject. So, and you think about your own, the activity of your government and your own people, how they are misusing and spoiling these natural resources. Then how you expect a good life and a balanced, successful life on planet Earth? That you have to pose your question. Another thing is this agriculture. This again human activity. And then, of course, I just take out, you see this, for example, of course, this is a water cascading system. Cascading system in one water body from higher elevation to lower elevation. You have to give connectivity. Then what happens? Water will not go waste. It starts filling all water bodies. So it strengthens the groundwater in that area. Then see what is the main reason, main cause, for any vegetation growth or any kind of development in that area, or productivity of land from land. If no water, many parts of the globe, it is waste because of non-availability of water. In several African countries, in Gulf countries, because of water, there is no agriculture, there is no vegetation activity. So like that is why, wherever possible, these are certain measures that you can derive and learn from space technology. And these are watershed methods. And you see in forest, where vegetation is there, where gaps are there, where to take plantations, these things. So this technology will provide us all these things. And similarly, this is the afforestation, the plantation activity to take up. Okay. And another important thing, as an individual, because think the individual number is more than institutions, than governments, than any organization and bodies. Individuals are more. So if every individual feels it responsible takes up some activity, favor to the nature. That's what I want to say. In favor to the nature, in-house, outside house. This outside plantation, in-house plantation. This is a wonderful activity. Default, that is where we had in last time when I joined, I thought of bringing up some changes in education system, where from the childhood, like from kindergarten, the children should expose it to love the nature and understand the environment and start, planting. So that's where I proposed the last time. There is a now that is going to happen in very soon. The next week will be the registration of Viswavasudha Educational Society, and through which the young kids will, start learning planting. And once they plant, they love it, and whatever they love, their parents also loves. So this is the connection. This is the bond where you tie this, and this is what we identified through that. And our Ravindra Garu also knows, and we spoke on that day also. So that way, if the young kids do anything, because the parents love that kids, automatically they love their activity. So we thought this kind of awareness, this kind of activity should be brought from the very young age. So from 2-3 years age, people join the play school, kindergarten schools. If they must plant every month one, like that every year 12 plants minimum, 12 different types, like a rice plant, like some other vegetable, what they eat in their, and then some other big plants also like that. So if these young kids do, automatically, like every birth, see, yearly once is nothing but it will be very less. That's why every month one, and after next month, first working another plant like this. This is what we had a few plants. So thank you. I took a little extra time. So this is what I just want to share few things connecting to space technology, because it is one of the available in abundance. You have to just check, want to just apply your thought process in that direction, you will find solutions to know the world. That is why you can sit and see a street in America, a street in developed country, and I'm very happy to say few days back, just yesterday or before yesterday, 2 days back, Hyderabad street view also there in Google Earth. That means sitting in computer, you can see the street, how it looks when you are standing in that particular place. Okay, street views, the real pictures. So the technology has grown to that extent. These are all part of space technologies, sensing of Earth and all. So thank you, Ravindra Garu. Thank you all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jayachandra Garu, for the wonderful and insightful session. And as you rightly said, the education and awareness should be imparted from the kindergarten itself, even before at the younger age, so that children are very active and the development goes at a very faster rate. So when they learn at that stage, it's very easy for them to adapt and practice. And as you rightly pointed out, the children are often, whatever activities they take, are always encouraged and promoted by the parents also. And if those activities are constructive, productive, and which are contributing to the sustainable development and welfare of the society, then that is the greatest contribution that our young infants and children are contributing, so that they themselves will act as a role model for the parents and all the upcoming generations. It's a very good idea. It was being shared and also discussed. So it's a very good concept. In fact, nowadays these play schools are merely limited to certain activities, and we have seen a lot of abuse that happens to the children also. We have seen many case studies where, many incidences where in play schools, children are drugged to sleep for hours together, so that the caregiver's burden is also reduced. these kind of play schools really create a kind of unrest or impatience among the parents also. Not every school is like that, but such incidences create an alarm also. So instead of things like that, if we have some curriculum, holistic curriculum like this, then definitely I think the future generation would be the bright generation. And a recent report also, Arctic has almost reached, I think, 1.5 degrees. So it is almost reached the melting point of glaciers, and it is expected the sea rise, I mean sea levels would be rising by 8 meters. 8 meters is not a simple thing. Many countries will get submerged in ocean, and coastal areas, including even India. I think 16 to 18 cities, coastal areas have been identified as per the recent IPCC report. And even there is a near threat to all these coastal cities. So we have to be very careful, and these initiatives at a very younger age will help us, not only the present generation and future generation. It was very wonderful once again for sharing us and joining us your thoughts. To participants, if you have any queries or observations or comments, you can feel free to share your thoughts or comments or observations in chat, or you can unmute yourself, or you can raise your hand. There are few appreciation messages in chat box. Thank you all. Thank you, Jay Chandra Garu, for joining us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
On behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing, and also on behalf of all the participants, we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future.
There is somebody, please, somebody raise this.
Yeah,
you want me to answer? Madhusudan, Dr. Madhusudan Garu. Please share your thought.
Can unmute yourself, Madhusudan Garu?
Yes, sir. Yes. So I think it is much needed for our means now the climate change, everything. Even the UN has given some 17 this sustainable goals.
Yes.
So that all we should be knowing means so that in future we will be having this kind of this plastic waste, all the things are there, no, which is creating mess with our environment. So that we can get rid of and we can create awareness about that. So that will be better for our humanity and for us on the whole. Like we can prevent the ozone hole wider, means it is already hole is created. So further, if the hole means we can do something so that the pollution will be less, and like ozone or some CFC gases, all some initiatives we can take in future. So to reduce that and to bring down the ozone holes increasement.
Yes, sir. Yes.
You can plan.
I agree. But earlier I mentioned about this, sir, Madhusudan Garu, with your permission. See, more than awareness. See, awareness, 100% everybody agree. But more than awareness, I feel the governance across the globe should be very strict. Then see, you mentioned plastic. See, why the governments of the countries not banning single use at least? See, the plastic is part of our life. You need so many things will be manufactured with that material. But the single use, which is, creating a big issue for so many, aqua life, and even even the cows and all animals also. See, this one, why don't these governments across the globe ban it? See, instead of creating awareness, don't use it. See, why don't you stop it? Why don't you stop this? See, if a person who produces the single use that microns, less than certain microns, How long this Narendra Modi, how long this other, whatever the presidents of these countries will just talk about, awareness and give only talks? Why don't they act? It is time
Yeah,
to
yeah.
act. It is already, we had seen enough loss.
I agree with you, sir. But for example, there should be any alternative that also they
No
have
need,
to
no need. See, sir, a decade, or I can say, for example, 3-4 decades back in 70s. I hope you are there. You were born on
No,
70s.
I was born in 1985. So,
Okay. Before even in your childhood, I can say before 90s. Before
Okay.
90s, there was no plastic. It was only either paper or a bag cloth used to take. I remember
after
my
90s
parents.
only the usage
My
has
parents
increased.
never had. If you go to market, village weekly market, you get things in paper, all in paper, and in a cloth bag they used to bring. There was no plastic. In 90s, what I'm talking, just before 90s. See, that is why it is, see, wherever it is being produced of that dimension, you stop it, you take stringent action, punish them. See, stop production. If there is no production, what you will do? You take alternate one. Why to think about alternate? What do you think about all? Suppose if you feel I don't get any plastic cover if I go outside, then you automatically find yourself to carry something to bring your belonging, whatever you want to buy. So you have to change that. See, unless you make a act, do the governance, strict implementation, this will not resolve it with just awareness. So everybody talks, but the same person will use it. When it comes to implementation, it is difficult, sir. That is what I feel. Only a solution is to stop it.
Should be given. Means plastic is now in everyday life we are using, so it is not very easy to get rid of it. Slowly we can do.
No, I am talking about not all the plastics, sir. Only single-use carry bags. Suppose a bag with some thickness, we are going to use again and again. That is called multi-use. I'm talking about single-use plastic. Taking, throwing out. So taking it and throwing out. This you first ban as step one. Step one, you ban it. That is what I'm requesting this country, these governments. That is not being done. I don't understand for whom sake they are not taking actions. It's a really big question, sir, in this country.
No, most of the single use have been banned, sir.
No, sir, only talk, sir. See, what is that the concerned departments are doing? Why it is still available in the market? Why it is still there in every vegetable shop? It is still there in every general shop, something like that. So you act on it, that's all. There are so many ways that government is imposing.
Even many manufacturers are manufacturing using that plastic. Like for example, now for Kurkure or something they are taking. So from manufacturer side also they have to able to bring some alternative to this. That's what I feel.
Yeah, that's what. See, that is why if banning is done to some extent, then alternate process will come out. So it will evaluate.
Yes,
see, a danger thing to this nature. This is the danger. All water bodies, all even many natural things are just spoiled because of this plastic. So you ban it and see, let the people take alternate. Will this public go and ask the government, chief ministers and prime ministers, sir, plastic you removed, what I should do? No, they automatically see when they raised petrol, diesel prices. Will anybody going and questioning in this country? They're automatically following that. If you don't like, you stop and use a bicycle. Automatically, people, suppose you make 1,000 rupees a diesel, then people who can't afford it, they will stop their vehicles and they use bicycles.
They will go in bicycle.
That is what you have to do. You are a right administrator, do this. That's what I pray. That's what I advise.
Yes,
See, awareness is not a right thing. Awareness, I am being hearing from decades. But awareness, how long it will? Because it is very difficult to change. See, negative things in this technological age. This is a technology age, sir. Here, negative will spread like anything than the good things. That's what everybody knows. This is how I am happy to interact with you. Is the right point. Because everybody, we have to think. See, there is a way is there, but the thing is, our ways we are not following. We are simply expecting people only to change. When you will change? So people are always selfish deeds.
Many people don't know the disadvantage of using plastic. That's why they are promoting.
That's why you see, when you can't educate people, At least you do action, act it, create a GO, create a rule, bring an act, then implement it. That is only the solution. See, one side, you may go off after a few years. We may go off, we all, but what about the future? So nobody is thinking of that. Useless. There are so many things, people saving for, thousands of years without realizing whether after thousands of years, planet Earth will be there for this, with these conditions of living. Can they predict that? They're not thinking.
For example, our forefathers or ancient peoples have left temples or something. We will be leaving plastic and pollution if we are not.
That is what. See, that is what we should feel ashamed to leave some bad thing to the society before we die. I personally feel it very bad. That is where I told, individually, if you, bring up some plantation, something, it's a wonderful overall solution to everything. At the same time, this is another important thing to stop using it. And then stop using. See, you will not say no to a person who is offering a plastic cover, putting your things in that. You don't say no. But that fellow should say, sir, there is no plastic cover with us. We'll put it in paper. You bring a bag. We'll put all paper packs.
Yeah, they have actually banned, but the rule is not strictly implemented.
It's not implementing. That is what I am telling, the shame of the government.
That's what they have to do.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. See, here, the change has to come from ourselves. It's not government or, yes, as Jayachandra sir has said, government has to take, because it has responsibility to, and it has the control over the things. But government has done its duty in the very first place by banning it. Now, what is the responsibility of the public then to follow those guidelines, to follow that law? We are most irresponsible fellows on the planet who don't even care for the law. Government has banned, so we also need to ban that. Then whose responsibility is that to follow government instructions? Is it the government is not, and we public are government, right? We are electing the government.
If we are not following, government should have some strict rules, no? Like they have to enforce fine or
definitely. Something. See, that is what happened, in the past also, and now also.
Ravindra Garu, I have to, sorry to interrupt you. See, I give an example, the ruling, the governance. For example, in Dubai, in Singapore, some countries, so many are there. You can't throw a waste paper on road. A waste paper on road. I was shared by a live example by none other than the former Director General of Police, Andhra Pradesh. When he visited, he was at DGP during 2016-17, around that period. When he visited Singapore, because the proper communication, proper information, proper publicity about the law and action will be there among the country. Whoever, even outsiders, a person from India who is habituated to spit everywhere, habituated to throw everywhere, if he enters there in that country, everywhere that kind of alarming will be there, information will be there. So he just like some waste paper you throw on road and he walked, and suddenly he recalled the message and the kind of things at the airport he heard a message. So you are stepping in, people comes from different part of the globe and entering into Singapore airport. And what you have to do, how you have to behave, they are giving with continuous voice over. So he realized that, and he went back and picked that waste paper, put it in his pocket, walked till dustbin and put inside that. See, in Dubai, if you spit, there is a penalty, and that penalty will be heavy. If you throw something on road, penalty will be heavy. But here it is, this is a useless vote politics country. For everything, you are not going to take action. So you have so many biases, so many useless things for just selfish act of you political interest. That's all. So if you are strict, it doesn't matter. You rule, bring the good things to the society. Even if you are not there in the next term, what is there? Be happy that you brought some good things to the society. Happily, you can take go out from that. If people likes your policies, they will bring you back. but no system, no political person is there into that in India. So this is what is happening, sir. So the discipline
Yeah,
that comes
we'll,
with the governance. It is
Thank you,
100% we will do,
Jayachandra
sir.
garu.
Yes, sir.
We are running out of time, so we'll take up this discussion at some other point of time. See, at the end of the day, political parties are there with their own agendas, political leaders are there with their own agendas. But as
But
a public, we
they are
have,
only deciding and ruling the country, no?
yeah,
The entire administrative system is also following the footsteps of
no,
political
sir.
system.
In Telugu, we say, na, vaadiki lekapothe manakanu undali kada annattu.
No, I agree, sir. I agree,
So,
sir. But at the same
we
time,
have, yeah.
in this populated country with so much of population, with a diversified background, like educated, uneducated, so many things are there, so many professions. So you have to educate. See, difficult to educate. For example, an industry producing dust itself, because that is their livelihood. Then how to give an alternative to that? You should think whose job it is. That is job of intellectuals, scientific community, and then administrators, then the political system. They all should work in coordination, give a right solution to that fellow who is producing some wrong thing in this nature. So this is how your job, but you are leaving that you always think only one mandate. A person becoming into power, how to get back to power, only the 5 years mission in this Indian politics. Is it not true? Tell me anybody.
Yeah,
that is
yeah,
the
that is
fact of
there.
Indian
That is one
political system.
factor, political factor. But other than that, we have to work on social factors and other factors also. So, as you rightly pointed out, but yes, we all need to work together. It's not that only government or only industry or only public. We all need to come together, and we are creating demand. In fact, we are, by going to shop and asking a plastic cover, we are creating a demand. Instead of let's not use plastic, let's take one paper bag or a cloth bag. And what that shopkeeper will do if stock doesn't move? He says, whenever the plastic supplier or the vendor comes to give, he say, no, already my last packet is still there. What I will use? You take back your stock. So similarly, the demand supply, which is created by the public only, so we need to stop using it. Then automatically the demand will fall for that, and supply will also come down, and there will be no production.
Good solution, sir. But you have the result, you have the past experience. What it tells, this method will take decades.
Yeah, that is
a method comes from government, a stringent action, just in days. For example, Narendra Modi banned the vote notes, whatever you call. Okay, with minutes it got implemented. No, with minutes you stopped using that currency.
Yeah.
Why can't this same method you use it for banning single-use plastic? Is my question straight away. Like you brought it from 8 o'clock or from now onwards. See, after the Prime Minister announcement to this country, from this minute onwards, you cannot use these things, or only next 2 days. You can only put it in banks. You cannot. Nobody takes, nobody gives. But only whatever you have, put it in the bag within 1 week. Something like that he told. So everybody has plastic. So whatever you have to use it within so and so date. Beyond that, it should not be seen. And anybody who produces will be brought behind bars. Why can't take action the same mode? Because it is a high need of the hour, sir. That's what I feel.
I think the recent thing happened is the single-use ban plastic, that is below 50 microns of plastic is the production has stopped, but the supplies are being circulated.
Maybe one day it will end up. It will end up once it is stopped. That is what I am expecting. See, you stop the production and take action on people who are producing it.
Yeah, production has been stopped. It has been banned, and industries also.
Maybe we both will check after 6 months, sir. In this kind of webinar, let us see that day also. Maybe in the month of December, we will see whether we'll find single plastic again in the market, or it is totally disappeared. Because this is a slow process. Let us see. Hope for the positive. See, we are all there to be happy with some good things are happening around us, either by public contribution or the government implementations. So thank you. It took a long discussion and all. Thank you, Madhusudan sir. And then,
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Jayachandra Garu. See, this is all part of our awareness campaigns and programs. No, we are trying to promote through these seminars, workshops, conferences, and also offline, online, and hybrid mode. We are trying to create awareness. We are trying to invite different walks and domains of eminent speakers, subject experts to share this knowledge, and we have kept entire platform free and open for all, freely accessible, and equity and equality, and leaving no one behind. If you are a subject expert and if you want to like to share something, so you can always approach us, and like not only as any platform where we can share these thoughts, and we can create and change. We can contribute to the change. That is what we are doing. All these conferences or workshops or seminars or webinars are an attempt to create more awareness and try to bring out behavioral change, attitudinal change towards sustainable development. So our series itself is named as under International Webinar Series on Holistic Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development. These are what we are focusing, because health is wealth. That leads to well-being of the individual and nation, and also sustainable development. So we will continue to bring more awareness. Daily we are organizing That's Why program, because 2030 is near, and sustainable development goals we have set target as 2030. So we need to speed up the kind of activities that need to be taken to achieve, so that the damage is minimized. So we are continuing to do our part in whatever way we can, by organizing more such online awareness programs and offline as and when required, and as and time permits. So do continue, contribute, and we will move on to our next session. The feedback form for session 2 has been raised. So kindly fill up the feedback form for session 2. If you are unable to see the feedback form in polls, you can directly share your feedback in chat box. Then next we have our third session, Dr. Abhishek Rajesh Kumar Mehta, Assistant Professor, Parul Institute of Engineering Technology, MCA, Parul University.
Sir, I'm here.
Yeah, good morning, welcome.
Yeah.
You can now start your video and start your presentation.
Yeah.
So we invite you to take over for your session on the impact of development, education, and education for sustainable development interventions.
Yeah, true.
A synthesis of the research. Over to you.
Okay. Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee and the Ravindra sir to giving me such an opportunity in this conference to discuss about the educational development. So my today's topic, so here I'm sharing my screen with you all, just to give me the acknowledgement it is visible or not.
Yeah, it's visible. Please continue.
Okay. So the topic is the impact of development education and education for sustainable development environments, and a synthesis of research. So basically the education, the development of education after COVID-19, that is the online. And in the online, as we people are seeing, as I am the professor, and when I conducting the lectures online, at the same time, we don't know about it that the students are actually, they are learning or not. They are in the meeting, but they are actually learning the subject, they are actually learning the topic or not. but the sustainable development of the education that is necessary for each and everyone. So what is a sustainability? What is a sustainable development? So the development which meets the needs and present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. And the needs is nowadays that is education. As many universities, many private universities and many government universities are working on that they are providing the good educations to the students. So the sustainable development that is necessary with the ICT tool, the ICT tool, that means that is the technology, using the technology. If we are in any situation, using that technology, we are giving the knowledge to the students. As here, I'm sharing my knowledge with you all. That is the one ICT tool, Zoom meeting. Using that, we are sharing the knowledge with each other. We are sharing the ideas with each other. So the sustainability and the development is a concept, and sustainable development is not just the economic growth, but it depressed up in the language of deliberate affections and knowingly of not by those who care nothing for the earth in order to fool us into a thinking that they are taking her and the concern seriously. It is also a concerning about the concept of ESD and argues that the hitting and happening and called as education for sustainable contractions. So in which the climate change thread move away from the current denial that a business as usual, the mindset and the response to the need of transformation. We need to transform our education in the different prospects, as we are nowadays, each and every university and the institutions are using the NEP 2020 National Education Policy. In the National Education Policy, there are many good policies that is designed by the government to provide the good education for the assessment from the starting, the when the students are taking the admission in the universities. At the same time, which program that we need to organize first. After that, what are the examinations that we need to plan for the students for their grabbing new knowledge about the any subject of any programs. So we are now using the NEP, National Education Policy. So everything we thought was the good turns out to be a bad. It is in act of a kindness to travel of your cousin's wedding. Now it is also an act of the cruelty. It is the good thing to light a stress at night. But the climate change tells us this kills more people than it saves. So the climate change demands a several of our moral compasses. The climate change that is demands to several of moral compasses. Even based on the climate changes, the people having the good things, the streets at the night, so for which we are plainly unprepared. So that is the education. So one professor of the Gammon of the university that suggested the standard of living has increased dramatically and happiness has increased not at all, but some cases is damaged slightly. Sometimes what happens when we are teaching to any of the students, but sometimes in the online classes, not we have any satisfaction of any of the subject, but when I compare with online to offline, I am satisfied with the teaching. So that is the happiness of the each and every teachers. So I the trapping where wealth and the power, and I will be unable to live a truly comfortable, that creative and composite life. So much of my time taking care of the houses, the household gadgets, the silverware, and the China computers. I will need to work hard to earn enough, not meet my needs, but to service these passions. So in any of the passions, each and every people have the passions, and for that passions, they are doing the efforts too much. They are continuously doing their efforts at the night, at the day, in the mid of the day, and that is the happiness. So in the education development, these all are the climate changes, the cousins in chief edge for the environment health, even the wildlife environment that we will also need to manage. So the future isn't what it is used to be. The global warming, pick all, insecurities, sustainability, stresses, dense interdependencies, uncertainty, globalization, complexity, populations pressures, inequity, overconsumptions, and ecosystem degradation. These all are the reason. The future is not what it used to be. Sometimes we are in the stress. Sometimes we feel very insecurities. Sometimes the situations that is very complex. Same like in the education, but education's having the solution of this each and every problems. The basic need is education and experience also, because if you have the good experience, you are handling any situations very easily. So nowadays, the computer science, by basically I'm from the field of computer science and technology, dear all. So the nowadays environment saving that is also done by the computer. I developed one software. That software having the functionality, they are checking the environment in the office. If any disturbance are there in the environment, so for example, any smoke type of environment that is not suitable for the human health. If it is not suitable for the human health, the buzzer that means automatically on in that one particular hardware, and they are sending the message to the people, those who are there in the office, that the environment is not good, you can open the window. So how students are developing such a kind of project and the hardware and the software, if they are having the knowledge, and if they are pursuing with their education. So this is the all the problems. With their problem, the solution is the education. So for the same, the learning and the skill strategy, that is most important. So in the state that by in the 2010, all its provider, the embed the SD skill uh, education training programs, so that all learners are able to acquire their skills. For any skills, we need to organize such kind of programs, and I congratulate the organizing committee to provide such a kind of program, to organize such a kind of programs to the participants. So they will acquire some knowledge because of the training program and because of the conferences, workshops, and the seminars and the webinars. But the skill is required, and the sustainability is one journey. And if we wait until we understand everything, we will never start out. So the aspects of well-being, basic needs. What are the basic needs of the food, shelter, secure livelihoods? These all are the basic needs. For the good health, the physical and the mental health is a robust and natural environment. Healthy social relations, a supportive social network. Security, the personal safety and security, that is also one of the professions. And nowadays, when I'm going with the computer science and the IT, the security is the most important part at the same time. So nowadays, each and everyone wants the security. Without security, they are maybe feel the insecurity. Maybe the example is the social medias. Nowadays on the social medias, many of the hackers are doing such a kind of inability in such a kind of such activities that is not suitable for the well-being human. So for the same, the education is also important. And for the education in the COVID-19 pandemic, when all teachers are teaching to the students online, so many kind of policy that is developed by the government of India. Either the teacher is teaching online and the offline, but many of the school teachers are facing the issues that how to teach the students online. So first we need to provide the training to the teachers. That is also one of program and the skills that we need to develop. And that is the one policy in the NEP, National Education Policy, that is developed by the government of India. And after COVID-19, the government of India is also announced that teacher can use any tool for the teaching. And that's why now in the university and the colleges, they are having the ICT tool, the smart board, instead of the blackboard that we have in our schools in the past 10 years. So the healthy social relations, having the supportive the social network also. Even the security is also important, and the freedom is also important at the same time. The capacity to achieve one's development potentials, any of the potentials that you have, that is also come up with the education. So the education sustainability, it is also very important to each and every people. So this is the one chart. In that chart, the stay safe, be healthy, make a positive contribution, enjoy and achieve economic and well-being. For this, all the times, again, the education, the safe from the technology. The technology is there nowadays, but that is also harmful for the people. But you people have the skill. You people needs to learn that skill, that how to use the technology. Even many of the teachers are teaching in the universities and in the schools, but they haven't any idea about what about the ICT tools. And for the same, the many of the universities organizing the STTP, short-term training program and the workshops for the same, to provide the good knowledge to the teachers, and also provide some short-term training program for the students also. The Microsoft now having the NASCOM, that is the one, I have one link that I will post it after this lecture in the comment section. You can visit that one particular website. On that website, there are many of the courses are available for students and the teacher also. If any of the participants are from the computer science fields, or if any of one faculty members, they are coming from the computer science field, so that website is very useful for the same. They are having the free of cost the courses, like such as the basic of Python. Even even that website is also having such a kind of courses. That course is also useful for the teachers. So the entirely the conclusion is the education sustainability. So our generation is the first knowingly that degrade the environment at the expense of the children now in the future. So the fact of the challenge is much of our rhetoric about the importance of the children in the society. So 5 guiding principles of the student for the education development, that living within the environmental limits, ensuring the strong and healthy just a society. For if you are doing any of the research, you must aware about the objective of the research, because without objective, you can't do research of anything. The next is the promoting good governance and the using sound science of responsibility. If you have such a kind of objective of any of the research, then that is very easy for you. If any of the faculty members are doing the PhD in their respective fields, but for the same, they need to learn about the literature review. Literature review, that means what? I need to learn what are the previous research that have done by the different authors. So that I need to learn. Then after I take my decision that in which area that I need to go with the research, I need to take the research. So the principle is to achieving the sustainability with the objective, because without objective, we can't do anything. The five character of our basic principle to respect the earth and life in all its diversity. Even the core for the community of life with the understanding and comparison and the love. Build the domestic societies that are just participatory, sustainable, and peaceful. And for the same, to secure earth bounty and the beauty for present and the future generation. We need to maintain our education system. We need to maintain our research ethics. We need to maintain our human being behavior. For the same, the education is important. So that's why the education sustainability is now there also on a research topic in the current trends. And many of the good researchers are doing the research in the field of education sustainability. Even if I need to find out the ability of the students, then I need to also prepare a report of slow learner and fast learner based on the test that I have conducted in the classroom, that conducted by the universities, the test or exam, any examination, the conducted by the institutions. So based on that, I also can find it out. The slow learner and the fast learner, even the advanced learner. There are three types of learner, dear participants. The slow learner, intermediate learner, and the advanced learner. Slow learner, that means those students having the low marks below of the passing, right? The second one, that is the intermediate, and the advanced learner, those who are having the good score in any of the exam. So I can bifurcate that all the students in the three learners, either in the advanced learner, either the intermediate, or either the slow learner. See, that is the also one ability to find it out, that in which what are the students are there in our classrooms, they are having the good attention. The teachers need to give the attention of the students. If I have prepared such a kind of reports, that is also education. That is also one skill that we need to develop, and that skill is come up from the STTP workshops and organized by the any of the institution. The sustainable society is one of that can persist over the generation, one that is a far seeing enough, the flexible enough, and the wise enough not to determine either it's a physical or the social system or the support. If we are not made any physically, we are also made on the digitally. Nowadays, the government of India is most already prefer the digital India. So in the digital India, you no need to give any proof the physically. You just have that one application is there. You just install that applications in your devices, and you can store your personal documents in that locker application. So for the sustainable society, we also need to learn about the ICT technology. And for that ICT technology, we need to attend the programs, we need to attend the workshops, we need to attend such a kind of conferences. The decision making project having the three triple bottom line: environmentally sounds, socially acceptable, and economically viable. So there are 9 challenges are there. The power by sunlights, grow foods and fiber sustainable. For the environment sustainability, their participants nowadays, the computer science is also uh, having the some role in the to saving the environment. One of the student from the IIT, they developed one project. That project having the that project are monitoring the water under the river. If the river have any harmful chemical, then they are sending the acknowledgement to our mobile phones. Even the buzzer that will be on at the same time. And whatever the chemical is there, they find it out the chemical, that hardware is there, IoT type, Internet of Things type of one hardware. They're identifying the chemical and they are sending the message to the any of the government employee. Those who are concerning about that one particular, those having the responsibility to in any of the government sections that is related to the environment. So such a kind of project that is also developed by the IIT students in the many of the private university and the government university students. So thinking critically about the education system, education sustainability. So Diamond 9 exercise in small groups and shared the responses. In education part of the solution is we need to be together. If we are together, we can provide the good education to the students, and we can provide the good education to each other also. The part of the problem, the sustainability is about the terms and the conditions of the human survival, and yet we still educate at all levels as if no such a crisis existed. If we are educated, there are no such a crisis are existed. As we have discussed in the previous slides, I have already listed out what are the problems that we people are suffering. So the distractions of the planet is not the work, the rather it is largely the result of work people by the BSc, MA, MSc and PhDs. The education is a good thing. Yes, obviously. So volume of education has increased and continues to increase yet to do the population. Even the resources and the dangers of ecological, if still more education is to save us, it will have to education of the different kind, the education that take us into a depth of things. The goal of education sustainable development in the year 2014 is it involved the learning of volume behavior, and the lifestyle is required in the sustainability future with the positive behavior and societal transformation. We always need to transform the physically to digitally, and that is the one goal of the India nowadays, as our Prime Minister of India is giving the one quote of the those people are from the coming from the computer science field, the digital India, that is inherit from the sustainable development in all aspects, and that is called as a multidisciplinary research. And many of the good researchers are also doing the multidisciplinary research, the environment and the computer science, even the management and the computer science. And for the management and computer science, we are having the technology of the big data analytics. So the government talks about the crisis in the education with the ICT, literacy, and the numeracy. And with this, read the instructions on the life belt and count the survivors. And the warming are correct, but we need to learn. We need to new set of metaphors. And for the same, the ICT that we need to learn. The sustainability literate. So to understand the need for the change to a sustainable way of doing things individually and collectively, have a sufficient knowledge and the skills to decide, act in a way that favors sustainable development, be able to recognize and reward other people's decisions and actions that favor sustainable development. And it is all come up with the higher education. I taken this expected outcomes from the heps.org.uk. That is the one forum of the higher education partnership with the India. So the main key questions are, in what ways does our practice and the advance is a kind of learning, teaching, and thinking research that contribute our unsustainability? So the solution is the education. The solution is the research. The solution is multidisciplinary research. How do we balance a practicability with the urgency? Again, the education. What kind of learning will best equip your student for their likely futures? Obviously, the education. So there's all the questions and answer is the education. And that's why today I covered the topic that's education sustainable development. And these all are the references and the content that I taken from the different research paper as well. Even I also putting the content from the National Education Policy 2020, that is developed by the government of India, and teaching learning for sustainable future with the multimedia and with the ICT. So these all are the preferable links. For that, there are many online resources are also there. So these all are the links. From that link, I taken this content to share the knowledge with you all. So thank you so much, everyone. I thank the organizing committee to organize such a kind of conference. And I also would like to thank the Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Science and Well-being to giving me opportunity to share my knowledge with the participants in this conference. So thank you. That is all from my side.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing your insights on
Thank you, sir.
sustainable education.
Yeah.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to unmute yourself or share your observations, comments in chat, or you can raise your hand or you can unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Do you
Any
have
participants have
difficulty?
any questions, then feel free to ask.
Yeah, you can unmute yourself, Padma Pandian Maniji.
Sir, you were speaking of one particular website that offers computer courses. I wanted to know that website.
Yeah, ma'am, the name of the website, that is NASCOM.
NAS,
NASCOM, they are, yeah, the NASCOM, that is the one website. You can search it on the Google also. I will post it in the chat box, ma'am.
NASCOM.
That website having the, yeah, just wait, I will put it in the chat box. Just to give me 1 minute. Yeah, okay.
Excuse me,
Yes, sir.
sir, your session is very, very good. I really
Thank you so
enjoyed
much,
it.
sir.
Your
Thank you, sir.
PowerPoints are also very apt and very in abstract way you have been given. Really, I
Yeah.
have learned so many things. But when you talk about the technology to be involved in the education system, you are
Yeah.
talking about the hybrid mode.
Yeah.
How we can do best in that hybrid mode? Let me know some details.
Yeah, sure, sir. So in the hybrid mode, there are many tools are available in the era of teaching. So you can also use the Google Meet, that is also, but the point is, sir, the
Yes,
students are
yes.
there. The point is the students are there in the meeting. If the
Okay.
camera is off, the teacher don't know about it, that what the students are doing, what
Definitely.
the students are doing in the classes. They are joined, but we don't know about it. So that is the disadvantage of the ICT, sir, basically
Yes,
in the teaching field.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Sometimes while we are delivering also, nobody
Yeah.
in front of us. It is very difficult for us to present it also.
Very true, sir. And that's why, sir, actually I'm believing in the physical classes
Very good.
comparatively the online. And if I am taking the online classes, because even I'm not forcing to the students that turn on the camera, because we don't know about it, that what are the situations they are facing either economically in their home. So we are not forcing to anyone that turn on the camera also, because when I turn on the on the camera, it taking too much MBs of my internet.
Definitely, definitely.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's why the teacher are not forcing to any of the students to turn on the camera also. And that is a disadvantage, sir. But for the same, sir, the uh, national education policy having some rules that if the AICT, that is the one sorry, institute, and if they are organizing such a kind of faculty development program and the STTPs, the
Okay.
participants must be on their camera.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Okay.
not they are giving any certificate to the participants.
Okay.
Even the poll that is also created by the AICT.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So that is the interactive tools that we can use. And dear, and the Jyotir ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have sent that link in the comment section. The national, yeah, NASCOM.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Anyone
any other
else have
participant?
any queries? Feel free. Otherwise, we'll move on to next session. So feedback form for session 3 has been launched. So kindly quickly fill up the feedback form. So thank you, Dr. Abhishek,
Yeah, thank
for
you, sir.
your wonderful session, and look forward for more sessions and wishing you all the success.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all participants.
So we'll move on to our next session. In the meanwhile, quickly fill up the feedback form. We have our next speaker, Dr. Y. Savitri.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Ma'am, just wait for 1 or 2 minutes, ma'am. While the participants are filling the feedback form, I will give you co-host permission. No, sometimes accidentally the form is getting closed. We cannot relaunch it. So I'm waiting.
The form is not visible, sir.
Yeah, in that case, you can leave your feedback in chat box. Maybe the Zoom version which you are using might be old, or maybe some technical issue. It has been already launched. If you are not able to see that form now, you can leave your feedback in the chat box, ma'am. How was the session? Third session, you can leave. You can write it in chat box, selecting the host as. Everyone, quickly fill up the feedback form. We'll be starting next section in 2 minutes. In the mail, let me introduce our next speaker. Next speaker is Dr. Y. Savitri. She is Assistant Professor of Zoology, Government College for Men, Autonomous, Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh. She will be presenting on technology as a key to women's empowerment.
Thank you, sir.
You can start your video, ma'am, and presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 1 second, sir.
Your video is visible, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
You can share your PPT if you have one.
I am sharing my PPT, sir. 1 second. చెల్లి కట్ చేయనాను
Yeah, PPT is visible. You can continue.
Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Dr. Vai Savitri, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Government College for Men, Autonomous Kadapa. Now I am going to present my views, how the technology is useful for particularly women students as well as women faculty and women workers. As we are seeing since from 2019 onwards, we are facing so many problems because of COVID-19 and other issues. So the technology is a boom for all the persons, students as well as faculty and everyone. Generally, when I was recruited in the year 2011, and we are assigned a special training program on e-learning tools in the year 2015. Faculty, they explained in a good manner how the online classes will be, how what is the emergency to shift from traditional class to blended classroom mode and everything. So after returning back to our colleges, we never implemented that online classes and online assessment tools and everything, because the regular stream is going on and everything is very comfortable. So after that, in the year 2019, because of pandemic situation which was arised, and so many transformations has been taken place. Even the teachers, as we are also shifted from traditional methods to conventional methods. So in that, particularly in that movement, so many changes has been taken place. So while discussing about the technology as important role for the women's and women empowerment, so women's are some of the people, they are confined to their houses only, but the using of technology is not possible in that movement. But so nowadays, all the women students as well as women faculty and women's, those who are staying at homes also, they are using the technology. By using the technology, so many advances has been taken place. So now I'm going to discuss about how the women are using this ICT, that means information communication technology, in their regular activities as well as their workplaces. So first of all, I had to say about myself. So before this technology emerging, I'm also not use these mobile phones and laptops as much. So now we are using the laptops for our publication works as well as for the communication purposes, and also similarly for the particularly for the conferences. So previously, for the participation in conferences as well as in the seminar, it's a big issue for the women. We have some responsibilities at home. It is not possible to leave from the places and to attend the seminars. Now it is very easy because I'm presenting my topic from my home itself. So this is the one of the key aspect to discuss about the women's empowerment. So because of this advanced technology, I can able to I can do wonders from my starting onwards. Now I'm going to, so these are the different strategies and the strategic things which I was collected from the internet, but I'm not very deep about these things. So women also women also need some economic independence. That's why so many rules and legislations has been implemented for the safety and security of the women's in the working places as well as in the native places. These are the legal issues and some special legislations which were arrived recently as well as in the past years also for the protection of women and for the safeguard of women. So what are the main agenda for the presenting the PPT role of ICT in women empowerment. So we are all know that ICT mean information communication technology. So we are using ICT tools in many ways through the mobile phones and through the laptops, and we are able to communicating the information through the mails, and we are having some drives, and we are also using some other things like tabs and everything. So these are the tools which we are using for the communication of information from one place to another place. So these are generally using the all the people they are using, but particularly what is the use of ICT for the women. So here I am saying that the ICT can be used to provide special training to them. As we are seeing, so many people they are attending their training programs at their native places only, and they are learning so many things. So I know some people in my surroundings, they are learning so many things through the TV, and they are learning so many things and through the mobiles and everything. Some people they are learning the cooking, and some people they are learning the tailoring, and some people they are learning the handloom activities, handicrafts, and how they can produce the various things, agriculture, and in some of the people they are practicing the apiculture practices also, and they can able to develop better accommodation and better knowledge about the working places. And so we are seeing that whatever the information we need, simply we can search in the Google, we can know all the things. And here I am seeing that the role of ICT in women empowerment. So here I'm focusing so many aspects of women empowerment, how the women can empower in the social aspects and special aspects like technology and everything. The first one, how by using the information communication technology, how the woman can empower herself. So here the first one is the social empowerment of women. So here the women can access new and useful knowledge and information and awareness about a range of issues. That means she can learn so many things through this ICT and so many topics and activities of interest to the women. So some women they are very interested in cooking, and some women they are very interested in tailoring like that. So they can know the topics and issues regarding their own interest, and the own interest by learning all these things, they can think and they can participate in so many events, and they can expose among the different positions of females. In recent days, we are seeing the women achievements regularly in the newspapers by seeing. So one of my friend, she's stopped her education in degree, and by seeing the women achievements in recent years, she think that I too have to achieve that things, and that's why she started a new channel, cooking channel, so that she is exposing towards the society. So this is social empowerment. And a few of my friends, they started new tailoring centers, then new embroidery works, and by doing this work, they are doing some short films, and they started new YouTube channels, so that they can get awareness and as well as exposure towards the social. So this is, I think this is maybe the social empowerment and technological empowerment. So I myself came from a rural background. I don't have any uses of laptops and everything. Even my sisters and my parents they didn't know the laptops and uses of mobile phones and everything, because they are the rural people. But I'm using my mobile phone and laptop, and I can able to share my views through the internet. And recently I was also started my YouTube channel, Dr. Yeragudi Savitri, and I am posting my videos which were developed with my own interest regarding to my curricular and as well as co-curricular activities, even my children's special activity, that is ICT enabled tools in my regular activity also. And then political empowerment. We are seeing so many So many women politicians are there. Recently, our representative is also Draupadi Murmu. And here, by using this, by using ICT-enabled tools, we can involve in the political empowerment activities also. And then psychological empowerment, when the woman is consisting of self-confidence, she can do more things. Psychologically, she has to set it fast, so then they can do more things. So when he is aware of all these technological tools and technological knowledge, she can get psychological empowerment also. And educational empowerment, as I am saying from first onwards, so the ICT-enabled tools that are much better to the women students as well as women participants when compared with the men, because men, they can able to move to anywhere because they don't have much burden when compared with the females and girl students. So in educational activities also, the information communication tools are assisting in very good manner. And economical empowerment, by using this ICT tools, females or women, they can able to empower themselves as economically also. When anything started by maybe the self group works like tailoring and everything, they can earn some money so that they can empower by the money also. So these are the different things. Particularly the women's and girls, they can attain through the information communication technology. So my aim, I am doing a little work about this women empowerment because I am the co-convener for the women empowerment cell. We are doing regular activities. Because of lack of time, I didn't mention and didn't post the photos in this PPT because I'm suffering with some cough, cold and fever. So if possible, next week we have the collaboration with Ravindra sir. I will present my presentation on women empowerment activities. So we are also doing the awareness camps to the non-teaching staff and the rural area people on the usage of ICT tools, how we can use the mobile phones, how we can use the laptops, how we can send the mails from here to there, and what is the necessity of ICT. And we are guiding the people of neighboring places also, how we can call to the people by using mobile phone and everything we are doing. So these are the different objectives. So we are understanding the theoretical background and the role of information and communication technology, particularly in related to the women students, and to highlight the issues and challenges. So what are the various issues and challenges facing the women students? We are rectifying the issues and we are giving some solutions to the women. And we are also taking the strategies. So what strategies they feel too much difficulty in using the mobile phones and everything. And we are also empowering the students to use more ICT enabled tools. And we are also give some suggestions to the students by using this ICT enabled tools, how we can empower ourselves in different aspects like social, psychological and economical, political and educational empowerment. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Anandal, for giving me this opportunity to share my views on how the education communication technology.
You are muted, man. Have you done with your presentation?
Okay. How we are using the educational communication technology in present day, particularly the women students or women, they are much using the educational tools because it's very easy and they can stay at home, they can present their things and they can learn the things and they can share the things. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful presentation on women empowerment through ICT. Yeah, like ICT has been a great boon, especially in COVID time where we're not able to reach out physically. through online resources and with the advent of this information and communication technologies, and also earlier speaker also has pointed out different technologies we used not only for just education but for reaching out to masses. We have very much used, and there was a lot of resistance and reluctance also towards use of technology because it was completely optional. But with the COVID that took over almost 2 years, so it was a mandate for everyone. It was a compulsion for everyone to reach out and see that the extent of damage to be minimized at a very considerable level. We all have adopted to the ICT technologies, and you very well projected the recent happenings and developments of women.
I'm the best example because before that COVID-19, just I have only 40 to 50 participation certificates. During this COVID-19, because of the emergency of online webinars and seminars, nearly I presented 30 to 40 papers in various seminars during these 3 years. Even our students, they are presenting their papers through the online mode in different national and international seminars also.
Congratulations.
Sometimes it may be not possible to go there and present our topic. It is very useful, especially for the women students, women faculty and women students. And we are also attending so many FDPs, faculty development programs from our home itself. It's a great boom to the women faculty and women students, as I am taught.
Yeah, very well said. So we will continue to use these technologies. Nowadays, we are opting for hybrid mode as it's beneficial, and also it is. Yeah.
Both online and offline, blended mode, yes, sir.
So thank you, ma'am. Then participants, if you have any queries, feel free to share, or you can unmute yourself, or you can raise your hand. Or you can share in chat box.
Madam, small question, let me ask.
Please, sir, please, sir.
What you are told about the empowerment, women's empowerment, it is only through the knowledge we are gaining through this, or the skills we can able to develop through this mode?
Sir, we are gaining knowledge at the same time we are acquiring new technologies through the online method, sir. So we are gaining knowledge. Simultaneously, we are getting new information through the ICT tools, sir.
Okay. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. And anyone else would have any queries, feel free. And the feedback form has been raised for session 4. Quickly fill up the feedback form. Okay, then in the meanwhile, let me introduce the next speaker while you are filling up the feedback form. If you are unable to see the feedback form in the form of polls, you can leave your feedback in chat box, selecting host as recipient. Next, we have Dr. P. Ravishekar, Assistant Professor, Government College for Men, Autonomous, Kadapa.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Myself is presenting my presentation.
Okay. Yeah, you can start your video and PPT.
Sir, myself to present sharing my PPT.
Same ID, or you are using different ID?
Same device, sir.
Okay.
Both are using same device, sir. Myself also presenting with this only.
Yeah, you can start your video and PPT. Meanwhile, participants quickly fill up the feedback form. Yeah, it's visible now. But video is off. We can't see
Yes,
you.
sir. Yes.
Yeah, now fine. Yeah, please continue. So Dr. P. Ravishankar would be presenting on nature conservation and role of individual. Over to you, sir, for your session.
Very good afternoon, and all. I am very happy to share my views on the nature conservation. It is one of the very important and burning issue nowadays. I am very happy to involve in this series of events which are conducting by the Sri Holistic Foundation India. So these almost all the things are burning issues. Most of the things are related to nature conservation and environmental related issue. So I am very happy to involve in this type of activities. So sir is taking very much interest to inculcate the knowledge of different current issues, which are burning issues in the presentation on nature conservation and role of an individual. So it is a very, very important topic nowadays. So nature, already all of us, we have some idea regarding nature. So nature is nothing but the surroundings which are present as, which includes physical and biological factors. So physical and biological factors both are having its own role in the nature. So is there any disturbance occurs in the physical factors as well as the biological factor in the nature, it leads to some destruction or some disturbance, and sometimes it leads to make pollution. So these are the burning issues in nowadays. So first we see about what is nature conservation. So that nowadays we have to take some precautions or some measures to conserve our nature, Mother Nature. So nature is providing all the things which are which needs to the human being as well as the living creatures which are present on the earth. So it having its sufficient things it provides us, but ourselves we are restricting the natural balance with our own interest or in the name of the technology. So anyhow, we have to learn about and we have to inculcate the knowledge to conserve the nature. So first we see what is nature conservation, why we have to conserve nature, and what are the main threats to the nature and how we can conserve this nature. First we see the conservation of nature. It is nothing but one type of management and utilization of natural renewable resources in sustainable manner to ensure the maintenance of biodiversity. So nowadays the buzzing word that is sustainable development, sustainability. So there is no sustainability, we cannot give the things to our future generations. So that we have to maintain the sustainability in the all aspects, like in the environmental issues also. So that we have to utilize the things, natural resources particularly. We have to manage the utilization of natural resources in sustainable manner. That is the nothing but the conservation of nature. So these are some of the natural resources which we are getting freely from the nature or atmosphere, solar energy, oil, fishes, trees, like that. So these all things are natural resources we are getting freely from the nature. So these all are fulfilling the needs of the living organism as well as the human beings also. So reasons for rapid rate of consumption of natural resources. So there are two major reasons are there to consumption of natural resources. The first to foremost the thing is that is increasing of population. So that is the major problem for all the aspects, all the problems in the world. So about 80 million people are added every year to the world population. So every year the population is growing to increasing, but there is no increasing of land. So automatically population increasing, the needs will be increases. Automatically the rate of pollution also increases. So that this is the major problem for all the issues in the society which are arising. And then the global population may double every 30 years. This exponential growth of human population is causing great pressure on our resources and resulting a steady imperishment to the biological system. So that this is the major reason for the natural destruction. The second one is industrialization, industrial revolution. So to fulfill the needs of human beings, so there are many industries are established. So through industries, there is different types of pollutions are releasing pollutants. It is causing the natural destruction. So fundamental changes in means relation with the nature being with the surface or scientific and industrial revolution. So this is the second most reason for the natural destruction. So these are the two major reasons for the destruction of natural resources as well as the natural environment. One is overpopulation and second one is industrialization. Then there are some threats to the nature. Almost all we know, but we are not practicing and we are not considering these things. We are taking take it easy, so that every year we are increasing the natural destruction as well as every year we are increasing the pollution also. So this is the major threat to the nature is pollution. All of as we know pollution, there are different types of pollutions are there. So soil pollution, air pollution, water pollution. Nowadays atmospheric pollution also there. So pollution is a major threat to the natural resources and nature. So it is disturbing the naturality of the environment and it is causing the more issues in the present scenario. The second most reason or the cause for the natural destruction is deforestation. In the name of development, every year we are destructing thousands of trees. So best example for widening of the roads, thousands of trees are cutting down. So a survey told about that the increasing of temperature, particularly in summer seasons, this is the one of the major reason which was identified by some of the journalists and scientists, cutting down of many trees for the widening of roads. So that we are in the name of development, we are cutting many trees and forests every year. So this is the major reason for the natural destruction. Next one is soil erosion. So this is also another reason for the natural destruction. Overfishing. So all the things we use what we need. If we use anything what we need, so that is also some of the destruction occurs in the biodiversity. So all organisms that may be aquatic or terrestrial organisms, all having its own role in the environment, in the sustainability as well as in the nature, so that we use the natural resources or the living organism what we need. Overfishing is also one of the major problem. It is also destruction in the aquatic ecosystem. So it is also one of the reason, one of the threat to the aquatic ecosystem. Water scarcity. Nowadays we are facing the scarcity of water. So some of the drought areas also we can see due to the lack of seasonal rainfall. unseasonal rains we are seeing nowadays. These all are occurring due to the destruction in the environment or some of the climatic changes issues also. These are causing for the water scarcity. And not only this, the crops which we are cultivating, this is also one of the reasons for the decreasing of groundwater levels. As seen in this slide, 1 kilo of rice, it requires about 3,250 liters, approximately 3,000 to 5,000 liters of water requires to produce 1 kilo of rice. So water dependent crops are, when we cultivate, automatically the groundwater levels are decreasing. So that nowadays the groundwater levels are decreasing. That is very, we are nowadays fields we are going down, but there is no water. So this is one of the reason we can say. So that we have to transform from the water, non-water dependent crops like some of the series like that. Then another reason is infrastructure development. As I told, in the name of development and technology, nowadays we are destructing nature. So here we can see this is the actual natural habitat of the wildlife. When we destruct the natural habitat by constructing or by the infrastructure development, by constructing of roads and railways like that, we are by constructing of canals like that, we are destructing the natural environment of the wildlife. When we obstacle, when we destruct the wildlife habitat, then they enter into the human territories. Actually, all the living organisms like wildlife organism, they having their own territory. When we disturb their territory, automatically they enter into another territories. Nowadays, these are the burning issues. The wildlife organisms or wildlife animals are entering into the human territory. We are seeing in particularly southern India. So actually, the wildlife like elephants like that, they're having circular paths. Every year they are moving around in their territory. So when we destruct that territory, automatically their natural habitat will be disturbed and they enter into the another habitats. Then another reason, that is slash and burn practices. So this is one of the oldest method, and nowadays also this is practicing, where the where in forest areas the trees are cutting down, that land is converted into agriculture land. So that is the slash and burn practices. Automatically, the vegetation is reduced, the forest area is reduced. According to the scientists, there is a 33% of forest area is required in every country. So by this practice, we are reducing the forest area. So automatically, it is causing further natural destruction and environmental changes, climatic changes. So another reason, that is climate change due to the pollution or like that. Nowadays we can observe the climatic changes also. So these climatic changes are causing all the issues like the climate change, unseasonal rains, unseasonal hot summers. So these are, we are observing nowadays. There are much variations are there when compared with olden days and nowadays. So why? Because most of the things which anthropogenic activities are causing for the environmental changes, automatically it leads to the climate change, and so that we are seeing the adverse effects in the environment nowadays. So this is another reason. So these are the some of the most important things which causing to destruct the nature. So that some government agencies and government non-government agencies, they are involving to protect the nature. So continuously, when the destruction is going on, it leads to very harm to the nature, and leads to finally it is very harm to the human being also for the surveillance. So that the government organization as well as the non-government organizations are involving to protect the nature. They are through different practices. So these are some organizations. Here we can see the government organizations like Ministry of Environment and Forest, Central Pollution Control Board, Environment Formation Systems, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Waste Minimizing Cycle. So these are some government organizations which are working to improve the nature quality and to conserve the natural resources. Some non-government organizations also there. These are also working on this, like Agency for Non-Conventional Energy and Rural Technology, ANERT, Center for Science and Environment Conservation, Zenora International, Foundation for Ecological Security. So these are some non-government organizations. These are also involving in the nature conservation activities. What can we do to conserve natural resources? Up to now, we have seen some of the major reasons which are destructing the nature. So now we see the role of individual, role of human being particularly. So these are some of the steps. When we follow these precautionary steps, then only we can conserve the nature. So first one is turning off lights. So when we are not using, we have to turn off the lights. Automatically, we can reduce the pollution. Nowadays, we are producing the light through thermal power stations. In thermal power stations, now we are producing the light. At the same time, there is releasing sulfur dioxide concentration. It is one of the air pollutant. It is causing for the different types of pollutions, and it is also causing for the acid rains also. So that it has some interlink. When we utilize more power, when we are not utilizing, automatically the consumption rate of coal is increases. Automatically the production of sulfur dioxide concentration is also increases. So it leads to the pollution. So some of the measures are turning off lights, fans, or other electric appliances when not in use. Replacing tube lights with CFLs and LEDs. Why? Because the natural bulbs, they consume more power. So to replace the consumption of power, we replace with them LED bulbs also, so that we can reduce the utilization of the coal or like that. Automatically, we reduce the pollutant, production of pollutant also. Next, another one is decreasing the use of paper. So the paper is all of we know paper is producing from the trees. When we utilize the paper quantity, automatically the increasing of cut down of the trees also. So that when we decrease the use of the paper, automatically we protect the plant. So that we have to decrease the use of paper. Nowadays, the government offices are also started the e-office process, so that they are trying to decrease the use of the paper and protect the plant. Next one is throwing trash in the trash cans. So we are using, nowadays there are different types of trash cans also there. Some are waste and recyclable and organic waste. When we using the different way, when segregate the waste materials which are producing in our house, that is very easy to recycle and recycle that one. Next, switching to non-plastic water bottles and bags. So nowadays we are using most of the plastic items. Everywhere the plastic items are there. So these are made up of very harmful chemicals. Some are carcinogenic things, and also for the preparation of plastic, it takes energy as well as it releasing some other gases which are causing for the air pollution. So that we reduce the use of plastic, we turn to natural things. So automatically we protect our nature. And one of the most important thing, the plastic is not easily degradable when compared with another materials, so that it takes some hundreds of years to degrade in the soil. and it is causing for the soil pollution also. Then using green power. This is an alternate method to produce the energy. So using of solar cookers or solar cooking foods, buying energy efficient appliances, minimize use of automobile by use of bicycles. So these are the some of the remedies to reduce the environmental pollution as well as to protect our nature. Then planting tree. So this is the way to reduce the pollution. So more plantation takes place. Individual role in forest conservation. The measures to conserve the forest, save tree and planting new trees includes not felling the tree in forest, farms, roads or houses if they are green. Preventing pollution. So this is the major burning issue nowadays, which is causing for the climatic changes as well as the different issues. So that we have to reduce the pollution, we have to prevent the pollutants where we are releasing. So this is the best principle to protect our nature: reuse, reduce and recycle. So this 3R principle is very much efficiently working to reduce the environmental pollution as well as to conserve the nature. So to conserve the natural resources and to conserve the nature, so every year July 25th is observed as World Nature Conservation Day. So on this occasion, there are different activities are organizing in different organizations to promote the environmental protection activities, awareness rallies like that. So role of individual in conserve of nature, raise awareness among people all over the world to understand the importance of saving resources, recycle, preserve it, and also understand the consequence of damages. So some awareness rallies and awareness programs, awareness lectures are conducting on the occasion of this day. Every year, this is observed as a national World Nature Conservation Day. So every year World Nature Conservation Day is observed by July 28. World Nature Conservation Day is being commemorated to aware the people on the importance of nature and need to preserve our natural resources like water, air, soil, minerals, energy, vegetation like that. To maintain beauty of our Mother Earth, we need to take care of its resources. The primary goal of celebrating World Nature Conservation Day is to save the flora and fauna that are at risk of extinction. So every year there is a prime theme for this day, World Nature Conservation Day. For this year 2022, the major theme of this Nature Conservation Day is cut down on plastic use. It mainly highlights that one should reduce the use of plastic because in the production of plastic, high amount of energy, as I told earlier, it requires high energy of resources are utilized, which ultimately leads to carbon emission and global warming. While we are producing the plastic, carbon dioxide, which is causing for the global warming. In efficacious and since produced, only 9% of the plastic has been recycled. In the recycling process also, it is very efficient and only 9% of plastic is reutilized. In this process also some pollutants also releasing. So these are the different activities which we are conducting to promote the nature conservation. So this is plantation program which was conducted in our college campus on the occasion of and local. So this is another activity, which it is also nature conservation activity to promote the pollution. To reduce the pollution, we create awareness and we distributed clay Vinayaka in our campus. So this is Ozone Protection Day rally. We conducted rally along the main streets of our town on the importance of ozone and the protection of the ozone. So this is the World Animal Day. We have conducted awareness lecture by one of the veterinary doctor among our staff and peoples. So this is another activity which was conducted about the cracker pollution, cracker pollution on the occasion of Diwali in our college campus. We are creating awareness and chemical pollution. How do we reduce the chemical pollution while we are talking firecrackers? Transform into traditional methods instead of the chemical pollution. So this is a cleaning activity, rainwater harvesting, cleaning myself and with my students in our college campus. So this is also another activity. We are conducting a rally on National Pollution Prevention Day. On the occasion of today, we conducted rally, awareness rally with our students. So this is also Wildlife Day, World Wildlife Day rally.
Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 5. I think there is a speaker got disconnected. We'll wait for him to connect back. In the meanwhile, you can fill the feedback form for session 5.
So this is my presentation on nature conservation. This is some network issues. So I'm very much thankful to you, sir, for giving this opportunity to share my views.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for the insightful presentation on nature conservation. In fact, the recent IPCC report has put alarms for everyone, and we all need to contribute towards the nature conservation and conservation of our planet. It's high time. This decade has also been set as a decade for restoration and conservation, because we have reached a point at no further. If we move further, there is no restoration point. So this is the decade. If we move ahead of this decade, then we will be reaching a point where we cannot restore. So this decade is very much crucial for us, for everyone, so that we can restore our environment, our planet. So let's all take up more initiatives, awareness campaigns, online, offline, and let's all contribute to the nature conservation. Do you have some more slides to present?
No, sir.
Okay, so you can stop sharing.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Wish you all the success. Both of you, you couple are doing wonderful job.
Thank you, sir. Sharing up and
Okay, I will do. Okay,
thank you, sir.
thank you. We wish you all the success on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute.
Sir, we are next week we have a collaboration with the Department of Zoology, sir.
Ma'am. You want to show something, ma'am?
So I sent a request letter to you.
Yeah, I got it, ma'am. We will just after tomorrow. I will, or you can call me tomorrow, and we will see how it can, how we can go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, everything is set. Only we need to finalize few speakers.
Okay, sir.
We will see on that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I will call you tomorrow, sir.
Okay. So we will move on to our next speaker for the day. In the meanwhile,
Sir, a few of our friends are acting as speakers, sir. Already I intimate the information. Members are speakers. And one more. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. You can share all the details along with the any VIPs or any dignitary government officials they want to present, ma'am. So
Okay.
you can share their details also. All these details we'll discuss tomorrow.
Okay,
so
sir.
that you will also get a clarity of all this.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So dear participants, if you have any queries, quickly we can take one or two. Otherwise, we'll move on to our next session. You can share your queries in chat box or you can unmute yourself. We have our next speaker for the day, Ms. M. Varalakshmi, Assistant Professor of Law, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Law College. She is also practicing advocate and academician. She has completed MCom, LLM, MA Journalism, MA Sociology, PGD HR, PGD IPR, and she is also presently pursuing her PhD in law. Welcome you, ma'am, for your session on human trafficking and its impact on society.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah, you can start your video and start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Sir, is it my PPT is visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. So today's my topic is human trafficking, its impact on society. Actually, it is very different, and the practical scenario, it is very difficult to analyze also. But however, I tried my level best to present my topic in this format, like what is human trafficking and what is definition and who are the victims, who are the human traffickers, and how does human trafficking happen, and what is the process, and how many types of human trafficking are there. Then what is the impact of trafficking on society? Apart from that, what are the cases are there, and what is the role of judiciary to control, to combat this particular problem? These are the points which I am going to discuss today. So human trafficking is very big, and that is very slavery, and it's apprehension and abuse also very happening in day-to-day life all over the world. It is not a new phenomena. In fact, it is not a new phenomena, but it is very vast, and it's very difficult to understand the things in and around the world also. But the human trafficking is involving the use of forces as well as fraud, coercion to obtain some type of labor or commercial sex act. So here, who are the victims? How it happens? With voluntarily it happen or involuntarily happens? It happens all involuntarily. It is everybody knows that what is human traffic, how it will affect to the persons and other things also. But human trafficking involves the force itself, force, fraud, coercion, and some type of labor or commercial, all kind of forces will happen. So human trafficking is illegal trade in relating to the human beings, especially children's. Children's are victimized, women, children and women, for the purpose of the commercial sex, sexual exploitation, for the forced labor, or modern day from the slavery. These people are exploited in and around the world. So the traffickers take away the basic human rights of the victims. So if you look at the definition, it's very quite different because the definition of human trafficking is clearly says, as the dictionary meaning is that an illegal trade in commodity. So here women and children are considered as a commodity, as a property for someone, forcibility to send away them in different parts of the world. Okay, so which is not at all correct. Yes, so here according to the UN United Nations definition is clearly says that trafficking is an activity or leading to recruitment, transportation, harboring, or recipient of a persons by means of threat or use force or position of vulnerability. Okay, so trafficking of human beings is their trade for commercial dealings. So in and around all over the world, there are totally victims from 125 countries undergoing the exploitation in 135 countries. 125 countries too, it has been increased to up to 135 countries. So what I'm trying to say that human trafficking means it is a action or practice or tradition or illegal transporting people from one country to other area to another's for the purpose of forced labor or sexual exploitation. So human trafficking is very serious crime and it is giving very grave violation of human rights too. So sexual exploitation of the children for the country is worse than any other offense against the children. In our Indian Constitution, Article 51 subclause A, subclause E of the Constitution imposes the duty on every citizen of India that it is mandatory say that it shall be the duty to every citizen of India to renounce the practices derogating the dignity of women. But what happens in the practicality? In the practice, the position is different from the spirit of the Indian constitutional law. So to know more about the protection of human trafficking, we will discuss in the last role of the judiciary. Now, next is who are the victims? So anyone can be victim of human trafficking. Majorly victims may be men, women, children of varying ages, of varying level of education, any race of ethnicity. So the voluntarily migrants escaping poverty, gender-based discrimination or political prosecution, who became the enslaved individuals for seeking the better employment and livelihood opportunities, right? Or who are then tricked into the slavery, those persons are abducted involuntarily and held against their will through the force or fraud or deception. Then who are the human traffickers? Human traffickers may be transnational, national, or local criminal organization, neighbors, friends, family members, village chiefs, or returners, agricultural operators, or owners of the family or medium or sized business people, or pimps and brothel owners, or independent operators, diplomatic families, police government authorities, military, individual members of the peacekeeping missions also. These people are majorly, we can say that, are the human traffickers. So now, how does the human trafficking happens? Most of the traffickers use the variety of the tax to intimidate their victims, including the physical violences, torture, starvation, or they will do like sexual abuse in the form of rape, in the form of teasing, in the form of other aspects, and psychological abuse, coercion, blackmail, drug addiction, threats of violence against their family or loved ones, confiscations of the passports or other important documents they will take, and they will do the all these human trafficking. So trafficking also a process through recruitment from country of origin, or transportation, country of transmit, exploitation for country of destination. So they will say that we will provide some jobs from one particular place to another place. The process of trafficking also can be taken place through transport, from sending the people from one particular place to other place through ships, through boats, through flights, through trains, any form of the transportation may they will take. So they will exploit in the form of different types. So most of the human trafficking can be divided into sexual exploitation, bonded labor, domestic servitudes, and begging, drug feeding, smuggling, forced marriages, forced criminality, child soldiers, organ harvesting. These are the major, the trafficking can be happen because of many reasons. These are the basic different types of human trafficking will take place. But maybe these are the topics, but there could be certain factors, there could be some problems to attract all these kind of trafficking. So there may be, if you see this picture, you could analyze that sex trafficking will be taken place where the children refers to the criminal practices, or to degrade threaten the physical or psychological integrity of the children or women. So mostly the sexual abuse is more, and child labor, forced labor also one more aspect. Why it is happening? What could be the reason to make them into forced labor? And what could be the reason to domestic servitudes? Right? So thousands of people, many people are undergoing this kind of problems or consequences. So these are the impact, like because of the poverty, because lack of employment opportunities, and maybe some religious or traditional aspects or beliefs, and child marriage, false promises for the job or marriage, migration, sex tourism, and internet pornography are the impacts. So how these all are impact? See, poverty, if you see, the poverty is one of the most important factor for all the social issues. So someone who is living in poverty, such as widow or single mother, or who struggles to provide for her children, is desperate to meet a basic needs. So she is one vulnerable position. So a trafficker or a familiar with this particular scenario might offer her a job, and that enables to her to feed her children. So in this, if this appears to be her only the option, that she may accept and be living to do whatsoever the trafficker or ask to her. Okay. Then unemployment. Even in unemployment also, trafficker targets unemployed individuals, and they often use deception to persuade them to leave home and take the job for in another city or country. So this position may be initially sound promising, but once the individual arrives at the destination, it is often much different than what was described by the trafficker. So to keep them from leaving, trafficker may confiscate their victims' passports or IDs, and they might also pay for transportation, shelter, clothing, or food, and other luxuries will be given by the traffickers. We do not know that he is a trafficker. By believing that, we will approach them. Okay, so victims are indebted to them to feel obligated to their work. Apart from that, the exploitation may be the one more factor, that is sexual crimes against women have following the forms of the commercial sexual exploitation for children and for elders and all this. So this may be the lack of knowledge or lack of experiences. So inexperience maybe also leads to the individuals to down a path that ends in exploitation, for sexual exploitation, or the religious exploitation, or some other, that may be the one of the factor where the people supposed to undergo some inexperience or lack of knowledge or experiences. So a teenager who is approached by a trafficker may accept an attractive job offer. So seeing it a great opportunity at such a young age. So an immigrant person who arrives in a foreign country may not understand his or her rights. So maybe unfamiliar with the nation's laws could be the one of the problem, or may not know the national language. So a trafficker will take advantages, then quickly take advantage of these types of situations, which comes under lack of knowledge or experiences, where it would be exploited with in the form of the child labor, in the form of the sexual worker, or forced criminality, or some other factors may be taken into the considerations. And displacement. Even due to war or political instability, the natural disasters can displace the individual or entire families. When it happens so, when people are forced to flee their homes and communities, they can experience the financial hardships, homelessness, and cultural shock. Children who have lost their parents, for example, are easy targets for the traffickers. Without a safe place to call home or guardian, or to provide for any protect them, these children become vulnerable to abuse or unfair treatment, or under the trafficking. They may comes under the like forced child, I mean to say labor, bonded labors. Okay. And one more factor is that, or impact is that, broken families. So in the society, we could find n number of broken families because of many issues: modernization, globalization, Sanskritanization, westernization. Now, instead of joint families, all families become nuclear families. Only mother, children, mother, father, and only one or two children. So individuals who are cast out their homes, abandoned, are placed into the child welfare system, are highly vulnerable to human trafficking. So some broken family, because of some dispute in the family, no one is there to guide, to help the family dispute. If it is happened with the wife and husband, between the spouse, only children will be there. No one, no elder parents are there, no elder parents. Then what could be the situation of? So because of egoism, because of the financial freedom, because of the modernization, which leads to the divorce. After divorce, what is the fate of the children? Where they has to go? What is the fate of their life? What is the educational fate? What is the social status? What is the financial status? What is the moral status? What is the ethical status? Which all comes from the broken families. So which leads to the vulnerable to human trafficking. So because of all these disputes, the children may run away, the youth experiences homelessness, and those who live in the isolation are often targeted. So when someone feels alone or unloved or have been abused in the past, they may be willing to take target or a great risk by the human traffickers. So they may feel as though they have a little to lose, or maybe even find comfort living with their trafficker. Some traffickers offer love and acceptance to lure individuals to work for them. In India also presently, Love Jihad also, one more app came, which is also one kind of trap for the loneliness people. So many sociological issues are there. This is also one kind of leading the human trafficking. Even in the recently, I hope 3 to 3 months ago, there was a live case where one person was driver. He went along with the tourist persons and they left somewhere else. But there was that particular man was trapped by the unknown persons. They gave some drugs, and the person was kidnapped by the unknown people. And finally, he reached to Hyderabad. And after reaching home, he observed his body that there was a lot of stitches on his stomach. It means organ trafficking. Organ trafficking also is there. What happened in his body, he do not know. But who does that also, no idea. Who did all those things? What could be the problem? Still it is undergoing the investigation. This kind of problems also coming in and around the world. That is human trafficking. Apart from human trafficking, there is no threat for the life, but there is a abuse for the life. But what about the organ trafficking? Organ trafficking is threat for life as well as body and every part of the body also. That is also more danger in the present scenario, human trafficking, than the organ trafficking. Also one more problem. And all these happen because of these impacts. These are because of these consequences: poverty, unemployment, and lack of knowledge, or false promises, or migration, or maybe some other aspects also. So one more practical problem is that cultural practices. In some society, it's very widely accepted the devalue and abuse women and children. This outlook be ingrained into the minds of the men and women in certain cultural as well as huge opportunity, a cultural aspect which leads to the or which creates a huge opportunity for the traffickers. So a parent may be willing to sell a daughter and send her into the world of exploitation. Some girls and women who may leave home willingly if they have been raised to believe they are unequal to men or have few opportunities for work, advancement in their own community, in traditional culture, where arranged marriages are common. So this is cultural practice gives or some force into the child marriages, which can also identified as a form of human trafficking. Not only this, there are many other issues also within our society. There are some problems which regard to the in our Telangana, Devadasi system is there. How many of you heard about it? I do not know, but those people also exploited from this particular trafficking. That is also comes under the cultural practice. That where the Devasasi systems and many other systems also there, which is being exploiting for the trafficking also. So if it is child prostitution or child pornography or internet trafficking, sexual exploitation, and child sex tourism and child marriages, these all are the major social problems within our society. It means human trafficking can have physical, emotional, and psychological impact on everyone, effects on everyone, impact and effect also there. So it has the power to impact someone's life forever. Here are some common ways human trafficking affects the victim or perpetrators. As we read the sections, so keep in mind that many traffickers also experience like physical and mental and psychological effects. Many traffickers have been victimized themselves at some point or in their life. So by this impact or by this causes, where the lot of mental and physical effect will be there on the victims, victimization. So mental abuse because of traffickers or objectively their own victims. Intent sense of the power, visibility, and dignity often become obscured. So victims of human trafficking can experience psychological experience after their trafficking experiences. Many survivors may end up their experience post abuse stress. It's very difficult in relation, depression, memory loss, anxiety, fear, guilt, shame, and many other mental abuse also will affect on the human trafficking or victim. Even it will be physical abuse also will be there. After trafficking, the victim, many victims also experience physical injuries. Those who have been sexually exploited are often abused by their traffickers and many other people in the society. They do not have any recognition. They oftenly beaten, raped, subjected to the abuse of over long period of the time. There is also a higher risk for contracting sexual transmitted diseases, infections, diabetes, cancers, and other illness also. This is a physical abuse of the human trafficker, human trafficking victims. So there is lack of medical care, many victims forced labor, may work in the dangerous conditions for long hours doing repetitive tasks. They may also expose to dangerous containments of the works with heavy equipment. So these all are the effects on the victims. So not only this, there is lot of lack of independent living skills also. Many victims who escape from the trafficking situation, lack of advanced education or the resources, need not to live independently. So they need some livelihood, but they may not understand the laws in the country where they now resided. They may not speak such language. They may not speak that particular language. They may have been trafficked at the young age, were unable to attend school or to go college. After being confined with some same job for long period of that particular time, they are not being allowed to learn new skills. So victims can become dependent. When the time comes, they may have odd time to live in their own, independently. It is also one kind of effect will may happen or imposes on the victimized, and even in society also look at them in a very cheap manner. Very cheap manner. So these are the impacts will happen in the society with regard to the human trafficking. If you look at the state-wise status, the trafficking, human trafficking, this particular slide clearly shows that West Bengal, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Karnataka having very vast trafficking. 5 states with most children are trafficked. If you see the West Bengal, the red is female and blue is male. And in that, the children, women, all age people are there. Rajasthan leads in second. Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Karnataka. I took only few states as a state, strategical information. If you observe the other thing, the cases filed under the Immoral Trafficking Prevention Act of 1956, which is already laws are there in our nation, but even though the functioning or implementational mechanism, there is a lack of implementation with regard to this. So according to the National Crime Report Bureau is clearly providing the cases which are filed under the Immoral Trafficking Prevention Act. Okay, so if you see in 2009, there was 2,474. In 2010, 2,499. In 2011, 2,436. Keep on increasing and decreasing. Some here and there fluctuations are there. If you see this global data of human trafficking, totally nationalities are 175, countries of exploited 164, and if you look at the individual cases, 1,08,613. This is not only one particular country, it is all over the country data, collaborative data. And if you take our own India, human trafficking, according to the National Crime Records Bureau, 76%. Trafficking of minor girls as well as women constituted about 76 all over the India. Past decade. Okay, so women and children currently missing more than 73,242, and women or children currently up to the January to February 2017, 2015 is this data, and this is the latest up to 2018. There are cases were reported 5,264. If you compare with the data, female below 18 years, 64% and 48% who are under the human trafficking in India. Okay, then if you look at this, human trafficking cases which were reported in India till 2020. So in 2016, 8,132. It means day by day increasing and decreasing. Some are tracing out, some are not tracing out. So earlier it was increased, now gradually decreased. Now the status is 1,714. So now the development of human trafficking prosecutions, that is in the 2012 to 2020, the prosecutions and convictions also globally we could observe day by day increasing, decreasing and fluctuating. So in 2015, it is huge, 19,127. In 2017, it was 17,471. Now, as for the present statistic estimation data provided, that the 9,876. And what is the role of judiciary? How we can combat, how we can reduce these problems? What we can do? What kind of laws are there? Now we will look into that. See, according to India, it is wide range of laws enacted by the parliament. Some state legislatures are under the Indian constitution. So as a trafficked victim is victim of multiplicity of crimes, extreme from the abuse, violation of human rights. The Indian Constitution under Article 23 especially prohibits trafficking in human beings. But at present, the legal regimes, that is legal framework of human trafficking of women and children for commercial sexual exploitation included under the Indian Constitution and Indian Penal Code, Immoral Traffic Prevention Act of 1956, Child Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act of 1986, Information Technology 2000, Juvenile Justice, that is Care and Protection Children Act 2000. And in a nation, I have taken few state laws also, that is Karnataka Devadasi Prohibition Dedication Act of 1982, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana Devadasi Prohibiting Dedication Act of 1989, and Goa Children Act of 2003. I have taken only few from the part of the different states and the national-wide laws. So according to the Indian Constitution, Article 23 protects against exploitation, prohibit traffic in human and beggar, and also make practice punishable under the law. And Article 24 protect children below 14 from the working in factories, mines, or other hazardous employment. And Indian Penal Code also, there are around 25 provisions for trafficking, but the significant among them are the Section 363A, which is inducing any minor girl under the age of 18 years to go to any such a place with intent to force or seduced illicit intercourse with any other person shall be punishable offense. Section 366B, importing any girl under 21 years with the intent to shall be forced or seduced illicit intercourse also punishable offense. And Section 374 punishes the person who are unlawful compels any person to labor against his will, also punishable offenses. And Immoral Trafficking Prevention Act also is there, which was the word trafficking and the legislation prevention sexual exploitation for women and children also there. There are the offenses specified according to this is that keeping a brothel or allowing a premises to be used as a brothel house, then they are punishable. Living and earning prostitution, attempting procuring for taking person for sake of prostitution, detaining any person in premises for prostitution, prostitution in any vicinity of public places, seduction of a person in custody, These all are comes under the Attract the Immoral Trafficking Prevention Act of 1956. If any person does any of these offenses, they are under punishable, attracted to the Immoral Trafficking Prevention Act, and they are punishable according to the Indian Penal Code and Immoral Trafficking Prevention Act of 1956. Apart from that, we do have a Child Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act of 1986. This act prohibits the employment of children below specific age, that is 14 years or 12 years or whoever it may be, specified occupations or imposes, then such persons are punishable under this particular act. And apart from that, Information Technology Act of 2000. This act also penalizes transmission of any material or electrical form which can be incorporated or address a problem of phonography which will attract the Information Act, they will be punishable. Then Section 67A punishes publication and transmission of material which are containing to the sexual explicit, which is in the form of electronic form. Section 68B, which is also punishable offense for the publication of transmission material depicting children in sexual exploit in the form of electronic media. And if any person come rescue, then juvenile justice is there to care, to protect the relevant children who are vulnerable from the sexual exploitation or child labor exploitation or any kind of human trafficking. Then the victims trafficking protects the juveniles in need for care and for protection also. Even the Andhra Pradesh Devadasi and Karnataka Devadasi Prohibition Acts also will be act for dedication of any girl without consent. Then it is punishable under these particular acts. If any family members, according to the religious practice, if forcibly pushed her into this Devadasi system, if the girl or the women is not interested, then they can go and give a complaint before the police officers. Then they can be protected under this particular act by giving punishment to the such wrongdoers. And we do have some international instruments also. The international instruments, that is nothing but the international framework, the conventions, supervision of traffic in persons, exploitation of the prostitution of others. ILO is there to protect the child labor, and the convention are there, that is elimination of the worst form of the child labor, and the Child Prostitution and Pornography 2000 Act is there, which was introduced in 2002. Declaration on Elimination of Women Against Women 1993. Even SARC conventions also there to combat the trafficking of women in child prostitution. Apart from that, what we can do, how we can control, what can do, what is the what more role can play by the judiciary. You can check the judicial view that since India has signed optional protocol to prevent, suppress the, punish the trafficking in persons, especially women or children, the definition of protocol should apply until the definition have been introduced in the local legislation. Then it is very difficult to control. Then what we can do in the form of the prevention. Then the Honorable Supreme Court gave two leading judgments, which was held, that is international treaties and conventions. The states that Article 14 of the Indian Constitution is the judgment can be argued that international definition should be applied locally, but the practice is otherwise. Unfortunately, the definition hasn't yet been accepted by the Indian courts. Then what prevention of trafficking can be taken? The human trafficking can be prevented by several types of interventions. It needs to focus on area of sensitization and awareness of in public and those vulnerable area which are responsible for creating such an environment of human trafficking. The first role will be state. State has to take some role as a compulsory high quality education, income generation, and employment opportunities should be created by the state. And they have to promote high quality programs for teachers and government schools. And they have to give some preventive measures by different nations so that they can help each other, both countries, in preventing human trafficking. And also the role of NGOs also, as a community should keep vigilant watch on the movement of child victims of the area of traffickers. They should educate the or to ensure to make parents to be aware about the safe migration practices or the about whereabouts of be aware of the traffickers. And role of media also very important role due to major viewerships. One is to transmitting the appropriate message to the victims to ensure that they have a backup and they are not at all alone. And a program to make citizens to aware the place and institution to seek help in case of they are victimized. And they have to educate, they have to spread awareness that human trafficking is illegal and inappropriate, that has to be negative consequences. Apart from that, if any person victimized or if any person under the rescue, they can call to National Human Trafficking Hotline number if any concerns about the potential trafficking situation, that is 1-888-373-7888. So also they can contact lawmakers about, any NGO, state or media also can contact lawmakers to strengthen the enforcement measures and to bring the laws like Trafficking Victims Protection Act, or even still now victimization is not there, penalization, criminalization. Even in human trafficking, we have to give some compensation, victimization for the victims, those who victimized by the trafficking. Some measures and some precautionary measurements as well as some compensation schemes has to be provided by the government, central or state government, so that we can stop or we can overcome this kind of global issues, which is major issues is that the human trafficking and child trafficking, sexual exploitation by selling the people from one country to other country, one place to other place, and all these social evils. So this is all about my thought of to my views with regard to the human trafficking, how it is impacting or affecting on the society, what we can do, how we can stop, what kind of measures we can take to prevent, to at least to control these social evils. So that's all from my end. So sir, thank you so much to Dr. Ravinder sir for giving me this wonderful platform to share my views with regard to human trafficking, which is very, very helpful for my PhD work also. Sir, over to you. And now I would like to thank each and everyone who is attended this particular program very patiently. And over to you. If any questions, let me know. I'm ready to share. Thank you so much for one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. You covered almost all the legal aspects of trafficking and how actually the trafficking plays and how victims are victimized. And not only the victims, but the perpetrators are also victimized in various situations, and often the victims become perpetrators at times, and they engage in recruitment of furthermore victims. So it's very much pertinent to the day that we are commemorating World Day Against Trafficking. It was very well presented. Yeah, Jyoti ji, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, manifold for this wonderful session. Ma'am, I wanted to ask that many a times there are these news in the newspaper that missing reports.
Yeah.
It could be anyone. It could be a old lady suffering from dementia. It could be anyone. It could be a child, and we don't know whether the person is surviving also or not. But it's quite possible that the child or that person is breeding in some totally new, different location where that person doesn't know anything. So, ma'am, is all that a case of trafficking?
Maybe, may not be, but the thing is, it is the duty of the police officer to investigate thoroughly and give the report. If they filed any case, then there is a scope to get it. We cannot say that each and every situation might be the human trafficking, but there is a scope. There is a scope. So that's the reason immediately we have to give information to the police officer nearby the location where she missed, based upon the jurisdiction point of view. You have to, any problem occurs, first of all we have to give information to the police people, so they will trace it out. We can't estimate, or we can't presume that it could be the trafficker or whoever it may be.
And ma'am, people those who are begging on the street,
they might be having some leader who is the back of that particular issue also. Even begging also one of the human trafficking only, but it is very difficult to prove that they are the human traffickers.
So ma'am, if we want to help them out some way, it's not by money, by clothes, food, or some way. So which ways we can help them out?
That's what it is very difficult to trace out. How can you believe that whether they are under the supervision of the trafficker or not? It's very little bit difficult. So we are doing some kind of research on this. So if I come to know, definitely some other day we will share the practical experiences. Even I am also doing the PhD with regard to human trafficking only. But so far, it is very difficult to identify. Even beggars also comes under the human trafficking or not. We are doing our practical, empirical research. If I get any kind of information, I'm ready to share. But beggars also under supervisions of the trafficker, human trafficker. We don't know where they stay. We don't know how they will, manage all these things. Isn't it or not, madam? You tell me.
Yes, ma'am.
मेरा बात आप समझ रहे होंगे.
हाँ जी.
यहाँ पे सोशोलॉजिकल इश्यू है. आजकल इतने ज्यादा रोड के ऊपर बेगर्स है ना, वो लोग रिसेंटली एक वीडियो भी मैं ऑब्जर्व कर रही थी. एक कार के ऊपर एक टोल फ्री का टोल गेट का एक पास रहता ना.
हाँ जी मैम.
उसमें से भी पैसा कट हो जा रहा. उसको भी एक ट्रिक के जैसा वो छोटे छोटे बच्चे ना मतलब बेगिंग कर रहे और चीटिंग कर रहे, या क्या बोलते, दे आर ऑल्सो अंडर द small crimes. They involved in small crimes also. So who is giving guidance for them and who is training them to do such activities? We have to trace out. It is a very big sociological problem. Earlier, how we do have a social problem opposite to public policy, such as Sati Sahagamana, child marriages and all. Now we do have a prevention of immoral trafficking act also, but a lot of deficiency or lack of implementation with regard to laws also. So we have to do more and more research. If I come across any kind of situation, definitely we will try to share it with you people in near future. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Most welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Mary ma'am, you can unmute.
Hi, ma'am. Actually, I worked in Women and Child Department. There I've seen this about this Juvenile Justice Act.
Yeah.
And how child welfare officers used to come and they used to report in the Child Welfare Committee, and how they used to pick up the children from bus station, railway station, we make report. And I worked in the remand home also.
Yeah, very nice to see you, madam.
Bike stealing and all. No, many people, they got scared to go next to because there is only guys.
Yeah.
So I was that time, that's the first time I entered this department, because through one of my friend I got is a government project, she said, so I joined. But it's nothing to get scared, but when you're taking cases, you should be a little bit patient for that in remand home and all. If you speak patiently and you show your love, it's okay, but you suddenly jump into that situation, there only they get really angry.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
And in my Bangalore city, it's next to Madiwala market, opposite Madiwala market remand home is there. And I've worked in the child welfare committee in that home. Behind Kidwai Hospital, there is 8 homes. One is child welfare, boys home, girls home, then reception home, then it's that state home, and mental retarded, and one is the children below 5 years. No, they say no, girl child, they don't want, they live in government hospital, Vani Vilas and Bowring and all. So that type of children they are bought, and they do case history. I used to take case history, and also it's a lot of informative, and it brought me a lot of my work memories.
Thank you so much.
You have done really detailed study, because all this I studied in when I learned my job. No, they gave us training in MS building, in main office in Bangalore. They gave me training, so it went back to my memories. Very, very informative session, madam. I learned a lot of things. No doubt.
Thank you so much.
And I wanted to share experience, but no doubt I found, because you've done detailed study and you explained everything. Since you are advocate also, you explain more now. So we are not advocate, but just we worked. I have experience in child psychology, because I studied child psychology only in my UG, and my PG I did medical and psychiatry.
Yeah, ma'am. If you don't mind, please, can I have your mail ID in the chat box, so that it may be helpful for me near future, where I can visit your place and we can do some research also. If possible, please. Sir, with your permission, Dr. Ravinder sir.
Yeah. Mary ma'am is very friendly and very supportive also. She always helps whoever contacts her.
Yes, sir. Because it is also in part of my research, where I have to visit many places, police stations, courts, and research centers. Many places I have recently I have completed my pre-PhD exam. Now I am doing my research design to submit my thesis work. So if you help me in this way, madam, I am very grateful to you.
Ma'am, I've shared my number also. You can, instead of email ID, you can WhatsApp me. I can speak to you from morning 11 to evening 9. I will available on phone. Anytime, any help, this Mary is there, always there for you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So you think me as a sister, and anytime you step into Bangalore, I'm there for you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. So
excellent section you delivered.
Thank
Good
you,
topic,
ma'am.
madam.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Recently, I also submit one human trafficking paper.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Because of all Dr. Ravindra sir only, because by trusting me, he keep on giving me one opportunity to speak something or the other thing. So this is, I hope this is my third presentation through sir's motivation and encouragement. I'm able to perform in this particular platform. Really, sir, I'm very much thankful to you, Mr. Dr. Ravindra sir. Because of all your blessings only, I'm getting all appreciations. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Ma. This is platform, when we want to create some awareness, we have to make a participatory model where everyone can participate equally, freely, and come over and share their knowledge. So
Yes,
that's
sir.
why this platform has been exclusively created. Though there are various platforms where you need to pay and you don't get opportunities, and also but this platform has been exclusively created for everyone, whoever wants to share. And,
Really,
has
sir, it is very good initiation. Really, sir.
Yeah, so
Ma'am, you share me your number. I will contact you.
Yes, ma'am, I am sharing. This is my number, ma'am, 98490-63483. I already shared, actually. Yes.
yeah, I will also share with you, Mary, don't worry.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you
Yeah,
so
yeah.
much, sir. All of you, thank you so much.
So thank you for your insightful presentation, and we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions, and we wish you all the success for your PhD also. Soon you should complete with a very good award on the best thesis, and we will also support you in whatever ways we can with our nationwide network and international network. You just let me know in which area you need support. We will definitely help.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Definitely. I'll be in touch with you, sir. Thank you so much.
So we will move on to our next session. So our next speaker is also from a very reputed institution. So Madras School of Social Work. So ma'am can also help you in your research. They are also very excellently working, one of the eminent institutions and various issues, and apart from routine education activities. So ma'am can also guide you, especially in this particular research also.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sure, ma'am. I'll help you, ma'am.
So
yeah, most welcome, madam. Thank you.
So friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. So we'll move on to our next session. Next, we have with us Dr. P. Amrita Lakshmi. She is Assistant Professor and a Research Supervisor from Department of Social Work, Madras School of Social Work, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. She has MA Social Work, MBA, MPhil and PhD. We welcome you, ma'am, to the international conference, and invite you to take over for your session on effects of coastal erosion due to climate change on fishermen communities in Tamil Nadu. Over to you, ma'am. Yeah, PPT is visible.
Very good afternoon to everyone present here. Effects of coastal erosion due to climate change on fishermen communities in Tamil Nadu. The introduction, you all are aware of how the climate change comes in. That is the intervention of man into the environment, causing changes leading to catastrophic sudden events and slow onset events. Maybe it could be of weather conditions, or it could be of other several disturbance that we are just giving to the nature. It's mainly due to deforestation, that is clearance of woodlands and forest, industrialization, consumerism, that is overproduction of goods leading to over wastage, power plant, that is carbon emissions and different other pollutants. Coastal erosion is the wear and tear of the rocks, soils, or sands along the coast caused by rising sea levels, intense wave action, and coastal floods. Coastal erosion is a process of materials being broken down and carried away by the sea. Storms do not happen very often. Strong winds create towering, sharp waves during a storm. These winds frequently cause storm surge, which raises the water level and exposes higher portions of the shoreline to wave strikes that are ordinarily unaffected. Destructive waves are the names for which sort of wave. The destructive waves have a high energy level and are most violent during storms. Constructive waves, on the other hand, are low energy waves that cause material to accumulate on the beach. Constructive waves have higher swashes and lower energy than the backwashes. This is a coastal region that in India it talks about. You all aware of this, so I'm just skipping this. Some terms related to coastal erosion. The coast is the land that runs alongside a body of water. The area where land meets the water or ocean is known as the coastline or seaside. A shore, sometimes known as a shoreline, is a strip of land that runs along the border of the larger body of water, such as a lake, as if it were an ocean, sea or lake, seashore, beach, and other similar terms are widely used to describe the shoreline, a beach, etc. Erosion is a removal of materials from the surface and the transport to another location. That we have seen it already. This is a coastal, how the cracks comes, how the erosion is taken place. Cracks at the base of the headline within the intertidal zone become exposed through hydraulic action, which pressurizes air, forcing the crack to widen. Cracks are further widened by weathering process such as salt crystallization and wet and dry weathering that affects chalk. Over the time of cracks widen and develop as a wave cut notches. As a result of wave refraction, which distorts the wave direction, destructive waves concentrate their energy on the sides. Wave refraction affects all three sides of the headland. If two caves are aligned, the waves may cut through the form and form an arc. So vertical joints are exposed by tall breakers associated with the destructive waves. These pictures you can make out how the headland comes in, how it is getting broken, and how the cliff is getting started. So that's a diagram. And terms related to the coastal erosion, that's the coastal cliff that which I have mentioned earlier now. Coastal cliffs are one of the most visible manifestations of sea erosion. Sea cliffs are steep cliffs of rock and earth created by the crashing of waves. The shoreline is eroded by waves pounding against it, resulting in a notch. Sea caves emerge as sea erodes and expands fissures in the rock and the base of cliffs. The compression and hydraulic process are crucial in the formation of the sea caves. Sea arcs arise when a cave is eroded and enlarged in the point. So this and all I have shown here. This again, how the wind direction comes, whether the destructive wind or constructive wind, depends upon the intensity, how it comes to the shoreline. So coastal erosion, the same thing, how the caves are formed, how the caves are deepening and enlarge the erosion, how the weak areas are getting affected by the waves, and the roof of the caves collapses, leaving an isolated stake. Stake is eroded, eventually forming a stump. So impacts of coastal erosion: loss of habitat, beach and landscape quality. Habitat loss has the major effect of reducing biodiversity. Building infrastructure such as roads and electrical lines are lost as a result of erosion, which affects not just the coast but also the infrastructure in the area. Coral reef degradation due to silt deposition. Water with increased turbidity. You can make out these pictures, how happily they are just sitting in the seashore. Problems due to coral erosion, coastal erosion, coral reef site reduction, an increase in the deposit of debris along the seashore and along the shoreline poses a serious threat to coral reefs. Lower water quality, an increase in turbidity lowers the quality of the water. The water is contaminated and the particles in the water are diluted. Lower primary output and fish productivity. When the coastline erodes and is impacted, people who rely on the sea for their living are impacted. Fishing community. Fishing is one of the humanity's oldest form of subsistence we all aware of. And it also contributes significantly to a country's economic development. So when we are talking about the country's economic development, when the coastal erosion comes, we have to see how their livelihood is getting affected. Because of that, how our GDP or NNP, all those things getting affected. That is a prime aim of the presentation of mine today. So traditionally, modern and ultra-modern fishing methods coexist in the fishing community, which is quite uncommon. However, the bulk of fishermen reside in the coastal villages because they have no other source of income. They are always at the mercy of the sea. They have sporadic and seasonal income and do not save it regularly. During the dry season or when there is a thunder and lightning, they must go hungry. A fishing community is defined as a group of people who are heavily involved in the harvesting or processing of fishery resources to support social and economic needs, including fishing vessels owners, operators, crew, and fish processors. These pictures, you can see they're just interacting within themselves what they have to do next. So these are the fishermen communities in Indian state. You all aware of when you go for Google it, you can make it out, even though I'm just spell it out. There's Pattinavas, Mukravas, Paravas, and Pattinavas, Vadabalajas, Jalares, and many more persons, very all tribal people, all seems to be all indigenous people, very difficult to pronounce the names. So Gujarat is a home to the Karavas, Kolis, and Machias. Kolis town of Maharashtra. So million square kilometers and abundant fish water resources. An exclusive economic zone is a portion of a sea in which sovereign state has exclusive rights to the exploitation and use of marine resources, extending outward to the maximum distances of 200 nautical miles from its coastline baseline. That means 200 nautical miles or 370 kilometers alone, the fishermen community is allowed to go and fetch the fish. These fishermen communities, Mangalore, Kochi, Chennai, Visakhapatnam. So this is an introduction about how it has gone into statement of the problem. The ecosystem is not only one affected by the erosion, it does not have an impact on the community. Coastal erosion will have a negative impact on many aspects of fishermen's quality of life, including economics, social life, and health. In India, there are around 40 lakhs marine fishermen living in 3,288 fishing communities. Approximately 61% of fisher communities families live in poverty. In 2010, India's total fish landings were 3.07 million tons with a gross value of rupees 19,753 crore at the point of first scale. This is all about they were having all those necessity basic communities. They had it earlier. Just because that coastal erosion has come in, they were not able to have the sustenance in their livelihood. The objectives: to study the socio-economic demography of the coastal area, to measure the awareness of coastal erosion and its impact among the community, to identify the effects of fishing occupation and business, to analyze the human rights of the fishermen community, to measure the livelihood of the fishermen, to measure the national international policies involved. So methodology, the research was conducted in the areas of Olcott, Kuppam, Besant Nagar, Chennai. It's a qualitative data and quantitative also mixed. We have used the quota sampling. It has been used the unstructured interview schedule. What is the findings of the particular study? 56.7% of the respondents are male population, 38.3% of the respondents between age group of 36 to 45, 88.3% of respondents are married, 71.7% of the respondents have only basic education, 53.3% of the respondents live with the 4 to 5 family members. So economic data, economic thing, 40% of the respondents have an annual income of more than 2 lakh rupee of their livelihood. 38.3% of the respondents works as a laborers and do not own a boat. 36.7 of the percentage of the respondents spends less than 10,000 rupees for their occupation annually. As majority do not own a boat and work as a laborers or sell fishes in the market. 61.7% of the respondents live in their own house. The reason being they are living in the same location for generation. All 10% of respondents are aware of the term coastal erosion because they are living years together. 2/3, that is 66.7% of the respondents feels that over the period of time coastline has been eroding. 70% of the respondents feel that the erosion takes place at the chronic rate. 10% of the respondents do not know any policy or program that are related to coastal erosion and fishermen community. 10% of respondents confirm that there has been no intervention done either by the state or central government to address the issue of the coastal erosion. This I'll skip it. Psychosocial impact, climate change, what happened? They lost their homes and they're having the food shortage. Unpredictable environmental change adds to the emergence of new psychosocial issues among fishermen. People who are affected by unforeseen climate change in particular are ostracized and cannot exist in the same society. He may become alcoholic or squander time by playing cards in the situation. In particular, stress, sadness, anxiety, uncontrollable rage, and tension are all linked to job insecurity, income, etc. Policies. Policies, we can talk about national policy and international policy. In national policies are concerned, we have Disaster Management Act of 2005, which comprises a part dedicated to coastal protection and disaster management, as well as the West Coast policies to combat coastal erosion, are the most important policy measures in India for coastal protection and management. The National Disaster Management Authority, state disaster management authorities, and district disaster management authorities are among the statutory agencies established under this act. Under the government, it is also includes advisory committees, executive committees, and subcommittees. The national level, international level, that means United Nations organizations under the United Nations Environmental Program, it has been conducted so many climate change mitigation policies where it wanted to have all the states throughout the globe, throughout the nations, they have to participate, they have to reduce the ozone layer depletion or whatever the climatic change thing comes, they want to reduce it. So accordingly, they have made too much of, not too much, many as much as the convention, they have made it. Accordingly, that is Paris Agreement 2015, Intergovernmental Maritime Consultative Organization, IMCO, that OECD, Environmental Committee, Helsinki Convention 1974, Bonn Convention 1979, Vienna Convention 1985, OECD Meet on Environment 2001, Basel Convention on Hazardous Waste 1989, Montreal Protocol 1989, Indian Ocean Rim Organization for Regional Cooperation, United Nations Conference on Environmental and Development at Rio de Janeiro, June 1992, Stockholm Convention 2001, Agenda 21, Nagoya Protocol 2010, COP21 2016, COP24 2018, Kigali Amendment 2019, like much more it goes on. Now also in Glasgow City, we had a climate change conference. They wanted to they wanted to intervene on, they're requesting the corporate and other government, international government, all those persons to come here and they have to give the intervention on to reduce the climate change. So Paris Agreement, it is legally binding international treaty on climate change. It was adopted by 196 parties at COP21 in Paris on 12th December 2015 and entered into force on 4th November 2016. Its goal is to limit global warming to well below 2, preferably to 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. To achieve this long-term temperature goal, countries aim to reach global peaking of greenhouse gas emissions as soon as possible to achieve a climate neutral world by mid-century. They want to have the, in Paris Agreement, the years since its entry into force have already sparked low carbon solutions and new markets. More and more countries, regions, cities, and companies are establishing carbon neutrality targets. Zero carbon solutions are becoming competitive across economic sectors, representing 25% of emissions. This trend is most noticeable in the power and transport sectors and has created many new business opportunities for early movers. By 2030, zero carbon solutions could be competitive in sectors representing over 70% of the global emissions. Kyoto Protocol. Kyoto Protocol was a treaty created by the United Nations in 1997 to combat the problem of greenhouse gas emissions. The protocol focused on developed nations as being the primary sources of carbon emissions and exempted developing nations from the protocol's requirement. The protocol to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was adopted as a third session of the Conference of the Parties, COP3 in Kyoto, Japan on 11th December 1991. So they themselves realized that only the developed nation is being a primary cause of carbon emissions, and they exempted the developing nations. That way we have to appreciate, because only the developed countries were the dominant part, wherein they have release more carbon dioxide and all things, polluted toxic gases to the atmosphere. Kyoto Protocol again continues. The protocol was adopted by COP3 thing on 11th December. It was opened on 16th March 1990 for signature during 1 year by parties to the UNFCCC, when it was signed Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, the Maldives, Somalia, Saint Lucia, and Switzerland. International Maritime Organization. The International Maritime Organization, it was their French organization, Maritime International, known as the Intergovernmental Maritime Consultative Organization until 1982, is a specialized agency of the United Nations responsible for regulating shipping. The mission of the International Maritime Organization as an international specialized agency is to promote safe, secure, environmentally sound, efficient, and sustainable shipping through cooperation. This is a meeting they had. So this is a picture wherein we can talk about climate change causes and impacts. So the left-hand side picture talks about how it adapts, maladapts, mitigates greenhouse gas emissions, and the right side adapts, mitigates, impacts ecosystem, including biodiversity, limits to adaptation, losses and damages. The right-hand side, you can talk about how the climate resilient development happens through human health, well-being, equity, justice, ecosystem health and plenary health, adapts, mitigates, impacts, human system transitions, in that societal, energy, industry, urban and rural infrastructure, how it plays a role, and ecosystem transitions in terms of land, freshwater, coastal areas, oceans, and ecosystem, and the biodiversity. So Helsinki Convention 1974, protection of Baltic Sea from all sources of pollution from land, air, and sea. The original convention was signed in Helsinki on 22nd March 1971 by its then 7 contracting partners: Denmark, Finland, German Democratic Republic, Poland, Sweden, Union Soviet Socialist Republics. It was an open signature at United Nations headquarters in New York. It is to prevent and control water pollution across nations' frontiers, ensure the reasonable and impartial use of transboundary waters. Vienna Convention 1985, international agreement to protect the ozone layer. It is a multilateral environmental agreement signed in 1985 at Vienna, ratifiers 197 countries and signatories 28 countries. In Switzerland, the Vienna Convention had been in force since 22nd September 1988. The objective of the that continuation of Vienna, they had an impact on the Montreal Protocol. Happened 1987 is to repair the ozone layer through worldwide reduction and ultimately elimination of ozone depletion substances. It is a global agreement to protect the stratospheric ozone layer by phasing out the production and consumption of ozone depleting substances, that is chlorofluorocarbons, hydrochlorofluorocarbons, hydrobromofluorocarbons, halons, methyl bromide, carbon tetrachloride, methyl chloroform. Basel Convention of Hazardous Waste. This is the controlled transboundary movements of hazardous waste and the disposal. Signatories 53 at Switzerland. It regulates the transboundary movements of hazardous waste and other waste and obliges the parties to ensure that such wastes are managed and disposed of in an environmentally sound manner. The convention covers toxic, poisonous, explosive, corrosive, flammable, ecotoxic, and infectious waste. When in e-waste, there is a presence of toxic materials such as mercury, lead, and brominated flame retardants. Indian Ocean Rim Organization for Regional Cooperation. The objective is promoting balanced development and sustainable growth in the regions of member states. It's a regional forum which brings the representatives of the government, business, and academia for promoting cooperation and closer interaction among them. From its inception with 14 member states, the membership has expanded to 23 countries: Australia, Bangladesh, Comoros, France, India, Indonesia, Iran, Kenya, Madagascar, Malaysia, Maldives, Mauritius, Oman, Singapore, Somalia, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Tanzania, Thailand, United Arab. United Nations Conference at Rio de Janeiro Earth Summit. It talks about it happens if nations establish a new and equitable global partnership involving governments, their people, and key sectors of societies. The Rio Declaration on Environment and Development, the Statement of Forest Principle Agenda 21. The summit also led to the establishment of the Convention on Biological Diversity and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Suggestions. Government should take some immediate action to address the coastal erosion in this area. To take measure to bring more awareness about this pressing issue to the community involved as well as the general public. As the coastal erosion is not just a particular community's issue, it is a global environmental issue that needs immediate attention. As they continue this occupation generation by generation, majority of them have only basic education and fail to learn about the basic rights as a citizens. Not only rights, even the skills also, they have to be upgraded. Even though this job doesn't demand high level of education, it's every individual and parents responsible to educate themselves and others. If proper education on fishing as an occupation is given to next generation, many might take the fishery as their interest area and can contribute to development of the industry as well as for the economic development. So altogether, everyone should join together. Our Indian government or international government, media, NGOs, public, social workers, psychologists, sociologists, advocates, doctors. So whoever is there in the department, they have to come and they have to do some kind of intervention for the climate change. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a very wonderful and insightful session on the effects of coastal erosion, due to climate change and how fishermen communities are being affected in various ways. And as you have mentioned, also suggested education, awareness, employment with these Hope we'll see a better community, fisherman community across the nation. Participants, if you are having any queries, observations, comments, or feedback, feel free to unmute yourself or share in chat box. If you are unable to unmute, you can raise your hand, we can unmute you. You can use chat box to share your comments. Feedback form has also been raised. Kindly fill up the feedback form for session 7. Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful session. We wish you all the success on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing. And also on behalf of all the participants, we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future.
So thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. So we will move on to our next session. In the meanwhile, you continue to fill up the feedback form. So that's next. Kindly quickly fill up the feedback form. Yeah, so we will please continue to fill the feedback form. In the meanwhile, I will introduce our next speaker for the day. We have with us Matt Perlston, CEO, EQ for Peace, Worldwide Inc., USA. He's teaching emotional intelligence, EQ, and social emotional learning for over almost 4 decades in USA and around the world. We welcome you, Matt, once again. And he is also a very good friend of us, actively dedicated his entire life for promoting global peace and emotional intelligence. We welcome you, Matt.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Take over. We
Sorry,
invite
I
you
have.
to take over for your session on love, peace, happiness, satisfaction, and emotional intelligence. Over to you, Matt.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra. Appreciate you having me again. Sorry, I'm a little stuffy. I have COVID right now. And so I'm almost done with it, I think, I hope.
Wishing you speedy recovery. Get well soon.
No, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. I'm trying not to cough too much on you. All right. Let me get my PowerPoint situated and then we'll get started. Give me just a second here, please. All right. Okay, here we go. I'm going to share my screen. We're going to talk about love. We're going to talk about love today, one of my favorite subjects. Hopefully one of yours as well. A pretty important part of our life. We are social beings, and so we need to connect with other people, and love is the basis of all of that. Love is the basis of all of this stuff, I guess, if we're honest with ourselves. It's tricky, it's mushy, it changes, it's hard to identify, it's hard to quantify. It's an interesting concept. It's a wild thing. We're one of the, as far as we know, we're one of the few species that actually does love, although there's a certain argument for that animals can as well, especially dogs and cats. Very definitely. We had a session on that before. I'm quite sure that our dogs and our cats are quite loving. But anyway, some people would disagree with that. So let's talk about how emotional intelligence can help us in that area. Let's see what we can find out there. All right. So today I'd like to talk a little bit about how EQ can help us with peace. The point of all of this is to go toward peace. It's a point of our nonprofit, which is called EQ for Peace, for obvious reasons. And part of that is about happiness and love and satisfaction all lead to peace, and EQ leads to those. So emotional intelligence leads to happiness, and happiness leads to peace, and then we're good, according to me. We have 3 steps to emotional intelligence, 3 big steps. AAA, making it easy to remember, but it's quite true. And I'll talk some about that. We got to talk about forgiveness. If we're talking about love and we're talking about connection, we got to talk about forgiveness. So we'll get into that a little later. We've got, and we have to talk about negative feelings. Speaking of forgiveness, we have to talk about our negative feelings, and we have to be able to deal with our negative feelings in order to do any of this stuff. So I'm starting to think that this is kind of the key to all of it. Is that we're going toward positives, but we do have to deal with our negatives. And we are, I have this new term I've been using a lot lately called positive mental health. Positive mental health, as you know, probably positive psychology was started because psychology and counseling and therapy and stuff was usually reserved for pain and illnesses and problems and disorders. And so we were trying to get back to normal. So the purpose of therapy was to get back to normal, quote unquote. And so we went from negative back up to normal, which was 0. Well, positive psychology, Dr. Martin Seligman, University of Pennsylvania, said and started the whole thing that we can do better than that. We don't have to stop there. We don't have to just go back to normal. We can be better than that. We can have positive psychology. And so we can have positive mental health. We don't have to just get to normal. We can do better. We can have love and happiness and satisfaction and peace and joy and success and live longer and be more healthy physically and emotionally and spiritually. All of that stuff. All by dealing with our mental health and dealing with the negatives. If we can deal with the negatives, we can bring it back up to normal and do better than that. So I have a slide on that. We'll talk about that in a minute. And I just put in the last thing about meanings matter. I'll tell you more what I mean about that. What I mean about meanings, what happens to us and what happens around us just happens. What it means to us though is when we bring it inside, when we put a meaning on it. Well, this means that I'm not safe, or this means that I'm a bad person, or this means that that this person doesn't love me anymore, or it means what we talk about, what we decide what it means to us. And that affects exactly everything from then on. So let's talk about the 3 steps to emotional intelligence first, because this is an important part of the whole thing. 3 steps to EQ. We call it emotional intelligence EQ. I do. Some people do, some people don't. I find it useful to call it EQ because people know what IQ is, our left brain. Most people know what IQ is. So saying, okay, we know about our cognitive side and we understand our thoughts fairly well, because that's where we focus on in school and in work and at home in our lives, mostly in our culture and yours. We're a left brain society and we focus on our IQ. Well, there's a whole other side to the whole thing called EQ, which is emotional intelligence, our right brain. And we got to deal with that too. In fact, we're finding that study after study after study is showing that that emotions are way more important than we ever thought they were, way more important than we ever imagined. They're kind of the point of the whole thing. They're the point of life in a way. They bring us, they give us a joy for living. They give us reasons for living. They give us our depth and our width and our connection, which we need. They give us the power. They give us our ability to make things happen in our lives and in ourselves, on and on and on and on and on. and now with all the things going as badly as they are with COVIDs and war and economies problems and all that, and separation, people do not like to be separated. What we're finding is that people are left with just their thoughts and their feelings and very little else. If you're in lockdown or you get isolated or you get disconnected from other people, all you're left with is your thoughts and your feelings. And if you can't handle those 2 minor things or major things, if you can't handle them, warning, look out, because it's not going well. It is not going well when people can't deal with themselves. Addictions and violence and abuse and divorces and all kinds of stuff are rising. And the worst of them is suicide is rising rapidly. India is just, I read some statistic the other day. I don't have them right in front of me. I could find them if you want, but wow. Wow. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. And to me, that's the epitome of not knowing how to deal with your emotions. Is you go, I can't handle this. I don't know what I can do. I feel like it's permanent. I feel like I'm powerless to make my life work the way I want it to. And I am not willing to feel this way. And so I'm out of here. Ouch, right? Ouch. And I know some people that have committed suicide is a horrible, horrible feeling. And to know them, but imagine what they went through. And that to me is avoidable. It's avoidable and trainable. This is all teachable skills, and I'll talk more about that in a bit. But anyway, so it starts with awareness. It all starts with awareness. It all starts with awareness. Everything. We can't do anything until we're aware. And so we've got to start with open our eyes and open our mind and open our heart to emotional intelligence and to what's going on inside of us, what's happening with us and what's happening with other people, both. So we've got to be aware. We got to be aware first. We can't do anything until we're aware. So first off is always awareness, consciousness, mindfulness, whatever you want to call it. But it's about awareness first. So second is acceptance, and that it seems like a lot of people, oh yeah, that's not that big a deal. Just blow past that. No, you got acceptance is huge. If you are aware of stuff and you don't accept it, then like your feelings, for example, and you don't accept them, you put them away and you say, oh no, emotions don't really matter. It's just a fleeting thing. And what really matters is my thoughts and my actions, right? Well, yes, those do matter, but we have to also, in my opinion, I shouldn't use that word have to, but we have to accept thoughts and feelings as well. Accepting our feelings is us accepting ourselves in a bigger way. And if you generalize it, if you don't accept your feelings, then you're denying your own self, and that's not cool. So if you can accept yourself, you can accept things without approving. Notice that, right? That's important. You can accept without approving, which means that yeah, it's happening. I don't like it. I don't have to like it, but it's happening. And so there's a lot that's happening inside of us, outside of us, around us, all over us. And it's some of it, a lot of it is happening whether we like it or not. So if I can accept that it's happening, like the prices going up on everything, and which is incredible here in the United States. Wow, our gas prices are more than doubled. So, and since gas goes up, everything goes up, and I can be upset about that if I want to, but it is happening. So I need to accept it. What am I going to do about it? That's a different question. But first off, it's happening. So acceptance is a big part of the whole thing, because then that leads to step 3. So we can be aware of stuff and accept it, and then I can decide whether I want to do something about it or not. I can take some action or not about it. All right, what am I going to do? Well, maybe nothing, but the point is that if I can be aware and accept and then decide how to act, then I am in charge of me. I'm in charge of my life. And that's a very, very big deal. That's a very big deal, especially to me. Call me a control freak if you like, but it's huge to be in charge of my own life. It gives me choices. It gives me freedom. It gives me power. It gives me the ability to direct myself and hopefully maybe even those around me if I so choose. But it's about awareness and acceptance and choosing our actions and being in charge of our own selves. So that's a very big part of the whole thing. I mentioned before about positive mental health. If we can deal with our negative emotions, we can do some amazing things. We can do amazing things. If we can't, we have to limit ourselves. If we don't accept that if we don't know how to deal with our pain, then we have to kind of live our lives in closed in and careful and comfortable and that sort of thing that squashes our existence. It limits us. If we can deal with our emotions, if we can deal with even especially the negative ones like fear and anger and sadness and guilt and shame and all your depression and all that yucky stuff, well, we can do some cool stuff, right? We can be more open. We can be more loving. We can be more accepting of other people. We can forgive faster. We can motivate ourselves. We can motivate other people. We can do all kinds of stuff. We can be if we can deal with our negative emotions. If we can't, then we squash it, right? We squash it because we can't. Oh, I can't deal with that. Oh, I couldn't risk that. Oh, I couldn't. What if this happens? What if this? Oh no, I'm not going to do that because, right? But what if it does? What if? So if you can handle things, then you can do things. If you can't, you can't. You won't let yourself, and that's tough. That's tough. So, I like to talk about hashtags. I'm not that smart intellectually, so I like to sum stuff up real simple into hashtags because I don't know, they're fun for me. Plus I like, I'm a programmer by trade, and the spaces are kind of cool that they take all the spaces out and you can slam the words together. I like to reserve space. And anyway, in the email addresses and web addresses, you can't have any spaces. And so I started getting rid of spaces. Just for fun. So love really is the answer. I think it is. I think love really is the answer to a lot of things. Happiness is a choice. That's true. That's true. You can be happy or you can be miserable. all day, every day, 24/7, 365. It's up to you. You can be positive or you can be negative. Take your pick. Take your pick. And nobody, it's totally up to you. Totally up to you. How you think and feel is up to you, and is up to you, meaning you can do something about it. It's not just, oh, I'm having these thoughts, or, oh, I'm having these feelings, and that's too bad, or I just watch them go by, or that's a shame, or whatever. No, you can do something about them. You can change them. You can affect them. You can teach yourself how to do better thoughts and feelings. If you don't like the ones you're having, you can change them. That's what is a problem with suicide, and it's a problem with not a lack of education. Lack of education is that kids and people don't know that they can affect their thoughts and their feelings. They don't know that. They weren't taught that, and that's a bad thing. That's a very bad thing, and that's why I'm here jumping up and down about it. And that's why our nonprofit is trying to get emotional education into schools everywhere. Even little bitty kids can understand. They understand pretty well that they can change things. It's not rocket science. It's fairly simple, but it ain't easy. It ain't easy, and that's what makes it really tough. Because people want it to be easy, and it's not. Sometimes it's painful, it's difficult, it makes you angry, it makes you feel things. It makes you feel things, and people don't like that. And so we have judgments about our feelings, and we stuff them down, and we deny them even to ourselves. And we don't know, most people don't know, most kids don't know that they can choose whether to be happy or not. It's totally up to you. Totally up to you all day, every day. And that, I think, is a wonderful, magical thing. But if you don't know that, it's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing. You think they did it to me, that it's the pandemic, it's my parents, it's my teachers, it's the school, it's the government, it's the weather, it's the economy. All this stuff is doing this to me. Oh man, oh, poor me, right? It is, all those stuff is happening. That's acceptance, all of the awareness and acceptance. Those things are all happening. But whether you are upset about them, whether you are distraught about them, whether you let them affect you or not, is up to you. And that is a wonderful thing. It gives us power, and it gives us ability to choose, which gives us freedom, which is another wonderful thing. Speaking of freedom, we can choose love or not. We can choose to be loving or not. We can choose to take in other people's love or not. We can choose. And that is that's fantastic thing. We get to choose. Feelings matter a lot, way more than we thought, way more than we ever imagined. As all the studies are showing that emotions matter in so many areas of our lives, incredible number of things, in incredible number of ways, and the incredible depth of how much they matter, how deep you want to go. And so feelings matter a lot. If you accept that, you can do some great stuff. Like I said, if you don't, it's up to you. Well, it's up to you. It's up to you. That's the thing. It's up to you. So basically we are taught, and we, in most of our society and yours, is feelings are a bad thing. Feelings are a bad thing. And so don't talk about them. Don't deal with them. Put them away. Try to avoid them as much as possible. All that yucky stuff. But the reality is they are a good thing. They are a good thing. If you can switch your mind to believe that feelings are a good thing, not a bad thing, then you can deal with yourself, with your own self, and other people, because your thoughts and feelings matter to you. Well, guess what? They matter to other people too. And if you will shut up and listen to people and let them, or make their thoughts and feelings important also, then you can have great relationships, and you can make it safe for other people. Redmi, you have your hand up. Did you need to ask something, or did you want to, should I stop and got a question? You want to put it in the chat, or do you want to talk? Oh, okay. All right. So one of the things that we do is called Feel It to Heal It, which is not really popular, but it is getting popular because people are realizing that that's exactly how it's done. Most, or a lot, I shouldn't say, I have a judgment about this. I have a judgment about this, right? This is me taking responsibility, is that people are judging feelings and they're saying that to not feel them and to avoid them at all costs, and to get, if you do have one, to get rid of it as quickly as possible, that kind of thing. That some of that stuff is cool. I agree with, who try not to feel some of it and try to avoid and try to arrange it so that we don't have to feel too much awful stuff. However, one of the keys to the whole thing in my 30-something years of teaching has been to allow yourself to feel the feelings. Ooh, wow, a feeling, imagine that. But you allow yourself to feel a feeling, and that magically allows it to let it go, right? You can bring it up. You can feel what you're feeling, whether it's like sad or anger or afraid or any of that stuff, and your body wants to feel it. It's kind of gross, but it's kind of like having to go to the bathroom where you don't try to fight it and go and avoid it. You can if you want to. It's not going to go well, right? It's going to be super uncomfortable and your body's going to not be happy with you. Or you can let it go. You can let yourself feel it for just a minute and then let it go. And that's kind of, we find in some kind of magical results to that. Listening. This is a huge part of the whole thing. I call it SOUL, which stands for stop, open up, and listen. Okay, stop, open up, and listen. The S could also be shut up, open up, and listen. But it has to do with listening. It has to do with communication skills. An important part of this whole thing in intimate relationships is to stop for a second and then open our heart up and listen to people, right? One of the main goals, one of the most powerful things about emotional intelligence, in my opinion, is our ability to open up our heart as much as we want, anytime we want, and to close our heart anytime we think is necessary. So if we feel safe and we feel close to somebody and we want to be intimate and loving with them, we can open our heart to them with our wives, our kids, our people around us, our coworkers, that kind of thing. It sounds like you're getting all mushy, and it kind of is, but it's up to you, and you got the swinging door and you got the remote. You can adjust it whenever you need to. But if you feel safe and you want to be close to somebody and feel connected, which is super important, then you, not them, you get to open up your heart and allow that to happen. Allow people in, allow yourself out, that kind of thing. That is a huge skill and another magical skill of emotional intelligence. And notice that most of the emotional intelligence skills cost exactly nothing, zero, nada, nothing. And so this is one of them. This is one of the many that we can allow ourselves to open up and close up. So we're talking today about love and happiness and peace and joy and satisfaction in life. All of that stuff is up to us, and all of that is emotion based, and all of that is based on or certainly contributed by us allowing ourselves to open our heart up. I'm doing this because my heart is right here, right? And I'm opening, and literally, I mean, kind of figuratively, but almost literally, to open ourselves up to intimacy and closeness and connection. I came up with this term that I practice just for fun, which is called instant intimacy. Instant intimacy. And what I mean by that is what I do just for fun, again, is that, and because I can handle my negative emotions, when I meet somebody new, or I'm or connect with somebody, I instantly open my heart and become intimate with them, right? That doesn't mean any touchy-feely touching, but it could be, it's a touchy-feely thing without touching. But what I'm saying is, I'm now your friend. I'm going to be your friend forever, forever, right now, starting right now. I don't even know you, but now I do. And now I'm going to be your friend. And I plan on staying that way. And I plan on accepting you. I plan on trusting you. I plan on being open around you unless you prove otherwise. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and allow you in and allow myself out. Because I spent a lot of years not doing that, keeping myself closed off, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm a connection junkie, if you will, and so I can allow myself, because I can deal with my negative emotions in case it doesn't go well. I can allow myself to be open to people right away. And unless and until they prove otherwise, I'm going to be open to them. I'm going to be positive, and I'm going to be like, we're best buddies, and we're going to be lifelong buddies. Why not? Right? Why not? I don't know. I've got a lot of friends, and I feel like when I connect with people, I just connect with them, and they like that. You can look them in the eye. You can listen to them. You can care. You can have the most important emotional intelligence skill, which is called empathy, and compassion for other people. And they like that. They like it very much. Try it. And so you can do some cool stuff if you're willing to open up. So try it just for fun. When you go home, or do it right now, you can look, imagine somebody else or somebody else that's in your life, and just open physically, or not physically, but imagine yourself opening even more to whoever it is, and let it happen. See what happens. See how you might get a little uncomfortable. You get a little squeamish because it gets a little scary out on what I call the skinny limbs. It gets a little scary out there. So, but it's fun too. It's exciting. It's energizing, and it feels cool. I like to give love, and I like to take love, and both of those require me to be more open than I would normally. So instant intimacy is fun. I should put this on my list. And then the last one is specifying generalities, and there's a completely different subject. I'm not sure why I put it in there right here, but what that means is that we tend to generalize. We try to sum stuff up. And I know some people that really do this a lot. And as soon as something happens, they go, oh, that means that, right? If I get hurt or somebody says something wrong, well, that means I'm not safe. Wow, what a huge generalization. That, or someone, steps on their toe. Oh, that means the world's out to hurt me, right? It is kind of absurd, but they're not too bad. I mean, they're not too far off. A lot of people do this. We'll generalize some little thing that happens and make it into this huge thing that happened. That's called drama in my book, and I don't care for that word. I don't care for that energy. Is that it's called manufactured negative emotions. Oh, that means that like I said, we've got a number of people, even our family, that do this a lot. Is that when you take something that small and make it big and make it huge, and then you get really upset about it and you justify it to yourself of why you're so upset, because gosh, I deserve to be safe, don't I? The world is not a good place, right? And I'm justifying that to myself and telling myself that these generalities are true, when in fact there may or may not be true. They may or may not be true. So be careful of your generalities. Notice them. Awareness, acceptance, action. Notice them and accept them. When you have generalities like that, we call them belief systems or meanings, also life meanings that we place on things, and we decide to figure out how life is and how people are and how I am, right? Those are big generalities. Be careful of those, because the joke is all generalities are wrong. Think about that. All generalities are wrong, which is it's a joke, but it's it's kind of true, mostly because if one little thing, is not true of the general population, then that makes the whole thing false, the statement false. So anyway, be careful of your generalities, try to specify them. I may not be safe with this person, or I may not be safe with this person right this minute, right? Really specific, right this minute, they're in a bad mood, or they're not paying attention to me right now, they're just saying stuff or doing stuff, and that's not cool. But that doesn't mean necessarily that they are not safe. It doesn't mean that I am not safe. It just means they're not being cool right this moment. And so if you can keep it specific, you can save yourself a lot of heartache, a lot of pain. So be careful of that. So let's talk about safety, 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 safety. Just for a moment. Safety is a huge part of this whole thing. And it starts with you making it safe for yourself. And what I mean by that is that a lot of people have huge judgments about their feelings, and they don't allow them, and they don't make it safe. And they are actually, I've heard, and I've done it before, been actually verbally abusive to myself over something. I'm like, dude, stupid. That was stupid. You can't do that. You stop thinking that, or that's wrong, or you look weak, or you need to hide this, or whatever. And that's not making it safe for ourselves, right? We got to start with ourselves. In my opinion, we don't gotta, but I try to catch these words that I use. We have to. We don't have to. I strongly suggest that you make it safe for yourself to feel, to accept your own self, your own beliefs, your own thoughts, your own feelings. You accept those and make them safe for you. And the more safe you are with you, the more safe you can be for others. You can allow people to be themselves, to feel, to express, and in positive ways, or in healthy ways, or not harmful ways, but to express themselves. And they will like that. They like that a lot. They like it a lot. And then you become super valuable to them if you are a safe person to them. Think about it. You safe to them. And that starts with you being safe to you. So emotional safety is a huge part of this thing. This is kind of a side note, but this link here to the Aristotle project that Google did. This is Google did internally, Google's a massive company, right? One of the biggest companies in the world, and one of the most profitable companies in the world. And they did a study inside of Google, and they were saying, what are our teams? What do our best teams? How do they work? How do we function better? How do our best teams function as well as they do? Pretty cool, huh? That's an internal project. Emotional intelligence, by the way, affects schoolwork and home 360 everywhere. It's not just a heart thing. It's not just a happiness and intimacy thing. It's also a work thing, very definitely a work thing. So this is Google doing EQ. It's just cool. It makes me very happy, very happy. One of their big consultants, one of their first consultants to Google was a guy named Daniel Goleman, which you may have heard of. Dr. Daniel Goleman wrote a book called EQ, or Emotional Intelligence, back in 1995, Why It Can Matter More Than IQ. Well, I try to balance them. I'm not saying that one's more than the other, but Daniel Goleman's that book as one of the leading books in history of the world. Actually, it was on the top 25 most influential books of all time, and it kind of started the whole EQ revolution. And to me, that's when I first heard the term emotional intelligence. I'm like, yes, because I'd been teaching it for like 10 years before that, and I didn't know what it was called. That's there was not a term for it. And then as soon as he said that, I'm like, oh, that's what this is. Yes, it's emotional intelligence. That's what it is. And so I've been using that term ever since. I love it. I was on the cover of Time magazine, EQ, with letters like this big. I've got a picture of it. It's great. Anyway, let me get back to the subject. So at work, Google is doing EQ. They're trying to figure out how their best teams work. And guess what? The biggest factor they found, one factor on their teams more than any other teams that work the best for their best teams, safety. Safety. How about that? At work. If you on your team can allow yourself and your teammates to be safe emotionally, which means you accept them, means you try to like them a little bit, you try to accept them as a person, you allow people to have ideas, to brainstorm, to be creative, and sometimes those are their quote unquote dumb ideas, right? Doesn't matter. They allow people, you don't criticize, you don't put people down, you don't reject them, you just allow a flow of emotions and a flow of creativity, and the teams feel tighter, they feel closer, they feel safer, they feel more powerful, and they'll do better. They'll do better. According to this, they will do better. And so emotional safety at work, even at work, is a huge deal, which I think is fascinating personally. So anyway, it works for you. It starts with you, though. It starts with you being safe with you, and then you can be safe with the people that you're close to around you, and they like it. They like it very much, it turns out. So again, open and close your heart. Listening with soul, I mentioned that, having a feeling and not expressing it. We can also, that's part of emotional intelligence, is that you have a really strong feeling and not saying anything about it, not doing anything about it. Guess who's that's up to? You, right? You, every time. You get to have the feeling and not express it. That is a huge deal. You don't have to hit anybody, you don't have to scream at anybody, you don't have to run away from anybody. You can just have the feeling and let it go on by, and you don't have to do anything. That's a different thought, feeling, action. Different actions are different. Self-processing is about dealing with our emotions and dealing with our negative emotions, especially. It has to do also with forgiveness, which I mentioned earlier. Forgiveness is a huge part of this whole thing. I read a thing, I was trying to find it before this, but I ran out of time. An article it was a speech given by the Pope about forgiveness. I was surprised, and I was like, wow, instantly interested. He said that forgiveness basically is the key to relationships, is the key to families staying together, is being able to forgive. Forgiveness means removing the pain from between me and you. Okay, I'm upset with you, you did something, I'm not okay with it, and so I have this pain, or I have this judgment, big judgment and pain and anger toward you, and I don't want you around, and I push you away, and I blah blah blah, right? Forgiveness is about taking that away, taking that out, removing the negative pain between me and you, so that we can be close again, so that we can hang out together, so we can be a family, so we can go back to loving each other, that kind of thing. It does not mean acceptance, doesn't mean you allow anything or anybody to do anything or anything they feel like doing to you. It does not mean that. We can say, this behavior is not okay with me, don't do it again, ever, 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 ever. And you can use your anger to keep your boundaries and to state what's important to you. We can accept that things happen, and we can accept that people do things and not approve at the same time. So we can reject a behavior without rejecting the person. That's another important part of this whole thing, is that I'm not okay with what you did. I love you. You're fine. I love you, but I don't like what you're doing or what you did. Quit it. Quit it. Don't like it one bit, and don't do it again, right? And that sort of thing. So that you can differentiate between the behavior and a person. and you can judge the behavior without judging the person. You can reject the behavior without rejecting the person in general. And especially in families, that's pretty darn important. And that's what the Pope was talking about. So forgiveness is about past stuff that you're upset about with somebody, and you can, if you want to keep the family intact, you kind of have to let it go, so that you can be back to being close again. So forgiveness is a huge part of this whole thing. Adjust the POV. POV is your point of view. If I look at it from the dad point of view, it looks, but if I look at it from as a friend, I'm like, oh, okay, all right. I could change things, and emotional intelligence gives us the ability to adjust our point of view. We can look at it from this way or that way, or up or down, or small. Like, that one thing was not that was awful, but in general, it's good. In general, I still love you and you're cool, right? So you can adjust your point of view, and again, that gives you choices and freedom, and that's a wonderful thing. Let emotions leave your body. So emotions, especially negative emotions, do stay in our body. They actually take up some room, and you can't see them, so it makes it difficult. The military here calls them invisible wounds, which is true, but they're there, and you sure can tell when they're there, and you can tell when they're not there, when they're gone. That's how you really can tell. And so what we find is that their negative emotions stay in our body. We keep them, we hang on to them, we're right about them, right? We validate them to ourselves, and give ourselves reason to keep them alive and keep them going. And they stay in our body, and they break down our body. If we keep our negative emotions in our body, their body starts going, damn, I can't carry this anymore. And we either go down, or we are tense, right? Like that. And it constricts our blood vessel. It changes our breathing. It changes how we eat. It changes how we sleep. All this stuff is based on our emotions. And so if we can allow the pain and our anger and our sadness and that sort of stuff, find it in your body, accept it, and then release it. Your body will thank you for it, right? So you can actually let go of stuff, get good at letting go of stuff. It's kind of magical, again, healing power of emotional intelligence, and your body will thank you. Your body will thank you. We hold on to stuff. Your body doesn't want to. That's on your beliefs and your experiences and your self-talk that keeps you going, but your body doesn't want this stuff in it. It does not. So let it go. So we can actually transform, like I said, transform negative emotions into positives. Once we do let go of stuff, there becomes a space, and in that space we can put positives: peace, love, joy, happiness, satisfaction. We can allow those things, or actually consciously go find them and go stuff them in there. Allow them. It's more of an allowing thing than a forcing. You can't force love, and you can't force satisfaction. All right, I'm going to be satisfied right now, damn it, go on, get on it. Like, well, you can if you want, you can try, but anyway, it's more of an allowing thing, an accepting thing. And I'm doing this because one of the things we teach is that you find this pain. Like if we have anger, we keep it in our neck or in our chest or in our belly, and it's there. You can get a hold of it. You can get rid of it. You can adjust it. You can make it bigger. You can make it smaller. You can do all kinds of things. Once you find it, it's pretty cool. Awareness and acceptance. Then the action, you got a whole bunch of choices of action, of what we can do with it. And then once we let it go, we can fill back up with positives, like a color, which is wild, a color, or a sound, or a smell. Even you can fill that empty spot up with positives and transform your negative feelings into a peaceful, satisfied, calm, solid feeling, which is pretty neat. It's pretty neat. And again, how much does that cost? Nothing. So ends with safety, safety, safety. All right. So Dr. Ravindra always wants to end with the UN, with the SDGs. We're talking about good health and well-being, SDG number 3. And if we, I think the point of our nonprofit is that if we can teach enough people how to deal with their own pain and how to move toward peace, we can actually create some peace, big peace in our world, and change things. So, and it starts with awareness and acceptance of emotional intelligence, and it leads to peace and goodwill and families and well-being and good health and all that good stuff. And it's awesome. So I will stop there. If anybody has any questions or comments, I'm happy to talk some more, but that's kind of my point. EQ leads to peace. All right, how are we doing?
It was a wonderful session.
Have fun with it.
Session. No, this is the subject, you know, how much we listen, we still, I mean, would like to listen more, and how much we practice, there is a lot to practice. Every day, every moment, every second, we have to keep practicing on and on and on till there is no end to it.
Yep. We don't have to. We can choose to or not, right? And sometimes we can not practice. They're like, oh, I'm not doing it right now. But we can. Yeah, we can. Yeah, it takes practice for sure. Definitely.
Yep. Friends, if you have any queries, observation, comments, you can feel free to unmute yourself, or you can share in chat.
Yep.
Yeah, you can unmute yourself, Mary.
All right. Hi, Mary. Oh,
Hi,
Dinesh
sir.
wrote to me and said, very good. Go ahead, Mary. Hi.
Very good topic, sir. Nicely you covered. You spoke from your, not from that PowerPoint, you spoke from your heart.
Yeah. Yeah. That's where it all is. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking. That is the subject.
You spoke from your heart, and how we should love each other, how we should not keep hatred. That and all, you spoke really from the heart. Today's topic, you really not from the PPT, from the heart you spoke. So all the best, sir. God bless you with good health and well-being. Take care, sir. Bye, sir.
Well, thank you. Thanks, Mary. You're sweet. I appreciate that. And yeah, that's, yep. I was going to write a lot more, and they're like, no, just say it. Just feel it. That's the point. That is the point of today. So right on. Thanks for noticing that. I appreciate that. Anybody else? Dinesh said you enjoyed it. Thank you, Dinesh. I appreciate that.
Anyone else would like to share? You can quickly share.
Yep.
This topic is also very interesting, and like love, peace, happiness. You know, there is a lot to talk on that. And yeah, I mean, we have to explore ourselves and find out different ways. As you said, you may reject the behavior or the action, but you should not reject the person. Most of the times what we do, for just small mistake, you will just reject the person for the life. So we invite lot of problems. So that's where it's very well said. No, we all have, we all do mistakes at one point or other time, but still we should accept it, and we should convey that message very well. And but we should not reject, because no one is perfect in this world, as you rightly said. So only by accepting, we will have more love and peace.
We have a hand raised. Doctor, feel free to share.
Dr. Madhusudan, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, sir. Sir, I have a small doubt whether for an individual, IQ is very important or EQ is very important.
Yes, both, very definitely both. Yeah. I mean, well, let me put it this way. I don't think that EQ is more important than IQ, but I can tell you, I know some people who have very low EQ, or IQ, have very low IQ, but have high EQ, and they're pretty happy people. They're doing pretty good. They're doing pretty good. To me, what I think that some people would disagree with me, but I don't think that IQ is all that changeable from what we're understanding about how it works. Is that we're kind of born with it, and we're going to be as smart as we're going to be. But EQ is very, very changeable. It's very learnable. These are teachable skills. Peace is a teachable skill. Even love is a teachable skill. And we can increase our EQ fairly inexpensively, and actually very inexpensively, fairly quickly, and very, very powerfully and profoundly. So EQ is something we can do something about, and I like that. I like that a lot.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Good question. Other questions? Comments?
Yeah, Kalyani ji, do you have any query? You are unmuted.
Sir, I want to ask one question. Can I?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sir, first of all, thank you for the wonderful session. I wanted to ask that don't you think in the schools, from the very small childhood, students, teachers should work upon the EQ development skills of the student?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the point of our nonprofit. Yes, yes, please, please, yes. We are trying so hard. What?
Because academic performance, teachers focus on the academic performance, and that does not matter how much EQ development matters. Nobody knows what sort of atmosphere the child will land up tomorrow. So if they have good EQ skills, they can deal with that atmosphere.
Yes. Absolutely. Yep. I 100% agree with you. That is exactly the point of our nonprofit, like I said, and we're trying to teach teachers how to integrate emotional education into all day long, into every subject. And they can be connected in, we can have specific time to teach, and we can have also integrated into any subject. That emotions are important, and to make it safe for the kids, and to tell them that's what you're doing, and to ask the kids, ask them, what are you feeling? What's going on? How's it going? What's working for you? What's not working for you? How are you feeling? How do you think other people are feeling? How can you fit in? How can you help other kids fit in? It's beautiful stuff. And then the third thing we're doing is we have a specific curriculum. We have integrated power so that we can train teachers how to integrate it into their subjects all day long. And we're doing clubs, which makes it so that a club is a voluntary before, during, or after school an event, so that the kids can come and learn about their emotions and not take up their school class time, because the teachers are feeling swamped by and overwhelmed with trying to teach academically. So let's use some other time and allow the kids to voluntarily understand themselves and others, and it's working beautifully. So yes. We need to teach emotional intelligence in school.
Should be undertaken by the counselors. This work should be undertaken by the school counselors.
Partly, yeah, certainly, definitely, yeah, but all the teachers too, counselors and the teachers and the principal. The schools in the United States where they've been, it's called social emotional learning in schools. They usually don't call it EQ, they call it social emotional learning, SEL. And those schools that have been doing this for a long time, what they're doing is they put it in the whole school. It's the principal, it's the janitor, it's the counselors, it's the teachers, everybody that has to do with the school bus drivers, everybody that has to do with the school and the kids hopefully will make it safe for the kids to feel, to make it to allow the kids to feel, and to encourage the kids to understand their own selves and each other. So yeah, full integration.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. I agree with you. Keep doing it. Keep going it. Keep doing it. It sounds like you agree. So, yay. All right. Anybody else?
Hello, sir.
Yes. Hi.
Yes, sir. I'm Samina, sir. Sir, actually, I'm asking for a women's point of view, sir. Sir, nowadays, when I am observing the sacrificing nature and adjustment of the women is giving the strengthening the family bonding also, sir. After that, sometime she's disappointing and she's something loss she's recognizing in personal life. So what, how she can be happy, sir? Both
So
she
you're
should
saying
manage
she's
now.
recognizing, yeah. So, well, acceptance is a big part of that whole thing. Making it safe is a huge part of it. Listening to her and letting her explore what's going on for her inside of her is a beautiful thing, because a lot of people that are get very upset or that even commit suicide are saying, well, I didn't have anybody to talk to. And so if somebody can be safe for people to express themselves and explore themselves, and you don't have to fix the problem. Parents want to fix a problem. Oh, they listen to part of what they say. Oh, well, just do this, or oh, then just don't talk to them again, or oh, you'll just avoid that person, or whatever. And just they try to fix it, and the kid doesn't want them to fix it most of the time. The person who's talking usually does not want them to fix it. They want them to listen and allow them to be and to be safe and to explore for themselves. If I can say it out loud and just kind of, just flow with it and allow myself to feel naturally, then I'll figure out the problem. I'll figure it out. You're not gonna, it's not your problem, it's my problem. I'm just sharing it with you so that I can share it with me, so I can explore and listen better. So, or I can find out my own solutions. Yeah. So be careful about fixing it. In fact, what actually the real way to do it is to ask, are you looking for solutions right now, or would you like me to just listen? And most of the time you'll find that people go, no, I just need a safe person. I just want you to listen. That's all. And sometimes you don't have to say a word, nothing. Don't say anything. Just listen to them. They talk and talk and talk. And at the end they go, oh, thank you. You were wonderful. And you didn't do anything except for shut your mouth and listen to them and care and open your heart a little bit. But you didn't necessarily have to do anything. So be careful about fixing problems, because we do that a lot. Parents do that a lot. Does that help at all, or can I give you specifics, or does that help at all?
Hello, sir. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah, sir. What you said, it's yeah, exactly correct only. But when listening, after that also she burst, na, sir. After that also she react. How can patience is also some time only. After going that patience is nowadays, so many women is also obeying and adjusting and sacrificing. These are all things, these are all qualities she developed by birth only, sir, especially women. So sometimes when she recognize some of the things I lost, like that, when she recognized, na, sir, that time that adjustment will not be the solution of the happiness, I think, sir.
Okay, I heard most of what you were saying, but I'm not sure what's your question, please.
But what she is saying is, by going on adjusting to the situation or to circumstance, that will not lead to happiness now.
You mean if you have to adjust your situation over and over and over again, and then it's frustrating and upsetting? I hear you. Yeah, that's true. or it could be. So you can't, I don't know that there's anything that doesn't lead to happiness, because it's up to you. It's up to you. I mean, there's people that accept some amazing things that they need to do, but then you choose. So, excuse me. You still, no matter what's happening outside of us, or some even things that are happening inside of us, we still get to choose. We still get to choose. So we, even if we're having to do the same thing over and over, we're having to obey, we're having to do things, do our homework, or wash the dishes, or pay the bills, or all kinds of stuff that we don't want to do. We can still be happy about it or unhappy about it in that moment. In general, you can say, well, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do this, and I'm going to be okay with it. I'm going to adjust things. I call it spin it to win it, is one of my other hashtags, spin it to win it. I'm going to adjust it from, maybe for a minute, I don't like this. All right, I'm going to do it this time. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it. I'm going to choose, and I'm going to choose to be okay with it, because that's up to me. So I hear you can't say this is not okay, or this is not going to allow me to be happy, because that makes you a victim. What you can say is, I would rather not do this. I don't like it. I'm not really happy about it, but I am going to be okay. I'm going to choose it right this moment, and I'm going to be okay. And I'm going to adjust my mood and my attitude every single time. I can do that. It sounds tough. And it is sometimes. It's very hard, but it can be done. It can be done.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. So we are running out of time, and thank you very much for joining us, and wishing you speedy recovery. Get well soon. We'll pray for you, and we wish you
thank you
all the success, and look forward for more sessions in future. Let's work together in building global peace, sustainable development, and emotional intelligence.
Yes. Yep, that's where we're going with all this. Great. Thanks again, Dr. Ravindra, and thanks you all for listening, and good luck. Know that you're in charge of you, and use your EQ wisely. Choose wisely. All right.
Yes, thank you, Matt.
Okay.
Take care. Bye.
Yep.
So we'll move on to
bye for now.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, bye, Matt. So we will quickly move on to the last session for the day. Feedback form has been shared in the form of polls. If you haven't received, you can leave your feedback for the session 8 in the chat box. And we have with us our next speaker, Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakur, Assistant Professor. He is also Advocate, LLB, Assistant Professor in Computer Science and Engineering, Govind Ballabh Pant Institute of Engineering and Technology, Uttarakhand. We invite you, sir, to take over for your session on Trafficking in Persons, Prevention, Care and Rehabilitation Bill 2021. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. I hope I'll be able to share my screen. You may allow me sharing and video, sir.
Yeah, the other ID is enabled. This ID.
Actually, I'm logged in from 2 devices, so
yeah. Both of them are enabled.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Well, so I'm sharing my screen now. Well, today my topic is Trafficking in Persons, Prevention, Care and Rehabilitation Bill 2021. In one of my earlier presentations, we have seen about Immoral Trafficking Prevention Act 1956. Now the question is, when we have already such a law in place, what is the need of another law? So as Varalakshmi Madam told earlier, what we are lacking in is implementation machinery. The job was left to the traditional police. So instead of the traditional police, now the major changes are Enforcement Directorate and the National Intelligence Agency, NIA. We have separate acts for both 2002 and 2008. So they are going to be empowered as far as trafficking in persons is concerned. So their powers will further increase. Recently, just last week, Honorable Supreme Court has upheld all the powers of Enforcement Directorate, that is arrest, FIR, prosecution, and even say forfeiture of property. Now the powers are thought to be further increased as far as trafficking in persons is concerned. Secondly, just yesterday, Dr. Ravindra told 65%, around 2/3, we can say, trafficking is related to say women and girls. Maybe we can attribute it to prostitution. Now, immoral trafficking is restricted only to prostitution, but there are other things than prostitution for which the law needs to be made. We already have some laws, that is 370, 370A. Varalakshmi Madam told about other provisions also. So we shall first of all see what is the need for this separate law, and then since it is a long presentation, I will not go word to word, but we shall see broadly some important provisions of this proposed act. It is still a bill. So let us see the important provisions of this. So Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Care and Rehabilitation Bill 2021 is India's comprehensive anti-trafficking bill. It includes not only immoral trafficking, but comprehensive, that is all types of trafficking. Again, the Immoral Traffic Prevention Act 1956 is not going to be repealed. It will be there. So this act is in addition and not in derogation of any other existing law, although it seeks to repeal 370 and 370A of IPC. The Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Care and Rehabilitation Bill 2021 was presented in the monsoon session of Parliament. So the 2021 bill is an improved version of Trafficking Persons Prevention, Protection and Rehabilitation Bill 2018 that was passed by the Lok Sabha in July 2018. However, the bill was not taken up in the Rajya Sabha and it subsequently lapsed in 2019 due to the general elections that year. So although it was passed by Lok Sabha, it could not become an act, and now with some modifications, it is thought to be reintroduced. It is not yet an act, but let us see what are the proposed changes that are going to happen. Now, if we see the present framework, so currently trafficking in India is covered under multiple laws, including Article 23(1) of the Constitution, that is related to, say, begar word is there. Begar is different from beggary. Beggary is bhiksha vritti, practice of begging. It is also related to criminology. That was actually my topic of project in second year of MA Criminology and Criminal Justice Administration. So I just one of the participants asked about that, but that beggary is different. Here, begar is a Marathi word. That is forced labor. So that forced labor is banned under Article 23(1) of the Constitution. That is the begar or the begari pratha in Marathi. Section 370 and 370A of IPC, the Immoral Traffic Prevention Act 1956, and by provisions under other laws related to protection of women and children. Some of the provisions were told by Varalakshmi Madam, and we shall see those also briefly here. Now, if you see the authentic figures, the National Crime Records Bureau reported a total of 1714 cases of human trafficking in 2020 and identified 4709 persons as victims. Although these are authentic, but these seem to be ridiculous because we know it's in lakhs or even perhaps millions. Many things go unnoticed or unreported. That is because maybe the present laws are not sufficient, and therefore this long, it is having 59 sections or clauses, we can say, in this bill. So this is sought to be introduced. So, but the data is at odds with the experiences of activists on the ground, and it is alleged that actual number of trafficked persons could be in millions, even when cases are reported less than 10% accident in convictions. According to NCRB, that is the conviction rate is very low. That is a big problem. This is why survivors and experts are pushing for a comprehensive law against trafficking, and they are hoping that this will lead to more arrests of traffickers and a crackdown on trafficking rings. Now, if we see the punishment for offences, so new bill expanded the range of offenders by bringing public servants, armed forces personnel or others in a position of authority under it. The bill followed the trend of the 2018 bill in recommending severe penalties for aggravated offenses. For repeat offenses, there are enhanced punishments, like in case of other laws also. Aggravated trafficking is said to be punished with rigorous imprisonment of 10 years to life imprisonment, along with a fine of up to rupees 10 lakh. If we compare that with IPC 370, it was just 7 years. In case of victim's death, penalty is life imprisonment and fine of rupees 30 lakh. And a second conviction in case of the victim is a child may invite death sentence or rigorous imprisonment for the remainder of the accused natural life. That is, there is either life or death penalty, and fine of up to rupees 30 lakh or such other fine as is provided for that offense under any other law for the time in force, whichever is higher. And it further specifies that the investigation should be completed within 90 days of the arrest of the accused. So this is another provision, speedy trial. Now, while the measures put forth by the bill are a great step forward, survivors say that it has left major gaps. So there is ILFAT, that is Indian Leadership Forum Against Trafficking, set up by that was in 2019 by survivors, has urged the government to consider relief measures beyond shelter homes. ILFAT represents 13 collectives of over 4,000 survivors spread across multiple states. They are asking for community-based rehabilitation models that will allow survivors to integrate into their communities. They also advocate for greater agency for survivors during the rehabilitation process. Now, survivors have urged the government to earmark funds for interstate investigation and anti-human trafficking units. If we consider why not CBI, why NIA? So the problem is CBI, that is DSP, Delhi Special Police Establishment Act 1946, is that under Section 6, permission of state government has to be obtained. While in case of NIA, it is the power of the central government, and if it is having interstate or international ramifications, then investigation can be done by NIA. So instead of CBI, and maybe as we know, CBI may be overburdened, so the powers are sought to be going to the NIA as well as ED, Enforcement Directorate, for forfeiture of property and other things. ILFAT has previously engaged with law and policy makers on multiple occasions to raise the issue and to put forth their views on the bill. So a workshop in June 2020 in Kolkata saw participation of 24 survivor leaders from 10 states to discuss the proposed bill as well as measures to further their work. The workshop saw discussions on challenges faced by organizations due to the pandemic. They spoke on the ways the pandemic has exposed trafficking, particularly among migrant laborers. A discussion was also held regarding registering ILFAT as a legal entity. It is not yet registered, so a legal status is also sought for ILFAT. This would facilitate greater engagement with individuals, governments, and organizations like Niti Aayog. It was felt. So ILFAT and partner organizations have been regularly engaging in capacity building activities to empower survivors of trafficking. They also hold sensitization workshops in the hope of preventing trafficking, and these organizations have been slowly building an interstate network of cooperation to fight human trafficking. Now, this is a bill that was first placed, that is 2021 bill. It has already been placed on the Ministry of WCD, that is Women and Child Development. So it is proposed to be soon to be introduced in Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. So let us see the bill and some of the important provisions. Since it is a long presentation, I will not go into each of the provisions, but we shall see some introduction to it. So, a bill to prevent and counter trafficking in persons, especially women and children, to provide for care, protection, and rehabilitation to the victims, while protecting their rights and creating a supportive legal, economic, and social environment for them, and also to ensure prosecution of offenders and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Just yesterday, Dr. Ravindra also told that the number of male children or the male victims is also increasing. So the immoral traffic was, although it has been made gender neutral, but we saw in that ad that it was mainly related to, say, prostitution or say trafficking of women and girls, or maybe say immoral trafficking. While here this is a comprehensive law that will be related to trafficking for whatever purpose, maybe organ traffic, as Varalakshmi Madam told, maybe beggary. So for whatever purpose it may be. So be it enacted in the 72nd year of the Republic of India as follows. This act may be called Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Care and Rehabilitation Bill Act 2021. It shall extend to the whole of India and applies to all citizens of India, within and outside India, persons who commit offences under this act beyond India, against Indian citizens or affecting the interests of Indian citizens or of India. It has international applicability. If it is related to offenses related to India, persons on any ship or aircraft registered in India, wherever it may be, or carrying Indian citizens wherever they may be, because that is how people go from one country to another. And foreign national or stateless person who has his or her residence in India at the time of commission of offense under this act, that is, maybe we call them citizen-less people, that is stateless person. They do not have citizenship of any country. This act shall apply to every offense of trafficking in persons with cross-border implication. It shall come into force on such date as the central government may by notification appoint. It is not yet act, it is just a bill. So some definitions are given. Agency means the National Investigation Agency constituted under subsection 1 of section 3 of the NIA Act 2008. So just as I told earlier, NIA is going to investigate these offenses also rather than the traditional police. Appropriate government means in respect of matters relating to union territory without legislature, the central government, and in respect of matters relating to UT with the legislature, namely the government of the NCT of Delhi, the government of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, the government of UT of Puducherry, as the case may be, such government, and in all other cases, state government. Child shall have the same meaning as assigned to it in clause 12 of section 2 of the JJ, that is Juvenile Justice Act, Care and Protection of Children Act 2015. This child word is very confusing because in different acts it has got different definitions, different ages. We shall not go into details of that at present, but it has same meaning as JJ Act, that is below 18 years. Commercial carrier shall mean legal or natural person who engages in transportation of goods or people for commercial gain. Debt bondage shall mean the status or condition arising from a pledge by debtor of his or her personal services or those of a person under his or her control in lieu of payment of an advance amount obtained or presumed to be obtained for the purpose of bonded labor. Now, this bonded labor is prohibited in India under 23(1). It is also called Begar Pratha. That means if there is some sweeper, the child of sweeper shall become a sweeper only, no other profession. That means such type of bonds are signed. That is called bonded labor. Of course, this is illegal. So these types of restrictions are there in the bonded labor. District Anti-Human Trafficking Committee means a committee established by the appropriate government under subsection 1 of section 8. Now, what is the machinery that is there? There are three types of committees that are fought. There is National Committee, State Committee, as well as the District Committee, besides the NIA and the ED. Exploitation includes causing of harm to or taking of benefit or gain from a victim without due or appropriate consideration, compensation, or return in any form or manner for the benefit or gain of another person who himself may or may not be the perpetrator of such exploitation. Magistrate means a district magistrate, the additional district magistrate, the subdivisional magistrate, or any other officer authorized by the appropriate government under this act. Here, magistrate means executive magistrate, not the judicial magistrate. Mental illness shall have the meaning assigned to it in clause 3 of subsection 1 of section 2 of the Mental Health Care Act 2017, 10 of 2017. It is the latest law related to mental health care. National Anti-Human Trafficking Committee means a committee established by central government under section 5. As I told, there are three committees that are to be formed: national, state, and district level. Notification means notification published in the official gazetted by the appropriate government. Offences with cross-border implications means any conduct by a person outside India which constitutes an offence at that place and which would have constituted an offence under this act had it been committed in India or under the provisions of this act, and if such person transfers in any manner the proceeds of such conduct or part thereof to India. As far as extradition treaties are concerned, so these are for criminal offences. That means it should not be religious or political offences. The religious or political offences are not recognized all over the world, but the criminal offences are normally recognized all over the world. So these treaties are related to criminal offences or the convention. Any offence under this act which has been committed in India and the proceeds of crime therefrom or part thereof has been transferred to a place outside India, or any attempt has been made to transfer the proceeds of crime or part thereof from India to a place outside India, or any offence under this act involving the territory of India with one or more than more other country. The clause B here relates to money laundering, and that's why the ED has also been given powers in this, because ED also enforces the PMLA, that is Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002. Besides, many other acts, and now it's going to implement this act also along with the NIA. Organized crime and organized crime syndicate shall have the meaning assigned to them in clauses E and F respectively of subsection 1 of section 2 of the Maharashtra Control of Organized Crime Act 1999, that is Maharashtra Act 30 of 1999. We call it MOCOCA. It's one of the most successful legislations in India, and even the state of Delhi has adopted it because the gang war in Maharashtra was finished because of this say stringent act, and therefore MOCOCA has been adopted elsewhere also. Person shall have the same meaning assigned to it in section 11 of the Indian Penal Code 1860. Person with disability shall have meaning assigned to it in clause S of section 2 of Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016. Again, it's a latest law that repeals the previous one. Premises means any building, conveyance, land, location, place, structure, or any part thereof, including those which may be forced transit or destination of trafficking, or which may be used for commission of any offense under this act. Prescribed means prescribed by rules made by the appropriate government under this act. And proceeds of crime shall have same meaning as assigned to it in clause U of subsection 1 of section 2 of the PMLA 2002. Property shall mean property or assets of every description, such as jewelry, bank account, investment, or the like, corporeal or incorporeal, movable or immovable, tangible or intangible, and includes deeds and instruments evidencing title to or interest in such property or assets, whether located within or outside India, in the name of any person involved in any offense under this act, or held by any person in the name of any other person or in any other manner whatsoever. As we know, ED has the powers of forfeiture of property, and that has been upheld last week by the Supreme Court, where the constitutionality of many sections of ED was challenged, and in 242 petitions challenging the constitutional validity of ED, PMLA Act, have been dismissed by the Honorable Supreme Court. So the powers of ED have further increased, and they are sought to be further increased by this act. Protection home means a protection home set up or designated and maintained under Section 12. Rehabilitation shall include all processes of restoring physical, psychological, and social well-being of victim, and includes protection, access to education, skill development, healthcare, psychological and physiological support, medical services, economic empowerment, legal aid and assistance, safe and secure accommodation. Rehabilitation home is a rehabilitation home set up or designated and maintained under Section 13. So there are two different types of homes, that is protection home under Section 12 and rehabilitation home under Section 13. Rescue shall mean coming out of the condition or situation of being trafficked or being exploited as a victim with the help of any authority under this act or by way of emergence out of such condition or situation by the victim himself. Schedule means schedule annexed to this act. Just as there is Schedule 1 to CRPC that gives section IPC and or non-IPC offense, whether it is cognizable or non-cognizable, billable or non-cognizable, and triable by which type of magistrate. Similarly, here the schedule includes whether these offenses under this act are cognizable or non-cognizable and billable or non-billable. Sexual exploitation means the obtaining of financial or other benefits through the involvement of another person in prostitution, sexual servitude, or other kinds of sexual services, including pornographic acts or production of any pornographic material. As Varalakshmi Madam told, IT Act 2000 also deals with this. So that is referred in this act also. Special code means a special code defined in clause H of subsection 1 of section 2 of the NIA Act 2008. So the court which tries the say NIA offenses, just as CBI is a police and CBI court is a part of judiciary. Similarly, NIA is part of executive and NIA court are the special court that try offenses related to NIA only. So that court shall try the offenses related to human trafficking also. State Anti-Human Trafficking Committee means a committee established by the appropriate government under Section 6. Three types of committees will be there. State Anti-Human Trafficking Rural Officer means an officer appointed by state government under Section 7. Victim shall have the same meaning as assigned to it in clause WA of Section 2 of CRPC 1973 and shall also include victims of offences committed under this act or any dependent of a victim or any child born in the force or in furtherance or as a result of an offence committed under this act. In 2005, CRPC was amended and the definition of victim was included. So now the victim need not be dependent only upon the police. There could be a public prosecutor, or there could be prosecutor on behalf of victim also. That means in any criminal case, now there can be minimum 3 advocates. That is prosecution, that is the advocate of the police, advocate of the victim, and advocate of the accused. So the 2 advocates, that is the prosecutor and the victim, are on the same side, and the advocate of the accused is on the other side. And any order of the court at any stage can be challenged through revision or appeal by victim also, besides the other 2 parties. So these powers have been given in 2005, and so now they need not be left at the mercy of the police only. Words and expressions used but not defined in this Act, but defined in the IPC, NIA Act, the IT Act, shall have same meanings respectively assigned to them in those acts. So these are the 30 definitions. Now we see prevention and combating of trafficking in persons and other offences under this Act. So there are preventive as well as corrective measures. Police administration has got 2 parts. We call it preventive is the law and order, correction is the investigation, that is whatever happens after FIR up to final report and trial and so on. So first, there are measures for prevention and combating of trafficking in persons and other offences under this Act. The central government shall take such coordinated measures as it deems necessary or expedient for the prevention and combating of offences under this Act. The measures referred to in Section 1 shall include all or any of following matters, namely coordination of actions by various central and state government ministries and departments and other authorities in connection with the enforcement of the provisions of this Act, ensuring obligations under international conventions and cooperation with international organizations to facilitate coordination and action for preventing and combating offences under this Act, and such other measures as may be notified by the central government. The NIA shall act as the national investigating and coordinating agency responsible for prevention and combating of trafficking in persons and other offences under this Act, as well as for investigation, prosecution, and coordination in cases of trafficking in persons and other offences under this Act, in accordance with the provisions of the NIA Act, including cases which are interstate or international in nature, or such other cases as may be assigned to it by the central government. So now they need not be investigated by the traditional police or the CBI, but NIA will be empowered for this exclusively, along with ED of course. So as provided in this Act and in the NIA Act, nothing contained in those acts shall affect the powers of the appropriate government to prevent and combat trafficking in persons and other offences under this Act, as well as to investigate and prosecute any offence under this Act or other offences under any law for the time being enforced. That means NIA will have the powers, but the government will also have the powers to prevent and combat trafficking. So those powers are not affected. The powers of the appropriate government, that means central and state government or the traditional police, are also there, although these agencies will be specially empowered. Then we have got different committees. So let's see broadly the composition. There is National Committee. It will comprise of Secretary, Ministry of Home Affairs, Secretary, Ministry of Women and Child Development, Representative, Ministry of External Affairs, Representative, Ministry of Labour and Employment, Representative, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Representative, Ministry of Panchayat Raj, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Law and Justice, Director, National Legal Services Authority, that provides free legal aid. 4 representatives from registered civil society organizations active in prevention, rescue and rehabilitation of victims, out of whom at least 2 shall be women. Representative of the agency not below the rank of Additional Director General of Police, that is Additional DGP, Joint Secretary of Government of India, Member Secretary and Convener, and such other representatives of the ministries or departments, Government of India, or experts representing different states' duties as we discussed. So what is important is that it will be headed by Home Secretary as chairperson. So the functions are also given. They perform these preventive functions. We shall not go into details of this. So these functions are given in this. Then there is State Committee. Let us see the composition. It will have Chief Secretary as chairperson, Principal Secretary Home, DGP, Secretary Department of Women and Child of State Government, Secretary Labor Department, Secretary Health Department, Secretary State Legal Services Authority, Secretary Law Department, Protector of Immigrants, Ministry of External Affairs, Officer of State Police Department, specially designated as state level for purpose of this Act, not below the rank of IGO Police, 2 social workers of representative of civil society organizations or non-government organizations, that is NGO, working in the area of prevention of trafficking and related matters, out of which at least one shall be woman, state anti-human trafficking nodal officer, and such other officers as may be prescribed members. Then there will be, these are the functions that are given. Again, we shall not go into details of this. Then there will be district committee. Let us see the composition. It will have DM as the chairperson, DSP, district superintendent of police as member, district officer for women and child development member and co-convener, representative district legal service authority member, representative child welfare committee member, 2 social workers or representative of civil society organizations or NGO working in the area of prevention or trafficking and related matters, out of which at least one shall be a woman, officer of district police, specially designated as district level for the purposes of this act, not below rank of additional SP, member secretary, and such other persons as may be prescribed member. So these are the functions of the, say, district anti-human trafficking committee. So again, we shall not go into details of this. The functions are similar. The only it is at 3-tier structure, that is national, state, and district level. So just we shall see functions of one committee, because similar are the functions at for all the committees. Direct and facilitated person in charge of protection home or rehabilitation home, as the case may be, to submit an individual care plan for every victim and is dependent to it. Ensure care, protection, appropriate rehabilitation and reintegration of victims and their dependents based on each such person's individual care plan by passing necessary directions to protection homes and rehabilitation homes. Ensure that victims are kept safe, secure, protected, and as required, separated and distanced from any perpetrators of any offense under this act against such victim. Ensure that all measures are taken to ensure prevention of any re-traumatization or re-trafficking of or recurrence of any offense under this act against any victim. Coordinate with other state departments and Panchayati Raj institutions to keep a check on children who drop out from school and those children who are covered by various schemes and have stopped accessing the benefits of this scheme, and inform such cases to state anti-human trafficking committee and take appropriate action. Facilitate in a time-bound manner or in the manner as may prescribe the inter-district and interstate repatriation of victims. Extend special assistance and support to victims with disability and facilitate survey of areas and vulnerable population to identify source, transit and destination areas of trafficking, and based on information received, draw up certain plans for the prevention of trafficking for rescue and safety and protection of victims and or protection of people who are vulnerable to trafficking. Create programs for awareness generation, community mobilization and empowerment of vulnerable special groups for protection from trafficking and other offenses under this act. Provide support and assistance to the anti-human trafficking police officer, anti-human trafficking unit, or the local police as the case may be, in conducting rescue operations, transferring victims to protection or rehabilitation homes, in connection with prevention of trafficking, protection of victims and their rehabilitation, etc., and such other functions as may be prescribed. So these are the functions of district committee. Then we have chapter 4, that is preventive measures. So preventive measures by state and district anti-human trafficking committees are given in section 9. Then we have section 10, that is identification of victims of trafficking in persons. So these will be identified. The chapter 5 is related to search, rescue or emergence and post-emergence activities, including care, protection and rehabilitation of victims. So the powers of search, seizure, rescue are given here. Already police have these powers under say CRPC. So here under the special act, these powers are there for search, seizure and rescue. Then protection homes. The appropriate government shall set up or designate and maintain either directly or through voluntary or non-governmental organizations or in such other manner is appropriate one or more protection homes, including at least one such home, each for women and child victims in each district, for the immediate care and protection of victims in such manner as may be prescribed. This shall be at every district level. So there are protection homes, and there are in 13 we have rehabilitation homes. That is for people who have been rescued. Actually, in protection home there are 2 types of people. That is those who have run away from or maybe orphan children. There are also under trials. That is those who are undergoing criminal prosecution. So protection includes both these types of victims or inmates we may call. Then there are rehabilitation homes. So these are for people who have been rescued. The registration of protection homes and rehabilitation homes and similar facilities. So notwithstanding anything contained in any other law for the time in force, protection homes and rehabilitation homes shall be registered by the appropriate government in such manner as may be prescribed. So there need to be special registration under this act also. Then inspection of protection homes, etc. So DM shall inspect. Safety care and protection of victims, that will be done by district committee. Then we have further matters relating to investigation and prosecution. So police officer investigating an officer under this act shall ensure that investigation, including inter-alia search and seizure, are conducted in accordance with provisions of CRPC, and notwithstanding anything contained in section CRPC 173, that is final report of CRPC, charge sheet we call it. It may be closure report or charge sheet. So a police officer investigating an offence under this act shall forward the report on completion of investigation to the court having jurisdiction within 90 days from the date of arrest of the accused. So this is an additional provision that it will also along with whatever limits are there. Here again, new limit is given, that is within 90 days it shall forward report to the court having competent jurisdiction. So this is related to investigation and prosecution. Then we have care, protection and rehabilitation not to be contingent on criminal proceedings. So District Anti-Human Trafficking Committee shall ensure that care, protection or rehabilitation of a victim or of any of his dependents is not contingent upon criminal proceedings being initiated against any offender or any outcome thereof, or of the ability or willingness of any victim to participate in the investigation or prosecution thereof. Actually, there are two different branches of sociology that deal with this. First is the criminology, second is the victimology. So the aim of criminology is to prosecute the offender or the criminal, while the aim of victimology is to compensate the victim. So here the emphasis is on victim, that is regardless of the criminal investigation or prosecution, the victims should not suffer. So there is from the viewpoint of victimology, we can say, type of civil remedy besides the criminal proceeding that may go on against the accused. So facilities, etc. to victims. So these facilities will be there. Then care, dignity, rehabilitation and reintegration of victims. So that is given in section 20. Then we have chapter 6, that is repatriation and reintegration of victims. That is after the rescue, how they'll be brought into mainstream. So that is finding their homes and families and returning them to that. So repatriation and reintegration of victims. That is in section 21. Then we have section 22. That is really under chapter 7. That is monetary relief and compensation. So relief and compensation will also be given to the victim. Then we have chapter 8. That is offences and penalties. So these are more stringent as compared to the say IPC 370 or 370A, or maybe the Immoral Trafficking Act that is already there. It is not being repealed. So this act is in addition and not derogation to any other law. So for trafficking, there is 10 years and 1 lakh rupees punishment, which may extend up to 5 lakh rupees. There is trafficking in persons. Definition is somewhat different from IPC 370. Punishment for trafficking in persons. So 7 years and say 1 lakh rupees fine. There is punishment for trafficking in persons, that is in 25. Then we have the quite comprehensive say definitions are given in this. So as to cover all possible cases. Punishment for aggravated form of trafficking in persons. So for repeat offences, that is in case of more than one person, more than one occasion, children, or offences by say public servants, there is enhanced punishment. So these are given here. It is up to imprisonment for life and 10 lakh rupees. Or say imprisonment for life and 10 lakh to 15 lakh rupees. Here it is up to 30 lakh rupees. Here it is up to 30 lakh rupees again. Imprisonment for 14 years, 20 years for aggravated forms of offense. If a public servant or police officer is involved, it is up to 30 lakh rupees. Even a person who misuses his fiduciary relationship as a doctor, lawyer, or otherwise is a victim. So there is life imprisonment as well as 30 years, and court, for reasons to be recorded in writing, impose a fine higher than upper limit prescribed under this section for an offense. This is very important, that there is no upper limit actually. For reasons to be recorded, court may impose fines even more than that. just like we saw in that Jai Lalita case, Prevention of Corruption Act. So there was some upper limit, and she was fined 1 crore rupees. And the questions were raised whether this is legal or constitutional or not. So here now it has been made clear that for reasons to be recorded in writing, court may award higher fine also. Trafficking in persons by organized crime syndicates, organized criminal groups. So this is for organized crime. That is people who make gangs. They also protect when the person is arrested or imprisoned and even take care of their family. It runs like a business. So that's why we call it organized crime syndicates. They take complete care of their gang members. And they can only come and join the gang, but they can never leave the gang. Punishment for offense under section 30 or 25 on more than one person or more than one occasion. There is enhanced punishment, 28, life imprisonment at 10 lakh rupees. Punishment for abatement, conspiracy and attempt. So this is similar to that in IPC. There is for abatement generally 25%, for conspiracy 50%, attempt is 50%. So whoever abates commission of an offence under this act, including promotion, procurement, or facilitation of such offence, and as a consequence of such abatement or conspiracy offence is committed, person committing such abatement or conspiracy shall punish with the punishment provided for that offence, in addition to punishment for abatement of offences and conspiracy punishable under IPC. That means here that formula of 25%, 50% doesn't apply. There will be punishment under this or the main offence, plus there will be additional 25 or 50% punishment as provided under IPC. That is, there will be more punishment. So this is in section 29. Then punishment for exploitation or taking benefit out of exploitation of victim is under 30. So 5 years imprisonment and 25 lakh rupees. For say enhanced punishment, there is rigorous imprisonment, not less than 7 years, or it could extend up to life imprisonment and 50 lakh rupees. This is under section 30. Section 31, punishment for unlawful handling of identity, travel, or other document through different types of agencies dealing with trafficking, persons, and exploitation. That is the carriers. It may be, say, airline company or ship. So for human trafficking, these carriers, commercial carriers, are also there. Punishment for intentionally omitting to verify identity and travel documents of persons who enter destination country by commercial carriers. Carriers can be punished under 32. Punishment for taking aid of media for committing. So if they take of electronic media, internet or cyberspace, then fine will be up to 50 lakh rupees and imprisonment may be up to 7 years. The punishment for taking is 33. Then 34 is punishment for disclosure of identity of victim. Just like there is 228A, that is identity of say rape victims is protected under IPC, because if she is unmarried, there could be problems in marriage. If she is married again, there could be problems of social stigma. Similarly, identity of juvenile delinquents is protected because there is chances of reforms if they are first offenders. So identity of victim will be say protected here. Although the probation of offenders is of course not applicable. That is that will come in subsequent section. So the identity is to be protected. Punishment for non-reporting of commission of offense of trafficking in person. It has to be compulsorily reported, is mandatory once it comes to knowledge. Punishment for neglect of duty by public servants. That is punishable. Non-liability of acts committed by victim under coercion, compulsion, intimidation, etc. So if the victims are protected here, that is, if they are under coercion, compulsion, or intimidation, then the victim shall be exempted and victim shall not be liable to any say prosecution. So they have been protected. Punishment for non-registration of protection homes and rehabilitation homes. So there will be 1 year punishment or 1 lakh rupees. Fine. Then after chapter 8 of offences, we have chapter 9, offences and penalties related to property. Here the ED is given power. So punishment for owning property, etc. out of proceeds of crime. 39. Then attachment and forfeiture of property used or likely to be used for commission of offense. That is in section 40. Then punishment for keeping or allowing property or premises or any part thereof to be used as place for commission of an offense. that is in 41. 7 years or up to 25 lakh rupees fine. Then closure of premises and eviction of offenders from property or premises, that is for rescue purpose. Then we have chapter 10, that is miscellaneous. So there are designated courts. Now see what will be the special courts. For the purpose of providing speedy trial, the central government may, in consultation with the Chief Justice of High Court, by notification, constitute or designate for each district court of session to be the designated court to try the offences under this act, provided that the court of session notified a special court under the NI Act 2008 shall be deemed to be the designated court under this section till a notification under this section is issued by the central. That means the NIA court shall try these offences until separate courts under this act are designated for human trafficking offences. So these are powers of designated courts. The special public prosecutors. So appropriate government may by notification appoint special public prosecutors for every designated court. They are similar to provisions of CRPC, say chapter 2. Prosecutors are advocates of the police. All criminal action is taken in the name of the state. The presumption to offences. So where a person is prosecuted for committing or abetting or attempting to commit any offence under this act in respect of victim who is a child or a woman or a person suffering from physical or mental disability, the designated court may presume that such person has committed or abetted or attempted to commit that offence, as the case may be, unless the contrary is. That means there is presumption, of course, that is rebutable. So who needs to be proved what part that is related to law of evidence? It is made clear that there will be presumption, but that will be rebutable if the contrary is true. Then alternative punishment. So where an act or omission constitutes an offence punishable under this act and also under any other law for the time in force, then notwithstanding contained in any such law, the person found guilty of such offence shall be liable to punishment under such law which provides for punishment which is greater in degree. That is, it would amount to double jeopardy or the violation of section Article 20, Clause 2 of the Constitution. A designated court convicting a person of any offence under this act may also pass an order for auction of premises or any part thereof, and the proceeds of such auction may be ordered to be remitted to a government account as described. There will be alternative punishment. Fine will also be paid to the victim to meet expenses of his medical treatment and rehabilitation to the extent reasonable and required for such purposes, and any excess amount of such fine shall be remitted to government account as may be prescribed, and further details in this regard may be prescribed under rules written under this act. The protection of victims, etc., that is in 48. Then we have section 49, cognizance of offences and bail. So 438, that means anticipatory bail won't be applicable. That means there will be no anticipatory bail under 438 CRPC for offense of this human trafficking. That is important. Then appeal. So appeal shall lie to the High Court. The protection of action taken in good faith. So it is say clause that is there in almost many acts. Power to make rules. The appropriate government, central or state government make rules. Power to remove difficulties. That is only for the first 2 years. After that, the act has to be amended. Non-application of provisions of certain acts. So the first offenders, that is Probation of Offenders Act. That is, even if a person does trafficking for the first time, he won't get benefit of, say, Probation of Offenders Act or district probation officer. So section 360 will not be applicable. Provisions of Probation of Offenders Act 1958, or maybe say UP First Offenders Act 1938, shall not apply to any person who is found guilty of having committed an offence under this act. In case of any inconsistency of the provisions of this act with provisions of Immoral Traffic Prevention Act, the provisions of this act will have overriding effect to the extent of such inconsistency. That means, although Immoral Traffic Prevention Act is not repealed, but this act will override that. And act not in derogation of any other law. So this I already told, this is not in derogation of the provisions of any other law for the time in force. And in case of any inconsistency, the provisions of this act shall have overriding effect the provisions of any such law to the extent of the consistency. So this provision shall be in addition to and not in derogation of the any other law. Then we have last chapter. So amendment of certain enactments. So Legal Services Authorities Act, that is related to free say legal aid, that will be amended. Amendment of this NIA Act. So NIA will be empowered for say prosecution and investigation of offences under this act. Amendment of this PMLA. So ED will be say empowered for this, and amendment of at again there will be another amendment in ED that is PMLA Act, and in IPC section 370 and 370A shall be deleted. So these two will be repealed. And lastly, we have schedule. So we have these are the sections. Offences are listed: cognizable or non-cognizable, bailable or non-bailable. That is the procedure is given. Cognizable is where police may arrest without warrant. Bailable is where bail can be given under 436. Non-bailable doesn't mean that bail can't be given. In non-bailable also bail can be given, but only to say women, children, and say people who are sick. So only those old people are not exempted. So that is these are the this is the table that is given in the schedule. So that completes the presentation. So lastly, I thank Dr. Ravindra for giving me an opportunity for making this presentation. I'm thankful to Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing for giving me an opportunity to make this presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions related to that. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Virendra Kumarji. Though I think it's very extensive, all these laws and acts are, but still you are very much efficient to manage in a very short time. So it was really insightful.
Thank you, sir.
The paucity of time and other factors, not able to complete in detail, but if anyone requires this PPT, we can share.
Yes, definitely. I will share that. I'll send this by email.
So feel
To the
free,
organizer.
if you have any queries, feel free to unmute yourself or raise your hand or put in chat box. We have also shared the feedback for the present session quickly with the feedback form while we take up any queries, clarifications. Okay. I don't think there are any queries as of now. So you can use feedback form also to share your queries. I know since morning we all are here, might be feeling tired also. For me, I got used to this schedule. But maybe for new people, it may be a little bit difficult. But, yeah. So, thank you, Virendra Kumarji,
Thank
for
you.
the
Thank you,
wonderful session. And we wish you all the success on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. And also on behalf of all the participants, we wish you all the success. And there is an important announcement. Next week, we have an collaboration. I mean, we do collaborations, a lot of collaborations. But this Sunday, we are collaborating with the government college for men, autonomous from Kadapa. So, I mean, 2 speakers, professors, assistant professors have joined even today. So, I don't think there right now, but yeah. So we are inviting paper presentations as well as the regular proceedings will go on. Apart from that, additionally, we have invited poster presentations and by students or research scholars or anyone for that matter, but the time would be very limited, maybe 5 minutes, where you need to quickly 3 to 5 minutes, where students can, even UG or PG students, can present on the respective themes, indigenous population, and as well as the regular theme. Every conference we have regular theme, holistic health. It covers all physical health, mental health, emotional health, social health, financial health, all health related aspects as part of holistic health and well-being. And we have sustainable development, that is umbrella term. I mean, everything covers in that. So on any of these, kindly share the registration forms available on the website. You can visit the website and you can register. The registration links are updated, or otherwise you can join the Telegram group and also the Facebook group where daily updates are shared, or you can like and follow our Facebook
Sir,
pages.
even WhatsApp group also shares, sir.
Yeah, WhatsApp group is also there. You have my contact number now, so you can just ping me. I will be sharing.
Sir, I also joined the WhatsApp group. Updates are informed even WhatsApp group also, I asking.
Yeah. Update are shared even in WhatsApp group. So these are for different convenience. Some people are not using WhatsApp, some are not using Facebook. So we are ensuring that everyone is covered. And moreover, we have Google Calendar also. That link is also available in the website. Every time you need not check anywhere, but if you just add our Google Calendar to your Google or Android or iOS calendar, it will remind you every day, 6 to 8, and also Sundays from 11 to 5. It will send you reminders automatically.
Every Sunday, sir?
Yeah, every Sunday we have international conference, and every day we have international webinars from 6 to 8 evening.
Okay. I am also working as a zoology faculty in Kadapa Government College for Men, sir.
Oh, you are from same college. Okay.
Yes.
I was just announcing that we have collaboration. So
Yes.
yeah, so next month, next week, everyone can be part of it, and further details we will let you know. Already registration link has been circulated.
Okay, sir. I also participating, give the seminars also, sir, some few topics.
Sure, ma'am. You are also invited. If you have anything to be presented, you can join us and you can share this along with your friends and encourage students also from other departments.
Yes, sir.
So we can give maximum participation.
Okay. I also encouraging some other degree college students also. Okay, sir. Definitely.
Yeah, ma'am. We are anyway sharing across all across the countries through international network, and we can also promote from your side also.
Okay.
So
thank
you, ma'am. So with this, we have come to end of this conference, and I would like to thank all the speakers, especially international speakers, Matt Perliston, and as well as our eminent speakers, professors, practitioners from across India, Professor Aparna Vajpayee, Dr. Jayachandra K, Dr. Abhishek Rajesh Kumar Mehta, and Dr. Y. Savitri, Dr. P. Ravishekhar, Ms. M. Varalakshmi, and Dr. P. Amdalakshmi, Sri Ravichandranji, Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji, and Mr. Pradeep. He could not join, Mr. Ravichandranji also, because he was traveling, so he couldn't join. But yeah, he conveyed his wishes and regards, and maybe next week he said he will definitely take up the session. So next week we'll have a different theme along with our regular themes. So feel free to join us with the same link. All the events are with the same link. You can join daily 6 to 8 and weekly from 11 to 5. So if you know any speakers or resource persons or subject experts, you can share our registration details with them so that we can also gain insights from them. Feedback form has been shared in the form of polls for session 9, that is last session. You can quickly fill up the feedback form.
Sir, first 3-4 feedback forms I can't fill. How to fill? I don't know. Because of that
Ma'am,
reason.
actually, we don't have option to relaunch the poll. Once we relaunch, the data will be lost. So what we are doing is, if you missed by chance or technical issue, you can share your feedback in the chat box. You can mention as session 1, session 2, session 3, like that. You can just mention. So that will do. This is only because, you know, what happens is certain times some speakers invite some guests or for their session. Exclusively, they come for their session and leave. So for that, and what happens is for some time or most of the time they attend and they are missing the feedback form. So we are not able to capture the data. So we are using this method so that they will not miss. Anyway, attendance we have, and sometimes these names are also not complete names as required on certificates, Zoom login participant names. So that is also sometimes creating difficulty for us to issue certificate in spite of they attend also because of lack of data. No? So we are taking all the measures to ensure that whoever is attending, they are getting certificate as per the eligibility criteria.
Thank you, sir. Very nice section, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Keep attending and keep sharing. Thank you, everyone. So while you fill up the feedback form for some time, so on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Sciences and Well-being, we wish you all the success and take care. Good night. So before leaving, kindly fill up the feedback form and certificates will be updated on the website. So if you, there is a query how to download your certificates. Just give me 1 second. I will show you. Yeah, this is the website where all the information about past events and ongoing events and upcoming events and all the flyers or brochures and information and certificates all are updated on this website. It's a very simple address. You can easily remember sricasw.org. Once you visit this website, just before these logos, you will find this international webinar series on holistic health, well-being and sustainable development. Here you can see daily webinars and conferences. Otherwise also, you just scroll down. Here you can see all the conferences, weekly conferences of recent and upcoming and present ongoing. See, here is our today's conference. There is a registration form, and if you click on this, it will directly take you to the respective webinar or conference page. Otherwise also, because these links will not be there for a long time because new events will be added up. So what you can do is you can click here. So this is a dedicated website for all these events. So here you can see this is a calendar which I was telling you. Just you can click on this and you can add to your Google, Yahoo, whatever calendars you are using now, Outlook calendar. so that it will remind you daily 6 to 8 p.m. and every Sunday 11 to 5 p.m. It will all automatically, it will add everything like a joining link and also website address. So you need not search for these details daily again and again. It will automatically put you to your calendar. And apart from that, as I said, daily on weekdays, we are organizing international webinars. So here on weekdays, you can see all the webinars are listed date-wise. So you can visit, and month-wise, all the list is getting long. So we have put it in date-wise. So you can visit, select whichever date you have attended, and you can download your certificate. Certificates will be updated within 15 working days. That is the maximum time, but we do keep updating early also. So that is weekdays daily. And when coming to Sundays, here we have Sunday schedule. You can select appropriate date. So today's 30th July, 31st July, sorry. Here you
Same Zoom platform, sir?
Same
Every day?
link. Yeah, every day, same link. And for all the events, it is same only, ma'am. And here you can see the flyer. Just below the flyer, here you can see certificates for the participants. Link to download. Here we'll be sharing the link. So you can visit anytime after 15 working days and you can download your certificate. And for resource persons, we are sharing it directly to their WhatsApp number. So they are not being updated here. So we, for speakers, we'll be sharing. And for participants, because there are many, we cannot share individually. So we are putting it here. So you can download it. Even after, whenever you have some time, you can visit and download. Any number of times you can download also if you misplace that. So this is how you can download your certificates. And all the links are there on the website. No need to worry. And all the instructions are also provided here. E-certificates, what is the eligibility criteria, and how to download your certificates, where to visit. And in case after 15 working days, even after that, if you can't find your certificate, in case you are eligible, that never happens. Till now, it never happened. We are very careful in issuing. So in case if you still have query, you can use this form or you can use these details. You can copy paste and enter your details and share me in WhatsApp. So this way you can download your certificate. You can register also. See here there are upcoming conferences are also there. Next conference is on 7th August. That is International Conference on Women, Mothers, Breastfeeding, Parenting, Nutrition, Health, Education, Environment and Sustainability. Here is a registration form. You can click and register. So all the upcoming conferences are also listed. Registration forms are available. So you can register from website also. So thank you everyone for patiently listening and attending all the sessions. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for conducting such a good seminar.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
It's all mutual coordination, collaboration, and cooperation. So, I mean, we invite all the organizations also to collaborate and come together so that we can have a very bright celebrations of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. That is one theme, and the other theme is UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030. We have to achieve, but unfortunately, we are not at this point of time. We will be not able to achieve. So we are creating awareness so that we can achieve to some extent. So
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you for this initiative. for means sharing knowledge, gaining knowledge. Thank you.
So see you all
Sir,
tomorrow.
Sunday conferences in new speakers also added. Sir?
Yeah, ma. Actually, I mean, there are few very good speakers, so they and they are very knowledgeable. So we, I mean, based on their availability and interest, we are taking them also regularly. We have common speakers also along with new speakers.
Okay, okay.
So depending, some days, you know, we have more speakers, some days we have less speakers. But yeah, whoever wants to present, we are always there to accommodate. Only the time constraint is there. Many speakers means we will have less time to present. Otherwise, or if we are planning, we can increase the time. But again, we have to inform participants in advance.
Okay.
So we'll see for our conference next week if there are more speakers. We'll extend time, maybe as the requirements. We can extend 1-2 hours, and we will inform, update also them in advance.
Okay. Okay.
So you can invite any speakers are there. We will accommodate. Don't worry.
Definitely, sir. One international speaker is environmental science. She done the PhD. I asking that.
Yeah, ma'am. You can invite them. Yeah. You can invite. Feel free to invite, and you know the how to share details and all. So you can share them, and we'll.
I also participate, sir. Okay.
Sure, ma'am. You also present also, not just participating.
Okay.
So thank you once again for joining us and having a wonderful interaction and listening to sessions. So see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Take care. Good night.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Good night.